this chemistry. One look at you and my heart explodes. Just let me be the one you keep. I'll be right here through the hot and cold. But I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel well with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No. Just come over. Won't you come closer? Yeah, just come over. Oh, oh, hey. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, boy. Alright, 1, 2, 3, just get over. Another night on my own in a lonely city. Thought I'd cry when you left, but it hasn't hit me. No, I know that you'll be with her, but it doesn't even hurt, 'cause I like it better when my bed's empty. Ooh, I'm not even thinking about you. Got too many fun things I can do. I don't need your help, 'cause I know how to treat myself. I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah, light some candles and pop the champagne, 'cause I'm worth it. Ooh, gonna make me feel good, 'cause I know I deserve it. I'll wear that dress you like, only for myself tonight. Hope you had a good look the last time. Hey, ooh, got so many fun things I can do. I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah, deleted our pictures. I'm not gonna miss you now. I'm putting myself first. But I'm keeping your sweater, 'cause I wear it better, and I look so good that it hurts. I don't need your help. I can treat my I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah.
So you say you got a new one. I know that you're trying to believe that you can fake a whole scenario just to make me jealous. Your shadow keeps talking, and we should stop talking. But we got that special something. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know. Oh, I'ma be clear now. Patience is really not my key, but if you play your cards right, I might just think about it twice. Yeah. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. We can go easy, boy. You should let me know. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind, trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome everyone to the Char Esports Festival 2021. My name is Scrubby Cheeks, and having with me here is Jace. So we have some fantastic Mobile Legends Bang Bang games coming up for you today. But first off, a big shout out to our organizers for this event. Of course, Char Dabu Association Singapore, and we're supported by Singapore Esports Association. So thank you very much for the organizations and supporting partners for bringing us together today and having such fantastic lineup of games. And before we begin, we would like to invite President of the Chayong Dabu Association to give us a few opening words and kick off this event.
Good morning. A warm welcome to all participants and spectators of the Singapore Chayong Dabu Association inaugural Esports Festival. As you all know, COVID-19 has changed our lives in many ways. The way we go about doing our work, carrying out our daily operations, and the way we earn our living have changed and will continue to change. Similarly, COVID-19 has impacted our association's sporting and social events. Traditionally, our association has organized sporting events such as bowling, table tennis, and golf, and other social events that include excursions. Unfortunately, all these had to be cancelled. While we wait for the situation to get better, with the relaxation of rules governing these activities, we thought we should organize something virtually where there is no physical contact. Hence, our first ever eSport festival for both young and more senior members. Today, the organizing committee has planned for two categories of esports: a social category featuring Tetris, a classic game with appeal to both young and old, and a competitive category featuring MLBB, or Mobile Legends Bang Bang. The Tetris game has two subcategories, one for seniors, 60 years old and above, and the other is for those below 60 years old. In each category, there were three prizes: $100, $75, and $50 for all vouchers. There will also be 5 sets of Chayong tea sets for the next 5 winners. For the MLBB, which is a team game comprising 5 players per team, winning teams for this event will get $500, $300, and $100 in vouchers and prizes per team. Organizing sports and social activities is our way of creating opportunity for our members to network and get to know each other. Allowing members to stay connected to each other is one of the missions of the Chayong Dabu Association. Our forefathers set up the association in 1858. This was 163 years ago. The purpose then was to help our forefathers to stay connected and seek help in times of trouble. Our forefathers are immigrants from our ancestors' home in Dabu County, which is located at the northern part of Guangdong province in China. Over the years, the association has organized many activities such as sporting and social events to instill a sense of belonging to our Dabu culture. We also have many charitable activities to help our clan members who may be in need. Many have benefited from this. For our members, I hope some of you, if not many of you, will volunteer to help out our association in the various activities to serve our members. We may also have some MLBB participants today who may not have yet been members of our association, but are eligible for membership. Do reach out to our organizers. We would love to hear from you. We would like participants to provide us feedback on today's program and also other suggestions for us to better engage you. Do let us know what you like about this program and any other suggestion for improvement. Also, do suggest other activities for our association's consideration. We'll certainly look into it. On that note, my best wishes to all participants and hope you enjoy the game. Meanwhile, stay safe and stay healthy. Thank you.
新加坡客属会馆共有24间属团，茶阳大埔会馆是客属会馆之一，成立于1858年。当大埔会馆在联络乡情、共谋福利信念下，有许多与众不同的建树。1890年创设回春馆，是第一间宗乡会馆设立的一社。1906年创办启发学堂， 从幼稚园到成人的学习照顾不遗余力，颁发敬老度岁金、奖助学金，举办国庆、会庆、春节团拜、春季、端午节、重阳节、中秋节等，照顾会员福利，举办慈善与教育捐款。今天当初的发起人有萧显武、钟增康、曹顺兴、张族昌、王三云等，历经代代新人，数次的牵指，1988年购得牙龙22巷29号作为会所，并筹得280万新元，在2002年7月完成8层楼高的茶阳大厦，恭请时任副总理的李显龙乡贤主持大厦开幕礼。众所周知，客家人对于文物的重视，这里是会馆的精神堡垒。我们建这个文物馆，不是用来收集古董，让老一辈怀旧，而是要让年轻人了解历史文化传统，并将优良传统传承下去。文物馆欢迎所有会员、学校、公众参观。最值得一提的是，文物馆内特别设立李光耀资政专柜。李光耀祖籍广东大埔，是茶阳大埔会馆的永久荣誉顾问。会馆的李资政专柜收藏以及展出有关他的资料、亲笔签名的中英文版个人回忆录，他参与茶阳大埔会馆会庆等活动的10多张老照片，李资政家族族谱的影印本等。专栏也用20多张珍贵图片，从家庭、政治、社会现况等方面反映李资政的工作和生活，让人们看到他不但是一位优秀的政治人物，也是位非常具有亲和力的长者。茶阳大埔会馆现任荣誉顾问是我们新加坡总理李显龙先生。文物馆内还展出李资政的祖居，也就是其曾祖父李慕文在1884年所建造的中汉地模型。除中汉地外，还有曾任清政府驻新加坡总领事张弼士的故居光禄地，和已被列为古迹保存的客家围楼、泰安楼与花萼楼。文物馆通过图片、模型和实物，介绍客家人的传统行业、使用的工具、生活用品、传统食品。这还有客家人5次迁徙图表，反映现今大埔县21镇的风光图片等。客家文化研究室内收藏的书刊已近1000本。客家文化丰富多彩，最具有视觉和听觉震撼的，当然是客家山歌和客家菜。为了发扬客家传统山歌，茶阳大埔会馆付出许多心力。客家美食是指东江客家菜，它与潮菜、粤菜并称为广东3大菜系。传统的客家招牌菜是客家盐熏鸡、客家酿豆腐和红烧肉。与潮菜比较，客家菜的口感偏重肥、咸、熟，而这又与客家人以往的生活水平和习惯有关。从客家美食，你可以感受到客家人善用食物资源，就地取材，勤俭节约的持家精神。客家人，一个在世界被称为华人世界的犹太人族群，无论从文物的精神传承、建筑的历史意义、食物的内在美学，都在茶阳大埔会馆得到最完美的落脚、最用心的发挥。 欢迎你来到茶阳大普会馆。
And of course, thank you very much to the president of Char Double Association. And of course, there was a very short introduction video of the association. Wow, 1858, established at 1858. That's quick math. I couldn't quick math. What was I doing during that period of time? Was I even born yet? No,
Were you even born? I don't think so. I don't think your quick math worked out very much, James.
But anyways, other than that, of course, like what President of Char Double Association said, the champions are, what's at stake here is the champions will be able to walk away with $500 worth in capital land vouchers as well as diamonds. So that's also something that our players are looking out for. Other than that, it's also about the bragging rights, right? You know, at the very least, not only just about the bragging rights as well, it's also about the people coming over here. They have a little bit of taste of the tournament, especially when you're going into the Pro League, especially when this is a platform for them to basically bounce off. Who knows? One of these players that you might see today might enter the Pro Leagues, right?
And it's great. I mean, a platform like this that brings the community together, it's like such a culturally rich heritage, but then they're so modern
right.
in organizing things like Mobile Legends events. It really amazes me and blows my mind. Yeah, so it's awesome to have this. They can have fun, get together at the same time, and win some prizes.
I was actually watching the video, right? I was like going geek mode, full geek mode on the history. I was like, ooh, is that like a rubber tapping kind of thing? But I'm not too sure. I think I'll be a bit flamed. But as well, if you want to go head on down to the Char Double Association, I believe you can Google search about the small little museum that they were showcasing early on just now. There's a lot of things that you can find out about the culture. It doesn't really matter if you're not Hakka as well. But you know what? I feel like the teams are ready as well. So is going to be a match between Hydra going up against Bounty Hunter. Mind you, this is best of 3 custom tournament draft. So you see there are 2 bans first, and then after that, there will be another second ban phase, which they will ban out the last hero.
Yep, so you should see the draft phase right on your screens now, as this is the first match between the 2 teams. And any kind of expectations you're having here, or things that you're expecting to see in this game, Dave?
Yep, definitely something that I will be expecting is a lot of bans on the Harley. Harley's such a nuisance, especially in not only just like ranked games, right? Also in tournaments. Phobius is taken off the draft, so means that Hydra might be hinting something that's more dashing a lot, and I think Bounty Hunter kind of picked it up, immediately banning away the Paquito, because these two kind of like the counter pick. So you're seeing that OP picks being taken away, but usually during the first game, they're only banning away, it's like a litmus test, right? They're banning away meta picks first, and then in game number 2, usually you see both of these teams will start to react towards each other draft. So definitely something to look out for later. I believe Bounty Hunter kind of missed off their ban, so they're just going to open up 1 ban by their side. However, Hydra banned away the Kaja, and Bounty Hunter picked up the Mathilda, one of the OP picks that both these 2 teams should look out for, but it went into the hands of Bounty Hunter.
Yep, so I'm going to pick up that Matilda as the first pick. Very strong kind of early game, being able to help set up the kills for the team as a support. And on the side of Hydra, their first pick is going to be the Esmeralda as well as the Ruby.
Yeah, the Ruby is gonna
now, especially with the new item set, has been a really strong pick as well that we see. I think probably one of the top tiers, and always in the first few picks that we see. So I think this matchup is quite expected so far in that sense.
Yeah, Ruby with the War Axe kind of nutty because you want to last as long as possible in the team fights. Ruby is the one that excels in that, especially in the late game. However, for the side of Bounty Hunter, they picked up Selena. That's going to tag team alongside with the Mathilda to roam around the map and then securing up kills. It's a lot easier to set up with a Mathilda, allowing the Selena to get close very quickly, land the Abyssal Arrow, phase up. So that's something that we're gonna expect, especially from the side of Bounty Hunter, investing a lot in the early game. The Lunox will hit its power spike at level 4, and that's gonna shred through, you know, even the Esmeralda or even the Kufra if they dare come close by. Now we're going to look at Hydra's side of things. They're banning, they picked up the Kufra I think it's there to kind of prevent, the Selena dash and the Mathilda dash around, just to limit a little bit, because Bounty Hunter, they picked up a lot of heroes that could dash around. Hydra banning away the X-Borg. X-Borg is also a nuisance. I'm actually kind of surprised it slipped past all through the ban, and get us and the pick phase as well. I think it's also something that both of these two teams are not really comfortable with. But Bounty Hunter banning away the Roger to limit the core pool, and Hydra response immediately picks up the Nathan. Nathan will require a lot of frontline, and Hydra already got them in the bag with 3 of them, Kufra, the Ruby, as well as Esmeralda, that could do exactly that to protect the Nathan as much as possible.
Yeah, I think right now it looks like it's syncing up pretty well. You have that front line, especially Ruby, with the crowd controls that they need. I think what's a little worrying is that Nathan is really, really immobile, and on the side of Bounty Hunter, we're seeing a lot of heroes that are the opposite. You have the Matilda, you have the Lunox with the invulnerability. I don't know if that's gonna be like a point of difficulty here for Hydra.
I think Hydra already prepared for exactly that. You've got a lot of things that could say no to Bounty Hunter, right? You got the Kufra bouncing ball. You also have the Ruby's hook. The Esmeralda, technically with the ultimate, will be able to immobilize someone. So Bounty Hunter kind of got countered a little bit by that, but they picked up the Thamus, they picked up the Bruno as their main core. They like to fight front to back. It's a bit awkward of a draft, if you ask me, coming up from Bounty Hunter, whereas Hydra will end their draft with a Kagura. Kagura, it's not too bad. There's a decent slow. It works well with everything, and it's just like a showstopper, right? So what Hydra drafted is, we have to protect Nathan at all cost. The Kagura will land on the umbrella to zone off everybody. So you can see a very seamless plan going in for the side of Hydra. However, for the side of Bounty Hunter, for the side of Hydra, but for the side of Bounty Hunter, a little bit iffy if you ask me. Bruno needs a lot of front to back.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I really like the Kagura pick. So Nathan, although immobile now with the Kagura, really helps. So like you said, like the whole team is there to protect Nathan, and that's it, right? And help him to scale into the early game in order to put out the damage. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, it is game 1 between Hydra and Bounty Hunter, kicking this off for the Chayong Mobile Legends tournament here. And Jace, any predictions?
Predictions will be Mathilda will be invading as much as possible. You can see Hydra is already, congregating around, protecting Nathan. Nathan desperately needs the promo buff because it's so mana intensive, especially in early game. But also a lot of aggression should be coming out from Bounty Hunter in the early game, because they've got a lot of early game. They've got 2 early game heroes. In fact, a very aggressive early game already. Not only just 2 heroes that I mentioned. The Thamus already invading the orange buff, trying to delay Hydra as long as possible, because they know if Nathan's allowed to scale, Bounty Hunter could just melt very quickly, right? Air desperately needs a level 2 first, so that's why the Selena was laning early on just now, not tagging alongside with Mathilda. But since Selena has a level 2 already, I'm expecting more aggression coming out from Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, we're also seeing that on the top lane here, a bit of trade-offs between the 2 fighters. Rangers falling really low and landing as first blood to where is XL here. Knock that up to 2 kills for Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, Esmeralda wasn't expecting the vengeance coming out from Where's XL, right? Thamus was able to duel, and the Ranger just overestimates the Esmeralda abilities, especially when, Where's XL, they picked up the Festival Blood, so there's a lot of like life steal, a lot of sustain that could sustain that fight against the Ranger, especially with an Esmeralda.
Yeah, and Esmeralda does kind of pick up towards the later part of the game, I think, but Thomas,
Right.
a really strong fighter before all the newer heroes came out into the game, so definitely not one to be underestimated. I think Ranger has to be a little bit more careful in the lane here, but speaking of careful, Cien is the one who has to watch out on the bottom lane, stunned out as 3 members try to aggress on him, as is here for the backup, and that's enough to have the 2 teams disconnect. But the turtle has been taken on the top by Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, Arrow will be able to land the episode Arrow on top of Flame, but I really like the pathing of Bounty Hunter, right? They noticed that Hydra is at the bottom lane, so they went all the way up to take the turtle just to push that gold lead. Speaking about gold lead, just take a look at that. It's around like quick math 2k gold lead already, and Where's XL is just having the time of the lives on the top side. The Ranger just duking it out with Where's XL. The Cauldron Fire is already activated. No cigar, close but no cigar coming out from Bounty Hunter for this time.
But it looks like they want more as they start to put some pressure onto Fate here, trying to dash out from the rest. But there's too many people on the side of Hydra. They press on nonetheless onto Flame, falling really low, using the bouncing ball to get away. But Fate is the one left with one life and manages to take that down. It's 2 kills to Bounty Hunter. Still, they end up on top of this fight.
Oh, the fight's not over yet. Esmeralda will be jumping on top of the Thamus. Thamus will get instantly deleted. It's going to be a tag team with FFM and Air trying to do a little bit of a vengeance, trying to do a little bit of revenge. Not going to do anything at all, but I think FFM overstay is welcome. Will have to force to run away, but here it is, right? Because Bounty Hunter just slowed down that Nathan so much. Just take a look at the gap between the jungles, right? Take a look at the gap between the levels. FFM already hit level 7, Fate only level 5, all because of the aggression of the tag team. The S and Air is constantly invading, constantly putting pressure on the top side. They know that's the weakest link, and also taking a look at the items right now. Has claws been built up for Ruby, so that's a power spike for the Ruby, seeking for another engage, but here we go.
Yep, Notice Gaming already have to try to get out of this engage, but S will be the chase and manages to close the gap, gets Fate instead, and yet another kill for Bounty Hunter, racking up the gold lead to about 3,000 almost, and the turtle is also just spawning, so Bounty Hunter might start to turn their sights to this next objective to further open up that gap.
Yeah, the turtle is really up, right? It's up to both these two teams. No one has priority right now. It's both of these jungles are actually looking to secure the buff very quickly, but I think Bounty Hunter is in a better position. The midfielder S is already scouting out this area, and the top side is already really pushed in for the side of Hydra, so Bounty Hunter should feel very comfortable trying to secure this turtle. And the best part is, you see Air is not really tagging team alone. As S already, they're just gonna, apply pressure on the side lanes, and Hydra was soon gonna collapse. Hydra needs as much gold as possible in order to, become that crazy late game. But Bounty Hunter is not allowing it. Here we go, a push in the mid lane.
Yep, Circling Eagle, I believe, was popped, and they are collapsing right onto Hydra, but this time Noteless Gaming going to be the one to pick them up instead. They are at a 1-for-1 right now, and Flame actually picking up 2 on the side of Hydra. Once again, Bounty Hunter turning that into their favor. They are really not letting this snowball into the late game for Hydra.
Yeah, Fate dying 4 times, that means that every death, it's like 1 minute delay where you get this crazy Nathan that we love and fear. And Bounty Hunter is not letting up. They're applying the pressure on the top side. Remember I said like how Bounty Hunter's job's a little bit wonky, but it seems like they're making it work, even though, FMM requires this front to back. He doesn't really need that anymore, because it doesn't really need a strong front line, because everyone from Hydra is just collapsing in terms of the gold lead, and FMM is allowed to scale, pushing in top side, not only just the first tier, the second tier, Air and S just scaring Hydra. They're not even allowing Hydra to leave the base.
Yeah, and you talked about FMM, right? I mean, 2 kills now picked up again for Bounty Hunter. FMM at this point is at 4 kills compared to Fate. Just the opposite. He's at 4 deaths. And FMM, he's already able to hit the crits that they need and be able to run through the draft of Hydra. But Hydra, their only card now is Fate, and they're depending on him to scale. But that timer, like you said, is just being delayed again and again.
Yep, another arrow will be landed. The Ruby is just dashing all the way in, trying to find some pick-off for the side of Bounty Hunter. Hydra just tries to disengage. playing a bit too aggressive for my taste. Hydra wasn't able to punish Bounty Hunter for any form of aggression that they did, especially in the early game. You can see the Clock of Destiny was just built in the 7-minute mark. And ladies and gentlemen, mind you, Bounty Hunter has already stepped into the late game. Hydra just struggling. It feels like they're using items from the early game, and this could spell disaster over to Hydra, especially if Bounty Hunter picks up this next turtle.
Yep, and once again they will. It's going to be FMM who has the turtle buff now. Bounty Hunter is at 10-3 kills, and in terms of objectives, they've just taken down 6 towers at this point. Hydra is far behind in terms of the amount of map control that they have. They are basically just turtling under their turrets and try to defend as much as they can.
Yeah, I don't think Hydra landing the arrow just now. Bounty Hunter landing the arrow just now and landing it once again. Hydra doesn't really dare to step out of their base, and I kind of agree. They shouldn't step out of the base. Looking at their draft, they're basically inviting Bounty Hunter to jump on top of them. But here we go, a bit of a siege happening in the mid lane. Hydra, no reaction, no answer at all. The Ranger charging up the ultimate, but we're not even able to cast. And here we go, Fate. Ooh!
Exploded and deleted immediately. There's 3 people down on the side of Hydra. Triple kill for FMM, and they're already doing some damage to the court. They don't have the creeps though. It's not enough to be able to push and end the game right now. They're trying to put as much pressure as they can. The creeps are slowly pouring in. There's still a death timer of under 10 seconds left. Don't know if this is game yet for Bounty Hunter.
I think they need another round, a round of minions coming in, but here we go again. Another good engage coming in from the Ranger, but the right form was activated by Xian, and immediately Hydra fails to defend, and Bounty Hunter find themselves without any minions once again. But I don't think that. I think this could be GG over to Hydra already, because Bounty Hunter's super minions are already marching down in the mid lane.
Yep, this looks like GG. Nautilus is up now, the rest with a short timer to spawn, but the creeps are here, and Bounty Hunter can start to chunk down the core. It's at 2/3 health, but here is the fight back from Hydra to try to get something. Flame has fallen though, and Bounty Hunter is still 5-man strong. They push on onto Spicy Hamster. XL getting the last shot from the core here. Will fall as the first casualty, but Bounty Hunter is chunking down on the core now. Just a couple hits to go. They do have to back out as they've run out of minions. It's just a back and forth at this point. Jay is trying to end the game.
I think like it's just Hydra is just literally losing member. They're throwing bodies just to try to kill FMM. FMM needs to die, else Hydra will not be able to defend. Now FMM just kicking on top of the core, and there we go. GG. Game number 1 goes into the hands of Bounty Hunter.
Yep, a very convincing win. I think that early game strong draft worked out for them extremely well. They executed well, and Nathan just had no space to breathe and farm at all. I mean, look at that, 1-7.
Yeah, nothing at all. Just looking at the items, Fate can't even was only able to secure 2 main items, but take a look at FMM, right? You've got the Berserker's Grief, you already got the Endless Battle, 40% damage all throughout the board. Magnific Raw just for, you know, extra big damage. And basically everyone who dares to step onto FMM will constantly get melted. You can see how in the early game, right, from the side of Hydra, they tried to defend Nathan as much as possible, especially trying to like protect them as much. But you know, Mathilda does a lot of burst damage, and also don't forget you have Selena as well. So once you're trying to deal with these two, you forgot to take good care of that Bruno, and don't forget the side lanes as well. Thamus is also working wonders against the Esmeralda. So definitely something that Bounty Hunter won in a very convincing fashion. I feel like it's not only just about the draft, it's also about the way they path. They're very the jungle the jungle is very efficient on the way they draft. They rotate. They're always at the right place at the right time to secure key objectives such as the turtle.
Yep, I think like you said, the teamwork there was impeccable. They knew their roles and they knew where to go. It
Mhm.
was like they were all over the map almost. And I think for
Yep.
Hydra, it was tough because you don't know who to look out for. I mean, you go
Yep.
look at a Matilda and suddenly you have Bruno's crits all over you. So it was a tough game. I think Hydra put up a great fight, but of course, props to Bounty Hunter for taking that one. But ladies and gentlemen, don't forget it is a best of three, which means that
Mhm.
Hydra will have a chance to come back in the next game.
Yeah, so coming into the next game, I feel like what Hydra needs to get is maybe swap out the Nathan. The Nathan is only useful in the late game. You can see how the Clock Destiny was built around 7 minutes. That's a little bit too late for a Clock of Destiny, if you ask me. Unless you're expected to scale all the way to the late game. They do have some long range clear within the Nathan as well as the Kagura that could help quite a lot try to withstand the siege. But you can see the hesitation coming in when the Bounty Hunter was sieging up the mid lane tier turret, right? The last one. And they're charging it up, but they don't really want to enter. And I got a feeling even if they enter, they'll enter at different timings. I feel like what Hydra's team wants to do is just collapse onto everyone as all together as a team. Main target you have to take down is not the Mathilda or the Selena. You have to try to take down Bruno. The Bruno
Bruno, yeah.
super strong in the mid game, mind you. It's just once he builds up the Berserker Grease and Endless Battle, he's gonna kick balls of death at you. But going into the next game, what I would love to see from Hydra is probably an early mid game based marksman or even an assassin that will work wonders. But of course, Singaporean meta, they don't really play the assassin core. I am one of them, guilty myself. I'm gonna have to say I don't really know any assassins, but of course I'm a marksman main. Maybe even a YSS could work very well because of the dashes will be able to fight, especially in the early game with the burst damage in the passive. Dash away in case of any trouble. Yeah, so that's something I would hope to see from Hydra.
Yeah, I think I agree with the YSS pick. He's a very independent kind of marksman, right? Especially in the early game. You can kind of take the jungles quite confidently on your own, don't need to depend on the rest of the team, which is a far cry from like Nathan, who needs the entire team to kind of protect him. So would really
Yeah,
to
man.
see that. I mean, I've only really seen the assassin. Sometimes if you're really comfortable, maybe those pro players want to play around with drafts and they have maybe even a 2 assassin composition. But that shows the level of like comfort with this pick.
Yep.
So if Hydra is, maybe they'll go into that, but definitely looking for them to change up into sort of that early to mid, like you said, strategy in this game here.
Your team is
Yep.
banning.
Now going into game number 2, Bounty Hunter still banning the same same hero. Paquito is taken off the board. Hydra was taken away. Kaja was taken away by Hydra.
Hydra not taken away.
Yeah,
just
I was
yet.
like. I was thinking like Kaja was a player and Hydra is the team, but Bounty Hunter banning away the Phobias. These are the OP picks that were banned away. Hydra bans away the Mathilda. Mathilda way too strong, even especially if you're a team that plays together. Just take a look at the tags, right? BH for 2 of them, and I feel like I've seen Xian and FMM before, but I'm not gonna spoil anything. I think I know them, and yeah. So especially if you bring in Mathilda, it opens up to a lot of wombo combos, right? You can bring if you ever seen a Mathilda bringing a Tigreal with mid ulti animation, dude, that was insane. So Hydra banning away the Mathilda is a good idea. Now Bounty Hunter showing the Hayabusa, it could flex to the gold lane, it could flex to the jungle role. So Hydra have to be careful just a little bit. And like I said, Nathan should be out. What I'm expecting like something like a YSS, but if the Hayabusa go up against the YSS should win because I've seen it way too many times. But instead, they're not prioritizing on the jungle. They're gonna prioritize on the Farsa pick and the Ruby pick. And what's even crazier is Bounty Hunter doubling down on double assassin. Now we know that the Hayabusa is going to go to the gold lane, and that lane will be jungling against Hydra.
Life is a stage, and your team
Yep,
is
I mean,
bigger.
so we mentioned the 2 assassin pick, but looks like it's not going to go the way of Hydra, or at least not just yet. Instead,
Triple
Bounty
assassin,
Hunter-
technically.
Selena as well. Yeah, I mean, I like the Farsa. I like the Farsa as well, though. So Kagura somehow didn't have that control that they
Your
need, but
team
I
is
think
banning.
Farsa is like an immediate zone of control here with the feathered airstrike and doubling that with like Jawhead as well as Ruby. That kind of crowd control and aggression seems to be pairing well. So now I think it's up to them to look at a more stable marksman to be able to carry that through. But they do have to look out for that early aggression once again coming out from Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, Hydra banning away the Kufra, that is not a good idea because if you see like 3 assassins on the enemy, Bounty Hunter has a Ling, has a Hayabusa, has a Selena. You need that Kufra. So Hydra banning away a hero that they should use. And the best part is, Bounty Hunter picks up the Roger, which is known to counter that Ling. It's very easy, you can just jump into a Lycan Pounce and that Ling is gonna be a little bit confused. But looking at Hydra, at least they're kind of listening to us. You know, picking up the YSS should fare a little bit better, especially in the early game this time around. But I kind of fear for Hydra because Bounty Hunter, they have 3 assassins, Akai that could jump onto someone with a Quarter Pounder and a Hurricane Dance, and Xborg with the last insanity. Suddenly, that Farsa pick doesn't look ideal anymore.
Yeah, kind of. You need to be able to find great positioning or have someone like Jawhead or Ruby to peel off for you here to be able to be safe. I believe that was a carry that we saw that Hydra rounded off their draft with. Another kind of late game hero here. I guess it's a form of insurance in case they do scale to the late game. Hydra's going to be able to take that and dish out more damage, but like you said, they are going to have to survive that early game, just all these Xborg, all the damage and skills collapsing onto them from Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, and for the side of Bounty Hunter, right, they're not going to go very early game focused. They're looking at the late game based on the Ling, based on the Hayabusa, even the Xborg as well. They're gonna do big amount of damage. But ladies and gentlemen, let's see how this unfolds as we hop into game number 2. Bounty Hunter leading 1 at match point. This is the best of 3 going up against Hydra, looking a little bit shaky in my opinion in terms of the draft, but we shall see whether they can bring this to execution or whether Bounty Hunter will be able to bring that Hayabusa. I feel like Hayabusa will eat carry for breakfast any day.
Yeah, at least definitely in the early game, right? Hayabusa has that edge and Carry definitely needs to be careful. I mean, they do have Cien on the Xborg, and I think this is something that we didn't get to see the last game as well. Xborg obviously really strong with the War Axe, but ooh, hold that for a minute. Flame getting really low, and once again, this is the aggression coming up from Bounty Hunter. Abyssal Arrow landing onto Noteless Gaming. They're trying to go in for the kill. Will pick that up with Air, getting the first blood onto Farsa.
Yeah, Air has like, at this moment in time, based on the little sample size, and here we go again, another pickoff and happening in the mid lane. It's an Air and S tag team that was so scary in the game number 1. I feel like Air has at least an 80% hit rate on the Abyssal Arrow, which is very insane. Finding that Farsa from afar, just barely missing Flame, but it hits a Farsa is just way too crazy.
Yeah, and like having a Selena who knows how to hit arrows is bad enough, but couple that with like when you know how to flex and go in, Esto getting a bit of return kill, Hydra picking that up, and Air will make that 2. Hydra trying to come back from this one and has racked up and even score to their name.
Yep, now Hydra will try to collapse on top of Where is XL. Where is XL doesn't have Rita Shadow to kill the Ranger. Just 1 pixel of help will be able to burst out a very greedy Hayabusa. Tries to jump on top of people without, like, you know, without trying to jump on top of people without Shadow Kill is a little bit of a crazy greedy play coming up from Where is XL.
Yeah, I think this is them trying to snowball the momentum from the first game, but Hydra is just saying nope, not having any of that. Although now Flame is in a bit of a pickle, doesn't manage to get out. Air will be the one picking up his 2nd kill of the game, and that makes them still even, and in terms of goal also pretty much negligible at this point. I like how Hydra is finally punishing Bounty Hunter for coming at them.
Yeah, and Flame was trying to deny or try to, be a nuisance against FMM Needs Party, trying to take away his purple buff. You can see Flame actually scouts out and Bounty Hunter's going for the turtle. Hydra probably will force to give that away. Air sending, arrows after arrows against our small little spicy hamster who's actually super low in health. But here we go again, a nice engage.
Onto Flame, and he's going to be the one to fall. Tried to contest the turtle, but it's not enough. And now Tempest the Blade laid down onto Fate, falling extremely low. One more hit will do the trick, but the tick is not enough. Instead, it will be Air who picks up the last hit onto Fate, making him the casualty again in this fight.
Yeah, Hydra picked a very bad fight right there, right? And Bounty Hunter, they took the turtle, feeling very comfortable, confident for God knows where. Just muster up all that confidence and go in for the engage and hand shook that team fight from Hydra. If I were Bounty Hunter, I'd be like, you know what? I take the turtle, I back off. We got what we wanted and just move on, right? But no, Bounty Hunter show how it's done. Picking up the turtle, picking up Fate as well from Hydra is so good. But here we go again, another arrow lands.
Ranger is the one to fall in this fight, picked up by Where is XL, and now Flame in a bit of pickle. I think that was an ejector, was it onto Air, but it's not enough to escape. Silence, and just look at the CC for days onto Flame. Hurricane Dance couldn't get out at all, pinned to the wall, will be the one to fall once again. And that's a difficulty. I mean, we saw Flame, the draw hit pick was pretty early. I think it was the third pick. And then you have a lot of others coming onto Bounty Hunter. And now as the draw hit, you want that pressure and the ejector. But who are you going to look for?
Definitely try to look for that link. It used Unstoppable Force on top of FMM is there to try to delay that combo, especially when you come out from the Steel Tempest of Blades. But FMM finds Noteless as gaming all the way in the mid lane. There's no way safe for Hydra because Air could just send the arrow all the way like that. 1v3 right now is Air. Unstoppable Force will go down as coming in, but FMM joins there, secures Air from that fight. Not even Fate will be able to stop the momentum coming up from Bounty Hunter.
Insane, and that's a high mobility once again from Bounty Hunter. You thought Air was alone going 1v3, but he knew that the rest of his members were on the way down. It was going to be a 3v3, and they picked off Hydra in that fight. And now Shadow Kill used onto Ranger, aggressing under the turret a little bit too far. It will be Flame who picks up that one and takes care of him.
Yeah, that Hayabusa was playing out of his mind. He's trying to be aggressive as much as possible, but I'm looking at Air. Air is the one that takes up the stars. There's a lot of things that Air has set up for Bounty Hunter, and it's just crazy in order to land the Abyssal Arrow again and again and again. And Hydra kind of knows it, and Hydra is like, okay, I'm just gonna play a little bit safer, but taking a step back, taking a look at the general picture right now, it is top side from the side of Hydra is falling, but oh, Link coming in.
Tempest of Blades being laid down and onto Flame. Once again, he has to try to get out of this fight. Abyssal Arrow doesn't connect this time, otherwise it would have been one man down. But it looks like Bounty Hunter will be able to push them out for the moment. On the bottom side, Spicy falling dangerously low. Last Insanity will be enough to finish him off. And one more in the middle lane here. Bounty Hunter makes that 2.
Yeah, now you can see how Bounty Hunter is creeping on top of Hydra's side of the jungle. The arrow was sent once again, flame shot for good measure. Whereas XL tries to jump on top, but the smart missiles will be able to follow him all the way to safety. Finds him and takes him down. Bounty Hunter is just dominating in terms of the Hydra's side of the jungle, not allowing Fate to farm anymore. Mind you, Hydra needs more of that farm. Oh, that arrow just barely misses as Bounty Hunter takes down the mid lane for now.
Yeah, that distraction, I think, by FMM, just Tempest of Blade, he was just hovering there for like, I don't know, a good 3 seconds under the turret. Of course, we'll be able to get out safely because of the mobility. And at this point, Bounty Hunter, I mean, 15-6, but really, most of their deaths have just been them pushing way too far and being over-aggressive, and I think they know it because now they're just pushing as much as they can, and Hydra, it's like something's about the tip, and they're kind of at that tipping point now where they can't fight back.
Yeah, and well, Bounty Hunter will be able to secure that turtle once again. You talk about the tipping point. I don't think Hydra will be able to tip anything right now because Bounty Hunter is all over Hydra's side of the map. But these two members probably overextend just a little bit like what you said. But it is going to be Az coming in.
The Hurricane dance again, pinning them to the wall. Noteless Gaming somehow manages to make it out alive for the time being, but Xian doesn't have his Viraga armor. Oh, he does now. Does have to be a bit careful though. They did get that kill. Once again, Bounty Hunter has the advantage, and all this time, whereas XL just taking the turret on the top side.
Yeah, and mid lane definitely will fall very soon. The side lanes are super cleared up, but Hydra does have a Farsa in the back, albeit still not the best Farsa in terms of the kill score and stuff. But here we go, another engage.
Yep, and once again, Tempest of Blades, and now the Feathered Airstrike is used to try to fend them off as much as possible, but it's not enough as two people are down on the side of Hydra now, but they're trying to get the comeback. There are 3 for 3 across. Now this is Fate on the Yi Sun-shin, the marksman that they needed, fighting back and getting the kills.
Yep, Hydra lost 3, Bounty Hunter lost 3 as well, but at the very least, Bounty Hunter takes the mid lane tier turret. Second tier turret. It's not the best, but it manages to push Hydra all the way back into the base. Now, this is going to be a lot easier for Hydra to defend, right? Since the gap between these 3 turrets not too far apart. The far side will be able to drop the Feather Airstrike maybe in the middle of these 2 turrets to kind of wave clear from these 2 creep wave just in case if they need it. And I feel like because of Hydra's draft with Fate on the YSS should have enough range and clear to clear off the minions as quickly as possible as they hope to try to get something in the late game.
Yeah, I think if you couple that with the Feathered Airstrike from Noteless, they're going to be able to fend this off for a little bit longer than the previous game, which is great. And it's kind of that insurance where you give Rangers some time to farm up as well. But right now, Tempest of Blades is going to be laid down. Didn't pick up Flame, but they are coming onto Spicy Hamster is going to be the first one whose life is claimed. And Bounty Hunter, the pressing on to the middle lane here, trying to get something more out of that fight, aggressing into the depths of the turret, but deciding the better of it this time.
Oh, Noteless Gaming, he's holding on to the Feather Airstrike for no reason at all. I think it's waiting for the next game because I think Hydra desperately needs that Feather Airstrike, and now he's gonna fall without even actually using that crazy power spike as the members of Hydra will collapse on top of CN. But Bounty Hunter, they secure the mid lane tier turret. Bounty Hunter took down the Lord as well. It's gonna be a lot of problem coming into Hydra's face.
Yep, and Fate is also down at this point. That's a huge problem. They have the Lord, but I don't know if they even need it at this point with so many people down. The base is completely cracked open. Actually, no, scratch that. There is still a bottom inhibitor, which Bounty Hunter might look to turn their sight soon. The Lord will be coming up as well to help them with that push.
Yeah, you know, May, you said about like it's pretty open. I would say it's pretty open. You have a bottom lane tier turret. You also got a Lord. Only got a bottom lane tier turret to defend, but Hydra's got a Lord marching down an open lane. So I think Bounty Hunter could try to sync up the waves as quickly as possible. You can see Bounty Hunter sending Warriors XL all the way up top. The mid lane is where the Lord will be marching down, and here we go.
Tempest of Blades already down. Here is the Feathered Airstrike for the defense, but I don't know if it's enough at this point. They do get a double kill onto Bounty Hunter, but here comes Where's XL with the kills. They've managed to take the defenses for this time. The core is dangerously low though, and CN trying to get in with the last Insanity, but lost his Viraga armor and quickly goes down as well. That's 4 people down on the side of Bounty Hunter. Air somehow manages to make it out and make a quick break for it, but that's a lost push on the side of Bounty Hunter. Definitely not the end for them.
Yeah, that defense was great coming out from Hydra, but I think they've got to be careful. The super minions are marching in from the top side. That's actually looking dangerous. That core is looking dangerously low, right? Even the minions will be able to make quick work of it. And Air was able to survive because it's staying all the way back, just tossing the arrows again, over and over and over again. And I think that defense come into play because of Noteless Gaming's Noteless Gaming's feather airstrike, right? You
Yep.
create that big zone, and then you just like combo it alongside with Spicy Hamster's hook is gonna allow Hydra to defend. But Bounty Hunter though, they are currently on the momentum there. 3k gold lead as well, and the Lord would just march down, just manages to bash on that core. They take one turret at the bottom side, which helps Bounty Hunter, but it's either Bounty Hunter right now. I don't think they're crazy enough to try for another GG push without the Lord. They could just delay and make sure that Hydra doesn't step out of their base to try to farm, try to breathe their jungle for now, as Flame tosses Spicy Hamster all the way back into safety. It's like, no crazy action, but here we go. Once again, Air lands the Absol Arrow.
Oh dear, and here comes the Tempest of Blades. Flame immediately obliterated from the map. Feathered airstrike used a little bit too early, I think. Not enough to fend them, as now Bounty Hunter is coming into the base with the creeps. They do get one kill off onto Where's XL, and the rest are falling low. Air with one sliver of health left, trying to get away. It will be Ass who falls first though, and now Fate is trying to get as much as he can. There are two people, just a little bit of health, and the Mountain Shocker just doesn't hit the mark. They managed to get away. Once again, Hydra, they have the defenses for this with the feathered airstrike. That's made all the difference for them.
Oh, FMM, I think, oh, okay, he managed to get on the way for the team, but Fate will send an arrow right in the middle of the eye, taking him down from the wall. But I mean, Bounty Hunter at this rate, they're just tossing bodies and trying to end this game as quickly as possible. I mean, you'll get tilted because Hydra's core was like a quarter HP away, and now with Bounty Hunter 24 seconds on that clock, the Lord spawning in 7 seconds, Hydra can seek to take this Lord, but provided Fate actually stays alive, but Xian is already there.
The body block with the Abyssal Arrow though buys him a little bit of time, but Xian with the last Insanity manages to get him, and now he is on to Ranger. It's just a fight off between the two, but Xian has Immortality. On the top side, they get more kills so far, 2 for 2 across both, and Ranger, of course, is going to be on the losing end of that. There are 3 people down at this point. Whereas XL once again diving deep with the Ouija Shadow kill, trying to get some kills. Feathered Airstrike, is it enough damage? Will be enough to take S down. And at this point, the minions are coming in. They're trying their hand at the core again, chunking it down quickly, and Xian manages to make work of it. It is game 2, ladies and gentlemen, to Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, Bounty Hunter. At the very end, you can see that they're like, come on, let's just end this game. I won't have breakfast or something like that. They're just literally tossing people over and over and over again into that core, trying to take it down. You can see where his XL is just super aggressive, trying to kill people right underneath. In the core as well, you can see S also just diving like a madman. But there's method to his madness, right? Like, what S is trying to do is to dive on top of Nautilus, try to use the Hurricane Dance to deny Nautilus from actually using the Feather Airstrike, because the Feather Airstrike was proven very, very annoying, especially if the side of Bounty Hunters tries to siege up. But Fate, at least he's picking up the YSS, was able to dish out like 47% damage against the members of Bounty Hunters all across the board. So Fate is that, you know, marksman assassin that they kind of need, but unfortunately it's just one person doing a lot of damage. If you want to ask whether there's Pew for the YSS, I don't think there is, because Flame is too busy probably trying to protect the Farsa. Spicy Hamster was not that critical Ruby that we're looking for, right? It just gets melted from all the damage. There's way too many CC coming up from the side of Bounty Hunter, especially from the Hurricane Dance, and of course Air should be banned, perma-banned from Selena. Like, I hope Muntan actually goes into Air's account and just deletes Selena from his or her phone. Yeah, he's just crazy on the Selena, setting it up for his whole team for Bounty Hunter, allowing the Link to just farm in his own jungle, and then, you know, coming out at the critical point once he collects all his items.
Yeah, I think that was it's difficult, right? I mean, they tried to ban out the Batilda, that they chose one over the other, but in the end, it was air landing all those abyssal arrows that they couldn't avoid. And of course,
right.
it will be game 2 to Bounty Hunter. So props to Hydra for trying to take that one, but congratulations to Bounty Hunter for winning that set. And I believe right now, Jace, after the intense games, we'll go for a little stretch break here and let our viewers as well take a little breather, and we'll be right back with you.
Can we start again? Go back to the night I saw you drinking with your friends. Strangers took tables apart. I never told you this. I think you might have been the one. Can we start again? 'Cause I need you. I need a redo. I need you. I need a redo.
I don't know what I must have been smoking. I haven't got a clue. But there you were before my eyes, like a goddess, and I asked if you could be mine. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. Keep on shining like you do. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. You're a diamond, I am blood stone. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, they don't tell lies. My eyes, I'm gazing amazed, and my heart just skipped the beat. 'Cause there you are, you're looking right back at me, and I think I'm gonna die. Oh my God. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. Keep on shining like you do. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. You're a diamond, I am blood stone. Oh my God. So beautiful.
this chemistry. One look at you and my heart explodes. Just let me be the one you keep. I'll be right here through the hot and cold. But I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no. Hey, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be sure. No. 1, 2, 3, oh I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be sure. No. 1, 2, 3, oh I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. Just come over. Won't you come closer? Yeah, just come over. Hey. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be sure. No. 1, 2, 3, oh I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be sure. No. 1, 2, 3, oh I want you near. Another night on my own in a lonely city. Thought I'd cry when you left, but it hasn't hit me. No, I know that you'll be with her, but it doesn't even hurt. 'Cause I like it better when my bed's empty. Ooh, I'm not even thinking about you. Got too many fun things I can do. I don't need your help, 'cause I know how to treat myself. I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better, nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself, yeah. Light some candles and pop the champagne, 'cause I'm worth it. Oh, gonna make me feel good, 'cause I know I deserve it. I'ma wear that dress you like, only for myself tonight. Hope you had a good look the last time. Hey, ooh, got so many fun
新加坡客属会馆共有24间属团，茶阳大埔会馆是客属会馆之一，成立于1858年。当大埔会馆在联络乡情、共谋福利信念下，有许多与众不同的建树。1890年创设回春馆，是第一间宗乡会馆设立的一社。1906年创办启发学堂，从幼稚园到成人的学习照顾不遗余力，颁发敬老度岁金、奖助学金，举办国庆、会庆、春节团拜、春祭、端午节、重阳节、中秋节等，照顾会员福利，举办慈善与教育捐款。今天当初的发起人有萧显武、钟增康、曹顺兴、张族昌、王三云等，历经代代新人，数次的迁址。1988年购得牙龙22巷29号作为会所，并筹得280万新元，在2002年7月完成8层楼高的茶阳大厦，恭请时任副总理的李显龙乡贤主持大厦开幕礼。众所周知，客家人对于文物的重视，这里是会馆的精神堡垒。我们建这个文物馆，不是用来收集古董，让老一辈怀旧，而是要让年轻人了解历史文化传统，并将优良传统传承下去。文物馆欢迎所有会员、学校、公众参观。最值得一提的是，文物馆内特别设立李光耀资政专柜。李光耀祖籍广东大埔，是茶阳大埔会馆的永久荣誉顾问。会馆的李资政专柜收藏以及展出有关他的资料，亲笔签名的中英文版个人回忆录，他参与茶阳大埔会馆会庆等活动的10多张老照片，李资政家族族谱的影印本等。专栏也用20多张珍贵图片，从家庭、政治、社会现况等方面反映李资政的工作和生活，让人们看到他不但是一位优秀的政治人物，也是位非常具有亲和力的长者。茶阳大埔会馆现任荣誉顾问是我们新加坡总理李显龙先生。文物馆内还展出李资政的祖居，也就是其曾祖父李慕文在1884年所建造的中汉地模型。除中汉地外，还有曾任清政府驻新加坡总领事张弼士的故居光禄地，和已被列为古迹保存的客家围楼、泰安楼与花萼楼。 文物馆通过图片、模型和实物，介绍客家人的传统行业、使用的工具、生活用品、传统食品。这还有客家人5次迁徙图表，反映现今大埔县21镇的风光图片等。客家文化研究室内收藏的书刊已近1000本。客家文化丰富多彩，最具有视觉和听觉震撼的，当然是客家山歌和客家菜。为了发扬客家传统山歌，茶阳大埔会馆付出许多心力。客家美食是指东江客家菜，它与潮菜、粤菜并称为广东3大菜系。传统的客家招牌菜是客家盐熏鸡、客家酿豆腐和红烧肉。与潮菜比较，客家菜的口感偏重肥、咸、熟，而这又与客家人以往的生活水平和习惯有关。从客家美食，你可以感受到客家人善用食物资源，就地取材，勤俭节约的持家精神。客家人，一个在世界被称为华人世界的犹太人族群。无论从文物的精神传承、建筑的历史意义、食物的内在美学，都在茶阳大埔会馆得到最完美的落脚、最用心的发挥。欢迎你来到茶阳大埔会馆。
Welcome back, everyone, to the Chayong Esports Festival 2021. My name is Scrubby Cheeks, and with me today is Jace. So we've just come out from a break from a very intense set of 2, and we're gonna have up next with us Serial Killers and TZ Zegna 2.
Yep, of course. In game, the first match it was Hydra going up against Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunter feels like they know what they're doing in terms of how they rotate. They know the power spikes, especially like, you see in game 1, you see that Thamus going up against the Esmeralda. Spoilers alert, Thamus won. Because of the vengeance. I think that battle spell was way too OP, especially in hands of Thamus. But moving on is going to be, like what Scrubby Chick said. It's Serial Killers going up Zegna. Don't really have much information about these 2 teams because this is a community tournament, and I feel like that's the beauty about community tournament, right? It's like chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get. It could be a bitter one, it could be a sweet one, it could be a salty one, it could be also an alcoholic one. I don't know. It's like a box of chocolates, right?
Yeah, I don't know what references they are in terms of Mobile Legends, but I get the drift there. And it's true, you can see them coming, any kinds of heroes, any kinds of play styles and the way they work together. So it all comes together in a very interesting way. I agree. So I'm really looking forward to the next matchup
Your
here.
team is
And I
banning.
think the draft is here for us now. They're ready up on screen, and we're seeing a Layla.
Layla ban, let's go, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you know that's gonna be a banger, because you would not go and ban a Layla in a tournament unless you are extremely confident in yourself. So TZ Zegna, I'm looking at you right now, but on the other side, Serial Killer banning away that Hayabusa, and also looking at the game attacks. The clan tags. It feels like they've also played together. Mathilda will be banned away by Zegna too.
Yeah, I think there's your box of chocolates, your interesting box of chocolates with the Layla band. And they're going to pair that with a Matilda band as well, taking out the X-Borg and Hayabusa on the side of Serial Killer. So we're seeing quite the same kind of meta bands across, but that means that they've let the Paquito through, and TZ Zegna will pick that up as a first pick.
Yeah, Layla's not meta, just a bit of a disclaimer right there.
Oh, you're right, I left that one out.
Yeah, I mean, just a disclaimer right there. And speaking about non-meta picks, we're seeing a Cyclops being picked up by Serial Killers. Now, Cyclops being picked up in terms of popularity because of the skin. I mean, not only just for the skin, but of course for the explosive burst damage, one click point CC that will actually halt the Paquito in its tracks. Paquito relies on, stacking up the combos, but after we rework, Paquito is a little bit easier to play. But looking at serial killers picking up the Estes, that kind of hints for something that I think that's very hyper carry. I'm expecting like a Harith or even like an Aldous, in fact, because in MSC people were playing Estes into these kind of late game scaling heroes. However, only back to Zegna's side. Ooh, we're picking up a Ling as well as a Loi. Loi is just crazy with his dispersion and damage, right? Yeah, and it counters the Estes as well in a sense, because if you're playing an Estes, you're looking for this 5-man clump up together, but if you go out against a Luo, you're forced to split all the way up, and you don't enjoy that healing that Estes provides.
Yeah, that's true. So they kind of have to stick together and make it work if they really want to be able to leverage off that heal. But in the meantime, looks like they've gone ahead to add Hanabi to their lineup as well. Haven't really seen, I know some people do like to play the Hanabi, but I personally haven't seen that much in games.
Alright, the reason why Hanabi is not preferred in tournament meta is because it takes way too long to scale as compared to other marksmans, and it's free food, especially in the early game. You don't really have the mobility. You do have one big, giant, massive ultimate, but that's just it. After that, there are a lot of other better heroes to combat that Hanabi. But late game Hanabi is always very scary. But speaking about late game, Sun will be picked up by the side of serial killers as well. I think that should be going into the gold lane or XP lane. That shouldn't be holding on to a retribution. However, serial killers banning away the Popo and Koopa, and Zegna banning away the Hellcat. Non-meta bans once again.
Yeah, but I think that plays well into their strategy, right? I mean, you mentioned Hanabi taking a long time to scale, so taking out really early game aggression heroes like the Popo and Koopa to give themselves that kind of space to farm up a bit into the later game. Looks like it will be the Tigreal on the side of TZ Zegna. They did pick up a Sun, also on the side of serial killers, and that was the last hero as well.
Alpha.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not really into Sun, especially with the Retribute jungler. It seems like it's gonna go in with the Retribution. Not really a big fan of Sun jungler because I feel like a Sun is a better lane bully is better put in the lane to bully the enemy laner as compared to trying to gank. Yes, you do have a lot of gap closer after a mini rework that you're giving up to him, but that's just it, right? And you're also going to take down the objectives faster, so maybe that's what Serial Killer was banking on. But here we go, game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, because I don't know what to feel about, especially the draft from the side of Serial Killers is a little bit all over the place. But at least Zegna, you do have decent front line. You also have got pickoffs. You also got everything you need in one little basket that Zegna brought into game number 1.
Yeah, but it's quite well-rounded, right? I mean, lane jungle, and then you have the flank coming in from Hiroki as the Cho. So we'll see how that plays out. I feel almost as if Serial Killers is out to be annoying, especially with like the Sun and the Alpha, just hurling additional shots and then distracting them. So I'm not sure, what the play is here quite.
Yeah, but a bit of aggression coming out from Abyssal. Just a flicker will be able to bust him down. Level 2 Loi is online. You cannot basically fight against a Loi, especially once you hit level 2, use the duality. It does a lot of damage. But I like what I'm seeing right here, right? Serial Killer sending the Estes all the way up to the top side to protect Girl of Steel with the Hanabi. And I feel like Zegna might be doing the same, sending the Tigger all the way up to the top side.
Yep, and I think they recognize that, so it's like they're paying enough respect to it for now not being too over aggressive or heading way out. And right now it's going to be 3 people on the top side here. Yellow Cries with a huge chunk of damage and will be enough to close out that life. He will go down, and on the bottom side here looking to respond is Serial Killers, but Evil is the one who will fall in this fight. They want a return kill here onto Kai, will not get it for now, and it will be 2 people down for Serial Killers. So it looks like Zegna is playing extremely well here, and they're creating space for the turtle that's going to be up in 2 seconds.
Yeah, Zegna responded very well at the bottom side because they've got Kai that could just jump around like a Ling, because Ling does that. Tempest of Blade was so helpful in that bottom side engage that allows Zegna to get out of scratch without a scratch. And speaking about responses, Zegna did pretty well. They did not lose any member, and speaking of which, the total is up. Serial Killer is trying to step in, but Zegna is just blocking as much as possible, while Ling tries to secure the purple buff for himself, because he's gonna need it if they're gonna fight at the total. But seems like here's another engage coming up.
Yeah, Way of Dragon use onto Nugget, and he will immediately fall and top that with another kill onto Yellow Cries. I think it was Kai who was the one who picked that up. So a lot more pressure coming from Zegna, and they're also, I believe, getting the turtle at this point. So they're just making the gap a little bigger. It's already standing at 2k gold at this point.
Yeah, Sun has no way close to the turtle. Serial Killer is gonna give that up. Kai took the Bulbasaur, and then after that rotates to the turtle because they know Miracle is already there, starting the turtle. Serial Killer, no response at all. Gonna give that turtle over to Zegna because they're probably looking into the late game. Because I think Zegna would not be able to scale as well into the late game as compared to Serial Killers. Serial Killers got a Hanabi, they've got a Cyclops that could burst like crazy, and technically a Sun does do that. And speaking of which,
yep, the Sun using the close to distract, and I think Ludociel, not sure which one he's gonna hit, but he's the one being hit at and will be the one to be taken care of. But Hiroki gets a return kill onto Evil and Nugget as well. That's 2 Tempest of Blades being used to get Kai away to safety. It's still an advantage at this point to TZ Zegna.
Yep, and while all that's happening, TZ Zegna is just cutting the waves at the bottom side. So speaking of like map control, Zegna does have it in the back right now because of that link, right? Could appear on the top side, could appear on the bottom side, could appear anywhere, and it's up to Serial Killers to respond. But Zegna coming in.
Yep, I think it was an ult popped onto Ping Chi Ling, but it might have been his clone. They do get him in the end. Ludociel escaping somehow with just a sliver of health left, manages to make that out alive, and it will be just a 1-for-0 trade in favor of Zegna. Serial Killer somehow needs to find their space here, but once again, Yellow falling in the mid lane. It's yet another kill to Zegna, making that 10-1 at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's so hard for Serial Killers to fight against TZ Zegna because they lost the map dominance, and you have also Yellow Cries as well as Nugget constantly getting picked off by the Link. So Serial Killers try to clump up together, you can see that, but they see a Loi on the enemy side. They're like, okay, you know what, it's not a good idea to clump up. But speaking of which, Loi teleports all the way in.
Yep, here comes the diversion. There's already 3 people, but I think they just needed 2 to close out that kill onto Evil. In the meantime, the top side, some waiting out. I think Ludociel trying to aggress onto the top tier turret here, but this is like the draft, right? We talked about, not sure exactly what Serial Killer's strategy is coming into this game, and it seems to be playing out exactly like that.
Yep, as you can see, Sun should be able to heal very well against Ludociel. Ludociel relies on rotation and combos, but in between that rotation combos, he's very, very vulnerable. But here we go. Ulti will be tossed by Hanabi as well. I don't know why Serial Killers like focusing on Ludociel. This is exactly what Zegna wants. You focus on this, side lanes, you open up the map. Zegna will open up the map as much as they want, but here we go again.
Now there is space for Zegna to come in, and the Tempest of Blades is being used. They recognize the healing coming in though, trying to back out, and it's not enough as Hiroki will be the first to fall in this fight. Ludociel does get one onto Ping's healing to even it up a little bit, but still, Serial Killers kinda just had a little bit of advantage. I think that healing worked out for them in that round.
Yeah, healing worked out very well. I think that's what kept the Serial Killers alive in that particular team fight. But Alpha coming in for the flank. No, I think this is a little bit aggressive coming out from Serial Killers. TZ Zegna can go for the tunnel right now, and especially when Serial Killer is like all over the map, not too sure what to do, running around like headless chickens. And of course, it's Zegna that's running them all over that place. I'm not seeing a lot of, not say aggression, but counterplay for that Link, because Link can be very predictable, especially where he's gonna pop. But here we go again. Fights happening on both sides of the map.
Already 2 down on the side of Serial Killers. It looks like a bad fight though for Zegna, as Ludocil is the first to go, but turning it around with Miracle onto 2 people, pulling them in, and it looks like they will pick up the last hit. Yellow now the last man standing. Where is he to go? Will fall to Hiroki as well. That's a wipeout on the side of Serial Killers.
Yeah, I don't think it's a very good fight coming out from Serial Killers. Zegna actually picked a very good fight, right? You have a Loi, you fight in a choke point. That's exactly where a Loi will shine, and then just brings him away right in front of Nyaget to somewhere else and just set it up once again for the orange buffer. So it's just so hilarious how Zegna is actually playing this around. And speaking about flying, Kai tries to catch Nyaget but will not be able to find. Evo coming in for the flank, but I think it's a little bit all over the place coming out from Zegna.
Yeah, Miracle is in the middle. Everyone is 1v4 trying to pull them in at this point. Abyssal doesn't get out alive, and neither does Miracle. I think they were just a little too deep into the towers at this point. 2 kills for nothing, and Kai is in a pickle, but with his mobility, I think he'll be able to get out without a scrap.
Yeah, I mean, that's a Link, and Ludocil is a Paquito, should be able to get out. He has full stacks of combo. We shall see how he actually execute that combo very well. There's a lot of CC that Serial Killers packed in his kit, but I fear that is not enough. Zegna almost picked up like 3 members from the side of Serial Killers once again.
And that was, I think, a 3v3, so once they have an even fight, that's the only point in time that Serial Killers had a chance, and even then they didn't win it. The only time they got the kill earlier was when they were numbers up over Zegna, and it doesn't feel like that's great because their composition is rounded for that fight, and now Nyaget will be once again falling. It's his 6th kill in this game. 6th death, in this game.
Yeah, I feel like if Zegna manages to push Serial Killers all the way in towards the turret, the question goes in whether Zegna will be able to burst Serial Killers apart, because you've got a Paquito, you got a troll that's so close range, right? And you also got a Tigreal that loves to dive. The only long range answer you have is in Abyssal with the Lure E, and that's it. But Serial Killers, they're probably gonna wait until the late game where they're just trying to defend sieges after sieges, and that's where they will shine with the Loi, the Sun, with the Cyclops as well. Yeah, they only just have to be careful about Abyssal's dispersion and rotation.
Yeah, hopefully they manage to get themselves into the late game in order to do that, because right now Zegna has already taken the Lord 10 minutes into the game, giving the chance for Zegna to take this fight, but it looks like Serial Killers will be the ones to advance, and in the middle of everyone is Kai. He has used Tempest of Blade to try to put out the damage. Will be enough to take 3 people off at this point. Does get shut down. Hiroki, they take 2 off onto the side of Zegna, but it's still a 2-4 between the 2 teams. Kai still going on to Girl of Steel, even though he's falling extremely low. Abyssal trying to chase, but isn't in the pink of health himself. That burst damage though is enough to take him down. Somehow manages to make it out alive, and it's a wipeout once more for Serial Killer.
Man, that was absolutely nothing coming up from Abyssal. It was like map hack, but of course they did not map hack. But it's like map hack, right? It feels like Abyssal's spider sense got tingling, and then it just like throw a dispersion all the way into a Hanabi that's hiding, trying to back off. But you got to see how Zegna is starting to find a bit of difficulty going up against Serial Killers, especially when they start to gank up, because you got big ultimates that slows Ludocil and Dream Hiroki that is very mobile relies on their mobility in the battlefield, and then Girl of Steel could just, as long as they keep Girl of Steel alive, you make sure you will do a lot of damage. Miracle should not get that money shot of the implosion on top of anyone, and of course don't forget Abyssal. Just one rotation will deny them from the team fight. Just back off if you see a Loi that's just exploding in damage.
Yeah, although at this point it is tough for Girl of Steel trying to get out, but nowhere to go except back to the base. Will be shut down though, Abyssal, and now they get another kill off onto Nyaga. It's 3 people who are sent onto death timers for serial killers. They do have a bit of space to push up into their base now, and turrets, they have 5 against 1 at this point in terms of the map control. And say, like you mentioned, even if Miracle doesn't hit that huge, implosion, they still have the lockdowns in terms of Ludosil and Hiroki in order to get that CC. So it's tough for serial killers at this point.
Yeah, and I feel like serial killer also has to be mindful on how they fight, because it's always pickups, right? Zegna manages to find a Girl of Steel farming at the top side, pick them up, and then Niaget, I don't know why he's there, pick them up, and then just rotates. And it just allows serial killer to enter a fight that is definitely not in the favor of them, because you've got Yellow Cries, you gotta have to protect Yellow Cries and also Girl of Steel as much as possible, but you've got Dream Hiroki that's trying to jump on top of Hero Cries as much as possible. Hanabi tosses that ultimate into the air, not hitting anyone, more like a zoning one, where Sun just split pushing out of control right now at the top side.
Yep, they do spot it out though, so Zegna making their way down to him to stop him from backing. Don't know if they will be able to make it in time. Looks like Ling will be doing some damage and slowly chunking him down. The rest are here for the backup. That is a dead Sun for you. And the rest of the 2 members of Zegna are still putting pressure onto serial killers in the mid lane. They're just not letting up.
Yeah, and I really like this split, right? So Zegna sent 3 members to all the way down against Sun, and don't forget Sun can be quite slippery, so you send like both the Paquito and the Cho all the way down. Ling will also be able to chase him, and you put like zone deniers like for Abyssal and Miracle in the mid lane. Make sure that serial killers knows that they could get easily pushed in, but here we go. Girl Steel managed to catch Miracle.
Already 1 for 2 at this point, but here comes Kai with the Tempest of Blades, manages to pick up and actually no, Kai is the one to fall in that fight. Too much damage, as well as the healing from Yellow Cries is enough to take him down. It will be Ludosil, 1 person alive trying to fight this, but he should probably back up at this point. There's not enough damage to come through onto Zero Killer.
Yep, and well, Abyssal goes frozen just a little bit, but the Sun will be able to pick him up. Nice pickings. I think that Loi deserves to die. It's just so annoying to deal with her, especially from the side of serial killers, right? But serial killers have the open top side and the bottom side. I think that's also an open... no, it's not an open mid, but serial killers has to defend as much as possible, but Zegna could rotate to the Lord immediately after Loi comes up, or they could just probably skip it. Serial killers in the dark right there. I don't think they know that Zegna is picking up this Lord, but serial killers gonna send Sun for that split push instead.
Yep, Zegna now has the Lord. Don't know if serial killers would have had the ability to stop that even if they knew it. Right now on the bottom, they're trying to stop the split push, so Sun actually not managing to get much out of that other than pushing up the lanes a little bit. Zegna though are aware of that. It's time for them to start pushing up the waves and making their push into the base being ceiling, getting caught out in a bad position. Immortality pop, but it's not enough as the rest of Zegna are surrounding him and they are going to start making their way up.
Yeah, 5 people ganking up on top of the Sun, and then use the teleport just for more of a scare tactic. Once again, serial killer will find himself only 4 men to defend from this push right now, and here we go.
Tempest of Blades onto the top side here, trying to catch Nyagat, will be able to do so. First of all, Evil is the next target, doesn't manage to make it back to his base. Will be 3 people down at this point, cracking that up to a triple kill, and they're going down onto the core. Another quick work of it. This game is going to Zegna as the victorious team.
Yep, Zegna just overwhelms them with lots of damage, right? Paquito does a lot of burst damage. There's not a lot of lockdown. No, actually there is lockdown, but it doesn't show because you don't see, the side of serial killer like ganking up all together. Sun is always doing his own thing, running around the map, doesn't really play with the team. You saw Evil coming in always at the last moment as a flank, and I think it just all crumbles. But if you take a look from the side of TZ Zegna, they have a game plan, right? You have three of these very high mobility members just rotating around the map out of control. You have these two mage and tank tag team protecting Abyssal as much as possible. And there's no answer to the Loi. There's no one to dive on top of the Loi, hiding in the back line. Whereas on the other side, you have, you have very immobile backline like the Estes, like the Hanabi, as well as the Cyclops that's constantly under threat of that Cho, Paquito, and Ling.
Yeah, and you can see that, right? Lori with the highest damage. Hanabi, yes, still had the highest damage, but when we talked about game plan, we couldn't quite figure out what the game plan was for serial killers. Yes, they had the healing from Estes as kind of like a backup plan, but then where was the front line and the rest
That's
of
right.
the damage going to come from? I just feel like that part was not enough for serial killers to be able to take this one through.
Yeah, and I feel like someone has pointed out, like one of the casters, one of our friends actually pointed out, it's like if you want to draft an Estes, you do need someone that's super tanky, right? Someone who is able to heal, to like pick up all that heal that you're giving, not someone who's gonna get busted down immediately. So if you want to go for the Estes, you gotta commit like even a Tigreal would be very good, even a Kufra with the bouncing ball that would extremely help them out in a draft against TC Zegna. And in fact, Phoveus was also banned away, if I'm not mistaken. Was it?
Yeah,
Can't remember.
it was banned out.
Phoveus, man, if serial killer have their hands on that Phoveus, build that Phoveus as a tank. I know, unpopular opinion right here, but you can build him as a tank, and he's just gonna bash on top every single one. Just take a look. All three of them dashes quite well. Even the tank dashes as well. So the Phoveus will get all the shields, all that healing, and Estes will be laughing in stonks. But game plan wise, serial killer doesn't really have it. TZ Zegna does have a game plan, even though you see how they responded to Sun trying to split push. Serial killer, I think it was towards the late game, they've got no choice but to fall into that split push dilemma. So unfortunately for serial killer for now.
Yeah, so definitely looking for them to adjust their draft a little bit coming into the next game, but hoping to see kind of that really crystal clear plan that they have, right? With the Sun,
That's right.
it just felt like it was maybe an experimental kind of draft. I'm not too sure. You have like the Hanabi, they kind of do well on their own, but when you put them together, then it's not like a clear team fight and strategy that they have going on.
I think they wanted to team fight, but they lack a hard tank. They lack a front line. They don't really have someone to soak out all the damage. But even if they do have a front line, they are under threat of that Ling, the Paquito, even that Cho, right? Just going in, splitting people up, and Paquito is a bit strong in this meta. You can see he's constantly banned, especially in the higher elos, just because of, especially right now after the rework, right? It makes him easier to play with. You don't really need to land the skills. You can just charge it up as you dash around the map, and you get full stacks, and you just do a burst damage if you land two of the ultimates. But I feel like that Paquito was doing very well at the top side, right? Just shutting down the offliners, and then also you have a winning bottom lane, and I think that's it. It's just free real estates over the side of Zegna. So expecting we should be expecting a tank coming out of serial killers. Hopefully they do. The Cyclops pick was a little bit iffy as well. Not my favorite, but yeah, that's what I feel.
It's always the skin that counts. Doesn't matter what hero you want to play. It's just, let's be real. The most important thing is the skin.
Yeah, I think if speaking about skin, right, Hanabi just has one of my favorite skins. Right? I think it's the Pink Blossom. I can't remember the exact name of that skin, but it looks so cool. I think it's Spec Ops, some pink Spec Ops kind of theme kind of skin. I was actually kind of like anticipating for that. Like, you want to show off a Hanabi on the stream, hey, you gotta bring that skin along, but of course no flame. I mean, Hanabi works quite well, especially in late game. You see serial killer was dealing good amount of damage against it, but there's no one protecting that Hanabi. That Hanabi is gonna melt like crazy. And you saw how like that Link tries to go against the Hanabi, and it just literally gets melted out very quickly. TZ Zegna, other than the Tigreal, everyone's really squishy. So yeah, hopefully we see a tank going in to even up that score, or maybe TZ Zegna is gonna bring it a little bit different this time. We'll be bringing something more, and I'm also very happy to see a Ling Assassins, right? Like, remember I said in game number 1, don't really see a lot of like assassins in the Singapore meta, but hey, in this community tournament, we're seeing like Lings and Hayabusas.
Yeah, I think as a community tournament, it's a great platform for people to start trying things out, rather than taking
Oh.
it something serious at like a huge national stage. So this is precisely the
Oh, here we
time
go again.
for people to
Yeah.
experiment. So yeah, maybe pull in those assassin
Mhm.
compositions, we might see a little bit more. We did see in the previous game, to be fair.
Yeah, I remember there's this one community tournament that I was casting, right? I saw like this team just hard stuck using Hellcat all the time. It was hilarious. Tossing the stingers like crazy. Actually, I'm very surprised that Hellcat is not the preferred assassins right now, but I kind of get it because Hellcat will fall very drastically in
Mm,
the late game. It's basically like a Selena, right? But
right.
it's at least a Selena in the late game. You still pose a threat with your missile arrow, but
Missile
there's not a
arrows.
lot of CCs coming up from the Hellcat. The only threat you pose in the late game is, well, your split push, right? Your ability to run away very quickly, and only ultimate. That's it. But as well in the early game, if Hellcat gets shut down in the early game, that's it. That Hellcat would be very useless all throughout the game. So I'm very surprised. I kind of understand why Hellcat did not get the limelight I feel that he's supposed to get, but that's a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I personally haven't seen Hellcat coming out too much actually, and I guess for that reason. So,
Hmm.
yeah, that's great. But I don't know Hellcat because there are a lot of new heroes coming out and a lot of
Yep.
potentially greater picks that you can choose. So not
Oh.
too surprised that it doesn't make it through the draft.
Yeah, and speaking about new heroes, right? Aulus is someone I also have my eye upon. I
Yeah,
was having a chat with some of my friends, right? We're all talking about like, oh, how Aulus is so broken. But I'm like, actually, there's a bit of counterplay against Aulus. Aulus relies on levels, right? Once you put an aggressive offlaner like a Paquito to shut him down, that's
mm,
it. The Aulus, it's basically like you're trying to delay. It becomes a mini game where you have to try to delay the Aulus as long as possible. Same idea going up to the Nathan, and Nathan does
yeah.
have some form of counterplay. You just have to make sure that you have a very strong tanky front line. But yeah, so I, it's come to a point when Mobile Legends has evolved into a very balanced game. I know that's a little bit funny to say because I was playing a Beatrix and I could just one shot one person with Renner, but I mean, Beatrix, if you know how to play against her, it he's also quite squishy. So
Yeah.
it becomes this kind of game where you cannot just have one person to carry the whole team, and that's exactly what I love about Mobile Legends Bang Bang right now.
Yeah, which is great. I mean, new heroes coming out. Sometimes they seem kind of OP until you kind of learn how to
Yep.
counter them.
Your team is
But right
banning.
now, we'll see how serial killers might look to counter Zekna in this second game here. And they're gonna opt for that Link ban. No more Layla as the first ban in this game. I think it was Zekna that pulled that ban, but this time Serial Killer is going to
Your
take that off
team
the
is
lane, and
banning.
Zekna opting for the Estus. The healing was a bit of a pain, not shutting them down, but still it made the fights that much more difficult.
Yeah, it does. Like it elongates the fight, which based on Zegna's playstyle, it's like they're trying to win the fight as quickly as possible. So a very
Your
good
team
way
is
of
banning.
denying it. And I love how serial killer is reacting to Zegna, just banning every single thing that he's and Zegna was picking. Heck, if we have 5 bans, I'm expecting serial killers to ban Zegna's game 1 match draft, but he and also teaser Zegna responding with a Hanabi ban. I feel like it's also not say a respect, but more like a mind games to break serial killers. You're not giving like a girl of steel that Hanabi anymore, so a girl of steel is forced to play something else that is not comfortable with. But here we go.
Yeah,
First
I mean,
pick,
honestly, I wouldn't have
Alucard.
expected serial killers to go again into the Hanabi, so maybe TZ Zegna was just opening up different options for the game. But with these bans, it means that there's a lot left of the table, including the Paquito, which Ludosil is once again hovering over, and a lot of other meta bans that they're leaving out as well.
Yeah, I think it's very realistic for TZ Zegna, right? Serial killers had the first pick, they instead first pick an Alucard, which is not
Yeah.
like the top priority picks. They could have grabbed the export, they could have grabbed Paquito, but no, they went for the Alucard instead. But now TZ Zegna will pick up the Selena, and they kind of tease, and also the Paquito as well. So it's really, really easy. Zegna is getting what they want, whereas Serial Killer, I think they're changing it up just a little bit, picking up a Saber, going to the gold lane against. It's kind of good, But you know, TZ Zegna already had the game plan in mind, picking up, hovering over the Kufra, just lock that in because Saber, Alucard, even the Kagura, they relies on these dashes, right?
Yep, we'll see if they actually lock that in, but right now
Okay.
Selena
team is banning.
actually went for a Roger, so very strong marksman.
Your team is banning.
I
Nana,
don't think-
Nana is a good mage, underrated.
It's
Like
true.
it's like Eudora level underrated. Back in the good old days when people were like Eudora, nah, who uses them in tournament? But Evos is like no, she's like the easiest mage to play. But serial killers, I don't know why they're banning away the Hayabusa because they've already picked up like a solid Roger already that's going to go for the core, and they could have banned away the Kufra because TZ Zegna was teasing that Kufra earlier just now,
Yeah.
and then you know they immediately snap picked the Roger instead. So not a very good idea. But oh,
Okay, I don't know
Angela picked
what's
up.
happening with the picks and the drafts here.
okay.
Johnson picked up. I guess it's a good wombo combo, not a great pick in of itself. But gonna round the draft up with a Yi Sun Shin as well. Hovering over a god on the side of Zegna.
All right, I okay. Initially, I was about to tell you that I think I do know what they're going to go for in terms of the team composition, but when I saw the double red, the Alucard and the YSS being picked up by the side of serial killers, and I saw there was I think it was a hover on Benedetta as well. Okay, gonna snap pick that. Yeah, it feels like I'm gonna like scrap everything I know about drafting and just gonna put it in the bin for the time being and just watch this game because you do have Saber and the Johnson tag team duo to try to shut down one person. If you shut down the Roger, that is great. But the Benedetta does have a lot of iframes. Alucard though is the weird child of the family.
And it was the first pick.
It was the snap pick, yeah. So it's probably the comfort pick from the side, and sending the Alucard to the XP lane sounds like a good idea. Saber does require more gold, and will be able to use the ultimate to shut down whoever that's going to go gold lane. I think it's Dream Hierarchy, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen, hopping into game number 2. Serial Killers coming in with an interesting draft. Zegna though, I think they're just YOLOing it right now as well.
So we talked about game plans earlier, right? I mean, we were hoping to see a bit
Oh, out
of
the
a
window.
clearer game plan. Yeah,
Out of window.
this
Like,
game
give me
here,
a
but
moment.
now
Let me open up the window.
It's like they had one in the last game, and now it looks like they have none. So both of them are a little bit unclear for me at this point. So I agree with you. Just gonna sit and watch how they plan to make this work. They clearly know something that I don't here.
Yeah, I think at least Zegna does have the early game. They're trying to look to snowball that Benedetta as quickly as possible and then rotate. But is that a Johnson side lane? Yeah, that's a Johnson side lane.
Yeah.
That's a Saber in the mid lane.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Like at this point, I feel like I need to not throw out my knowledge of the game, but of Mobile Legends in general, and not just this draft.
Yeah, oh, okay, you know what? I think the Saber got countered a little bit by the Paquito. Paquito would be able to burst that Saber very quickly. Saber desperately needs to get level 4 as quickly as possible, but if you want to soak XP alongside with the Kagura, that's not a very good idea. But Serial Killer will respawn, trying to push Zegna out of their own jungle, trying to allow the YSS to farm just a little bit, but the turtle will be spawning at the bottom side. Zegna putting a lot of focus on the top side instead. And we talk about the snowball, Benedetta will pick up the first blood, and it's gonna snowball out of control right now.
Zegna going in for a little bit more. Bing Sealy being the first to fall in that skirmish. Now they're looking for a little bit more, but are pretty deep in the top side, so it looks like they will be disconnecting for now. Ludosiu though on the bottom, putting a lot of pressure, and he's 1v2. This is the power of Paquito.
Paquito, Mosquito. Yep, that's what I like to call him. Zegna, because of that 1-1 fight at the top side, is gonna push Serial Killers to reset, but they do have the turtle priority, especially when Ludosiu just 1v2ing at the bottom side, pushing the Johnson, pushing Yellow Cries all the way back into, and here we go, Kai just invading Bing Chilin there, not even giving any breather for the side of serial killers, but maybe this Johnson will be rotating this around.
Yep, Johnson, but he's alone with the rapid touchdown. There are 2 members to back him up, but it's not enough as Yellow Christ is the first to go. Doesn't manage to get anyone before he falls, and that's a 2-1 so far across the 2 teams. Abyssal Arrow lands onto Sing Ling, but there's actually managing to do enough damage to take him down. That's another kill, racking up to the score.
Yeah, we talk about the small ball. You have the Selena that's gonna snowball. There's also a Dream Hiroki that's gonna snowball, and it's something that serial killer would need to find a way to stop. Johnson should be the answer to it. The Saber is one way to like kind of deny someone from the whole team fight, but I don't know what's the role of this Alucard. Just trying to split push, I guess. But I mean, if you want to split push against a Benedetta, the Benedetta will be able to just chase up on top of you very easily. But oh, that was just a bait. Girl still just passes by with that Johnson.
Yeah, the Nyagat was there as well to back up the fight, and it's now 3 against 2 on the top side. But I guess with the Johnson, you also afford the extra mobility that you need, you know, just being able to go around and help your teammates out at any point, which was a little bit lacking in the last game. But right now, Dream Hiroki actually the one to go in this fight. They're pressing on Evil. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and I don't think they can get much else from this fight. They're just trading blows out for now.
Yeah, alongside with Miracle and Angela, right? It's so much healing over the side of Kai. 1v3. Technically 1v3. Technically. But, I mean, Kai does have the Miracle alongside. But, yeah, you can see Serial Killer doesn't really have enough damage to deal with that Roger. And Yellow Cries but uses the triple sweep a little bit too early. Tried to shut down Hiroki. But I feel like you should shut down Kai. Kai will melt instantly with the triple sweep. But that's what I felt. That's the execution coming out of Serial Killers. But TZ Zegna.
Miracle in a bit of a bad spot, will be the first to be taken down. Hiroki is the next target, and the turtle dangerously low, but still Kai manages to get that, not before sacrificing 3 members of Zegna for that objective. Not quite sure that was worth it. It was a bit of a comeback there for Serial Killers. Now they are at like the 2k gold lead between the 2 teams.
I think that was like, you know, Lord Zegna quoting Lord Farquaad. These are the 3 people. These are the sacrifices I'm willing to make. That sort of idea. Yeah, it could go very bad if Zegna actually loses the turtle, which I might have because of the panic. You can see like Serial Killers just wrecking havoc on the team. I would miss that retribution, but kudos to Kai keeping his composure right now. And look at that. So
rapid
good.
touchdown onto Noodle Steel. 3 people all on top of him now, enough to take him down and send him back to the base for now. So that's his first death. And I don't think Zegna has a response to that at this point, but knowing this team, they're just gonna come back in the next fight probably.
Yeah, and of course, we talked about how snowballing, right? TZ Zegna is throwing away that snowball and allowing Serial Killer to try kind of equalize the score. Early on just now, they were around like 1k equal, but TZ Zegna was able to equalize that with a takedown on the turret at the top side, so at least TZ Zegna is securing some form of objectives right now, but not to forget, right? It's just Johnson is required to create all these plays, but here we go again, Girl Steel riding on the car.
Yep, comes right onto Kai. As you said, he is squishy, will immediately be deleted from the map. And that makes 2 members left in the mid lane here. They're not snowballing, I think, but we can see that the kills are pretty even across the board for Zegna. Hiroki looking to chalk 1 more up to his score, but recognizes that the rest are here. Ludo Seal for the second time now goes down in the game.
Yep, Zegna is just throwing the lead away, I think. Serial Killers allowing that, giving them space, right? Zegna is giving them Serial Killer space to scale. YSS does a lot of damage. We saw that in one of the games where YSS was a game changer. I believe that was Fate using that. And don't forget, with the Bounty Hunter emblem as well, that Big Chilling is actually using it. I just noticed that that was a wordplay on ice cream. I didn't really realize that. I thought that was a name, right? The surname Bing and name Chilling. But here we go again, another fight.
Yep, already Miracle being massacred, and now Girl of Steel somehow just being run through in this fight. Quickly made work of him. It will be Kai who picked up the kill for that. This gives them space to start aggressing onto the mid lane turret. Yellow Prize can't fend for himself, although Kai does get picked up. They do manage to take them down for now, and disengage from this fight.
Yeah, that fight was, I think it was all because, you know, the members of the TZZagna just overextended quite a lot. That did not happen just that time in the previous team fight as well. Kai was just standing inside the enemy turret and just allow Girl of Steel to just create that opportunity. So, Serial Killers right now have to rely on Girl of Steel to create that rapid touchdown, like to smash on top of someone and just hopefully they can win that fight. They've got a lot of chain CC as well, so TZZagna, I think splitting up is not a very good idea because you can see Dream Hiroki was away from any support. Will fall. Kai going in a YOLO fight right now.
Trying to run through the draft of Serial Killers, but he is 1 against 3, although they get enough damage from Miracle to be able to take down Girl of Steel. So it will be 2 on the side, 2 kills to Zagna here. But like I said, it's Kai, right? He has the damage, but at the same time, he's really squishy. So if they do split up like that, Serial Killers might actually be able to make something out of this game.
Yeah, but TZZagna does have the turret lead. They do also have the map dominance as well. You can see how Little Seal is just trying to create a lot of problems from Beachling as well. But here we go again. Angela coming. Here come Girl of Steel looking for someone to smash toe, but will miss.
Yeah, doesn't quite get it at this point. Decides to take a world tour around the map for now.
Scenic tour.
A scenic tour, showing off the skin a little bit, I guess. Kai does pick up Evil though. In the meantime, so across the board, I feel like this still could be anyone's game. 9 minutes into the game, it seems like if Serial Killers get the pick off and the farm that they need, they might be able to take this one.
Exactly, I totally agree with you. It's just all about the pickups coming up inside TZZagna. You pick up Kai, that's absolutely great because without Kai, I don't really think that TZZagna does have the damage to run all over Serial Killer. But what I really like to see right now is Nyaget actually did not die at the very least for now, but Girl Steel will pick Nyaget up instead. I prefer picking up, you know, Yellow Price, but that was dangerously close for Miracle.
I think I can kind of see where Serial Killers is going with this. I mean, with the pickoffs, right? You have Girl of Steel on the Johnson, and you have pretty independent kind of heroes that can fend for themselves. Oh, but right now Girl of Steel needs to fend for himself, but not enough as he's taken down. There's 2 kills for TZZagna as they start to put more pressure. Nugget is off as well. Yellow Christ is next. There are 4 people down. The lone player is face healing on the top side. I think he was trying to do some sort of split push, but they lost their bottom inhibitor because of that, and Things Healing gets massacred the moment he came out into the base. They're doing a little bit of a dance here around before they make work of this. Game 2 to TZZagna. They're not quite ending it just yet, actually. Wow, they let Serial Killers spawn once again just to take them out.
Yeah, TZZagna overstayed their welcome right there. They do have a Lord marching all the way down, so you can do some inefficiencies right there. In fact, speaking of inefficiency, Episode did something like that earlier just now. I would like to point that out. Not executing the full combo of the Selena, just, you know, spamming back a little bit. But I mean, TZZagna a bit ahead, but whether they're giving it away, and that's something that I'm concerned. But here comes Kai.
They definitely look like they're giving a little bit away, but right now they are going to take down Girl of Steel first, and they have 2 members to put enough pressure, but they lost too many to be able to close out this game. So definitely gave something away there. I don't know if that was the intention to do so.
I think they just probably elongated the time for at least like 3 minutes, right? Because it's gonna be tough fighting inside Serial Killer's base because Yellow Christ is technically more of like a CC rather than an assassin. Nyaget will be able to clear the ways very quickly. Evil and Binchiling as well. These 2 will clear ways quickly with the rotation of their skills, and the Lord will be spawning in another 100 seconds. The minutes are slowly marching in, slowly trickling in. Zagna making no efforts to sync up the weights. Now they just want to push this all the way down and move on. At least they take the low mid lane turret. Will seek to find the top side, but here we go. Girls still smashing on top of Dream of Hurricane.
Miracle in the background and actually getting taken down by Evil, and now the one in trouble is Evil. They get a revenge kill onto him. It's 4 members left on the side of Zegna. They're running through the drop of Serial Killers. Enough damage from Girl of Steel though to be able to take down 2 people before Kai is the one to shut him down. And now Ludo Steel, the sole man left. Don't know if he can get away from this one. He is Paquito, but looks like Ping Ling will be able to take the last hit. I feel like Zegna is just throwing this one at this point.
Yeah, they are throwing it. Ludo Steel actually could have taken down Ping Ling just now. Like, I feel like his cooldowns is just up if he knows how to balance around the combo. But I mean, TZ Zegna is way too ahead, right? Serial Killer has no turrets left, forced to defend. 30 seconds on that Lord timer clock, and Serial Killers, if they really want to try to win this game or try to create more time for themselves to scale, Serial Killer must deny TZ Zegna from that Lord, but it really depends on whether they can do that.
Yeah, Miracle will be the first pick off here. They're trying to get one onto Yellow Christ, and he goes down as well, but not before they get another kill. It's 2 for 2 at this point as Zegna continues to push down. Girl of Steel is the next target, slowed for days as he can't seem to get out of the fight, and now he will be the one taken back to the base. They continue on. Pixie gets a return kill though onto Zegna, and at this point it's just a one on each side left. Abyssal also taken care of by Nugget. Zegna, I'm not sure if they're just letting Serial Killers take the kill or they're actually losing their footing here, but they do need this Lord in order to close out the game.
Yeah, I think Zegna is starting to lose a little bit of their footing. Girl still just providing so much slow, which prevents Zegna from actually chasing the key targets all the way down. Serial Killer, they really have to rely on Girl Steel as well as the CC coming out from Yellow Christ. Yeah, again, I mean, it was a mage 1v1 earlier, and of course, it's Kagura for days, right? Selena in the late game is not the best, and there's also Cleanse in Nyaget's kit as well, just in case if Abyssal actually lands an arrow, so you can see how a little bit of a hesitation coming out from Abyssal, but Yellow Christ, triple sweep doesn't really connect this time. We'll be trying to take on top of Yellow Christ. We'll be able to take them down very easily, and now Serial Killer had the breather. TZ Zegna is back in the map dominance, back in the driver's seat, taking it away from Girl of Steel. Serial Killers forced it back off to their own base.
Making quick work of the Lord here, it will go to TZ Zegna, and this could be the GG push as they wait up and sink the waves to be able to make their way to the base. I think TZ Zegna just needed that pick off a little bit to give them that advantage, which they haven't been able to find in the past 2 fights. So they just need an opening at this point for them to be able to start this team fight.
Yeah, Girl Steel just going in on top of Kai, but here we go. Rampaging all across the board is Serial Killers trying to defend. This is their last defense. TZ Zegna, the members are falling on flies. 2 members went down for a price of 1, so it's working so far for Serial Killers, but they do have Enhanced Lord coming down. Serial Killers need all hands on deck in order to defend from this one.
Yeah, but TZ Zegna also needs the damage in order to pull, and they're going for the core this time, straight for it. Less than half health now as they chunk it down and take game 2 for themselves. Delayed this win quite a bit, but in the end still managing to close it out.
Yeah, I think they delayed it for 3 minutes, but GG well played over the side of TZ Zegna. They do have the game plan, right? They do have everything in their books, but I think they were a little bit trolling a little bit. Not only just in the draft, but also in the late game. Nyaget was the one delaying a lot. Girl of Steel played exponentially, crazily well on that Johnson that bought a lot of time, a lot of space for the side of Serial Killer. However, there's not enough damage to fight Kai, because Kai is just that Roger that could just shred through anyone's health if you allow him to, and if you're running away from Roger, that's exactly what Roger wants. He could chase anyone down with its mobility. The Lion Pounce is a gap closer, and it's always form of burst damage. Alucard coming out of Serial Killer doesn't work even though you first pick it, even though they first picked it. And Alucard needs way too much farm to scale. Like if there's like, you know, a power spike chart, Alucard would take longer, and Alucard did not get that early game or any pickups in the early game or any form of way to snowball, right? Alucard would just be this glorified minion marching down the top side, and I think that's just it. Even though you got a lot of CC from Girl Stew, also Kagura also does have CCs as well, innate, and a lot of burst and the mobility as well. Unfortunately, it's not enough for Serial Killers.
Yeah, I felt like at one point when after Zegna delayed the game, it was almost as if Serial Killers could find their way back. I mean, after all, they do have the front line, which Zegna doesn't quite have.
That's
the
right.
same in their draft. So a small opening, but unfortunately not able to kind of capitalize on that quick enough. And Zegna came back to take the game for themselves. So congratulations for them, to them for taking the set.
Yeah, so of course, I mean, it's like what I said in game 1, right? Serial Killer needs a tank. They got a tank, but unfortunately, the Alucard was a little bit wonky pick. Could have been replaced with other fighters. Even an Alpha would be better as compared to Alucard. It does have a lot of CC that you can bring along. And Johnson, I feel like picking up Yellow Christ is a very good idea, right? You just go in and just deny someone completely. You can see how the Benedetta was having a lot of trouble. That appears to be the prime target for a Serial Killer instead of Kai. I would prefer them jumping on Kai, but with that said, congratulations on the TZXZ. Now, once again, we're going to go into a not say very short break, but we're going to go into a lunch break because the players, the production team, as well as the casters would need their food. So hope to catch you after this lunch break. So don't go anywhere. Leave the stream online. We're coming to you with more games ahead. Do stay tuned, guys.
新加坡客属会馆共有24间属团，茶阳大埔会馆是客属会馆之一，成立于1858年。当大埔会馆在联络乡情、共谋福利信念下，有许多与众不同的建树。1890年创设回春馆，是第一间宗乡会馆设立的一社。1906年创办启发学堂，从幼稚园到成人的学习照顾不遗余力，颁发敬老度岁金、奖助学金，举办国庆、会庆、春节团拜、春祭、端午节、重阳节、中秋节等，照顾会员福利，举办慈善与教育捐款。今天当初的发起人有萧显武、钟增康、曹顺兴、张族昌、王三云等，历经代代新人，数次的牵指，1988年购得牙龙22巷29号作为会所，并筹得280万新元，在2002年7月完成8层楼高的茶阳大厦，恭请时任副总理的李显龙乡贤主持大厦开幕礼。众所周知，客家人对于文物的重视，这里是会馆的精神堡垒。我们建这个文物馆，不是用来收集古董，让老一辈怀旧，而是要让年轻人了解历史文化传统，并将优良传统传承下去。文物馆欢迎所有会员、学校、公众参观。最值得一提的是，文物馆内特别设立李光耀资政专柜。李光耀祖籍广东大埔，是茶阳大埔会馆的永久荣誉顾问。会馆的李资政专柜收藏以及展出有关他的资料、亲笔签名的中英文版个人回忆录，他参与茶阳大埔会馆会庆等活动的10多张老照片，李资政家族族谱的影印本等。专栏也用20多张珍贵图片，从家庭、政治、社会现况等方面反映李资政的工作和生活， 让人们看到他不但是一位优秀的政治人物，也是位非常具有亲和力的长者。茶阳大埔会馆现任荣誉顾问是我们新加坡总理李显龙先生。文物馆内还展出李自正的祖居，也就是其曾祖父李慕文在1884年所建造的中汉地模型。除中汉地外，还有曾任清政府驻新加坡总领事张弼士的故居光禄地，和已被列为古迹保存的客家围楼、泰安楼与花萼楼。文物馆通过图片、模型和实物，介绍客家人的传统行业、使用的工具、生活用品、传统食品。这还有客家人5次迁徙图表，反映现今大埔县21镇的风光图片等。客家文化研究室内收藏的书刊已近1000本。客家文化丰富多彩，最具有视觉和听觉震撼的，当然是客家山歌和客家菜。为了发扬客家传统山歌，茶阳大埔会馆付出许多心力。客家美食是指东江客家菜，它与潮菜、粤菜并称为广东3大菜系。传统的客家招牌菜是客家盐熏鸡、客家酿豆腐和红烧肉。与潮菜比较，客家菜的口感偏重肥、咸、熟，而这又与客家人以往的生活水平和习惯有关。从客家美食，你可以感受到客家人善用食物资源，就地取材，勤俭节约的持家精神。客家人，一个在世界被称为华人世界的犹太人族群，无论从文物的精神传承、建筑的历史意义、食物的内在美学，都在茶阳大埔会馆得到最完美的落脚、最用心的发挥。欢迎你来到茶阳大埔会馆。
So you say you got a new one. I know that you're trying to believe that you can fake a whole scenario just to make me jealous. Your shadow keeps talking, and we should stop talking. But we got that special something. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. keep, but if you play your cards right, I might just think about it twice. Yeah. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. We can go easy, boy. You should let me know. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know.
shining like you do. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. You're a diamond, I am but a stone. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, they don't tell lies. My eyes, I'm gazing amazed, and my heart just skipped the beat. 'Cause there you are, you're looking right back at me, and I think I'm gonna die. Oh my God. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. Keep on shining like you do. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. You're a diamond, I'm but a stone. Oh my God. So beautiful. Oh my God. Oh no, no. Oh my God. You are so beautiful, so beautiful. Keep on, keep on shining. You are so beautiful, so beautiful. You're a diamond, I'm but a stone. Oh my God. I keep on shining, baby. Oh my God.
You and I, we're like dynamite. Got plenty of reasons to take you home. Shining bright with those diamond eyes. Ain't no way I'm ever letting go. Boy, I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no. Ay, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh I want you near. I need you in my life, but oh I feel like you and me got this chemistry. One look at you and my heart explodes. Just let me be the one you keep. I'll be right here through the hot and cold. But I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no. Ay, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh I want you near. I need you in my life, but oh I 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh I want you near. I need you in my life, but oh I just come over. Won't you come closer? Yeah, just come over. Oh, oh. Ay, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh I want you near. I need you in my life, but oh I 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh I want you near. Another night on my own in a lonely city. Thought I'd cry when you left, but it hasn't hit me. No. I know that you'll be with her, but it doesn't even hurt. 'Cause I like it better when my bed's empty. Ooh, I'm not even thinking about you. Got too many fun things I can do. I don't need your help, 'cause I know how to treat myself. I can treat myself. I can treat myself. Hey. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah. Light some candles and pop the champagne, 'cause I'm worth it. Ooh, gonna make me feel good, 'cause I know I deserve it. I'ma wear that dress you like, only for myself tonight. Hope you had a good look the last time. Hey, ooh, got so many fun things I can do. I can treat myself. I can treat myself. Hey. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah. Deleted our pictures. I'm not gonna miss you now. I'm putting myself first. But I'm keeping your sweater, 'cause I wear it better. And I look so good that it hurts. I don't need your help. I can treat my I can treat myself. I can treat myself. Hey. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah.
So you say you got a new one. I know that you're trying to believe that you can fake a whole scenario just to make me jealous. Your shadow keeps stalking, and we should stop talking. But we got that special something. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know. Oh, I'ma be clear now. Patience is really not my key, but if you play your cards right, I might just think about it twice. Yeah. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. We can go easy, boy. You should let me know. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go
you do. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. You're a diamond, I am but a stone. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, they don't tell lies. My eyes, I'm gazing amazed, and my heart just skipped the beat. 'Cause there you are, you're looking right back at me, and I think I'm gonna die. Oh my God. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. Keep on shining like you do. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. You're a diamond, I'm but a stone. Oh my God. So beautiful. Oh my God. Oh no, no. Oh my God. You are so beautiful, so beautiful. Keep on, keep on shining. You are so beautiful, so beautiful. You're a diamond, I am but a stone. Oh my God. Keep on shining, baby. Oh my God.
You and I, we're like dynamite. Got plenty of reasons to take you home. Shining bright with those diamond eyes. Ain't no way I'm ever letting go. Boy, I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no. Hey, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh I want you near. I need you in my life, boy. Oh, I feel like you and me got this chemistry. One look at you and my heart explodes. Just let me be the one you keep. I'll be right here through the hot and cold. Boy, I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no. Hey, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh I want you near. I need you in my life, boy. Oh, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh I want you near. I need you in my life, boy. Oh, just come over. Won't you come closer? Yeah, just come over. Oh, hey. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh I want you near. I need you in my life, boy. Oh, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh I want you near. Another night on my own in a lonely city. Thought I'd cry when you left, but it hasn't hit me. No, I know that you'll be with her, but it doesn't even hurt. 'Cause I like it better when my bed's empty. Ooh, I'm not even thinking about you. Got too many fun things I can do. I don't need your help, 'cause I know how to treat myself. I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah, light some candles and pop the champagne 'cause I'm worth it. Oh, gonna make me feel good 'cause I know I deserve it. I'ma wear the dress you like, only for myself tonight. Hope you had a good look the last time. Hey, ooh, got so many fun things I can do. I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah, deleted our pictures. I'm not gonna miss you now. I'm putting myself first. But I'm keeping your sweater 'cause I wear it better and I look so good that it hurts. I don't need your help. I can treat my I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah.
So you say you got a new one. I know that you're trying to believe that you can fake a whole scenario just to make me jealous. Your shadow keeps stalking, and we should stop talking. But we got that special something. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know. Oh, I will be clear now. Patience is really not my key, but if you play your cards right, I might just think about it twice. Yeah. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. We can go easy, boy. You should let me know. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go
skip the beat. Cause there you are, you're looking right back at me, and I think I'm gonna die. Oh my god, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. Keep on shining like you do. Oh my god, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. You're a diamond and a stone. Oh my god. So beautiful. Oh my god. You are so beautiful, so beautiful. Keep on shining. You are so beautiful, so beautiful. You're a diamond and a stone. Oh my god. Keep on shining, baby. Oh my god.
You and I, we're like dynamite. Got plenty of reasons to take you home. Shining bright with those diamond eyes. Ain't no way I'm ever letting go. Boy, I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no. Ay, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, boy. Oh, I feel like you and me got this chemistry. One look at you and my heart explodes. Just let me be the one you keep. I'll be right here through the hot and cold. Boy, I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no. Ay, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, boy. Alright, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, boy. Alright, just come over. Won't you come closer? Yeah, just come over. Oh, ay. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, boy. Alright, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. Another night on my own in a lonely city. Thought I'd cry when you left, but it hasn't hit me. No, I know that you'll be with her, but it doesn't even hurt, 'cause I like it better when my bed's empty. Ooh, I'm not even thinking about you. Got too many fun things I can do. I don't need your help, 'cause I know how to treat myself. I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah, light some candles and pop the champagne, 'cause I'm worth it. Oh, gonna make me feel good, 'cause I know I deserve it. I'ma wear the dress you like, only for myself tonight. Hope you had a good look the last time. Ooh, got so many fun things I can do. I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah, deleted our pictures. I'm not gonna miss you now. I'm putting myself first. But I'm keeping your sweater, 'cause I wear it better, and I look so good that it hurts. I don't need your help. I can treat my I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah.
So you say you got a new one. I know that you're trying to believe that you can fake a whole scenario just to make me jealous. Your shadow keeps stalking, and we should stop talking, but we got that special something. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't cave in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know. Oh, I'ma be clear now. Patience is really not my key, but if you play your cards right, I might just think about it twice. Yeah. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. We can go easy, boy. You should let me know. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind, trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind, trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go
新加坡客属会馆共有24间属团，茶阳大埔会馆是客属会馆之一，成立于1858年。大埔会馆在联络乡情、共谋福利信念下，有许多与众不同的建树。1890年创设回春馆，是第一间宗乡会馆设立的一社。1906年创办启发学堂，从幼稚园到成人的学习照顾不遗余力，颁发敬老度岁金、奖助学金，举办国庆、会庆、春节团拜、春祭、端午节、重阳节、中秋节等，照顾会员福利，举办慈善与教育捐款。今天当初的发起人有萧显武、钟增康、曹顺兴、张族昌、王三云等，历经代代新人，数次的迁址。1988年购得牙龙22巷29号作为会所，并筹得280万新元，在2002年7月完成8层楼高的茶阳大厦，恭请时任副总理的李显龙乡贤主持大厦开幕礼。众所周知，客家人对于文物的重视，这里是会馆的精神堡垒。我们建这个文物馆，不是用来收集古董，让老一辈怀旧，而是要让年轻人了解历史文化传统，并将优良传统传承下去。文物馆欢迎所有会员、学校、公众参观。最值得一提的是，文物馆内特别设立李光耀资政专柜。李光耀祖籍广东大埔，是茶阳大埔会馆的永久荣誉顾问。会馆的李资政专柜收藏以及展出有关他的资料、亲笔签名的中英文版个人回忆录，他参与茶阳大埔会馆会庆等活动的10多张老照片，李资政家族族谱的影印本等。专栏也用20多张珍贵图片，从家庭、政治、社会现况等方面反映李资政的工作和生活，让人们看到他不但是一位优秀的政治人物，也是位非常具有亲和力的长者。茶阳大埔会馆现任荣誉顾问是我们新加坡总理李显龙先生。文物馆内还展出李资政的祖居，也就是其曾祖父李慕文在1884年所建造的中汉地模型。除中汉地外，还有曾任清政府驻新加坡总领事张弼士的故居光禄地，和已被列为古迹保存的客家围楼、泰安楼与花萼楼。文物馆通过图片、模型和实物，介绍客家人的传统行业、使用的工具、生活用品、传统食品。这还有客家人5次迁徙图表，反映现今大埔县21镇的风光图片等。客家文化研究室内收藏的书刊已近1000本。客家文化丰富多彩，最具有视觉和听觉震撼的，当然是客家山歌和客家菜。为了发扬客家传统山歌，茶阳大埔会馆付出许多心力。客家美食是指东江客家菜，它与潮菜、粤菜并称为广东3大菜系。传统的客家招牌菜是客家盐熏鸡、客家酿豆腐和红烧肉。与潮菜比较，客家菜的口感偏重肥、咸、熟，而这又与客家人以往的生活水平和习惯有关。 从客家美食，你可以感受到客家人善用食物资源，就地取材，勤俭节约的持家精神。客家人，一个在世界被称为华人世界的犹太人族群。无论从文物的精神传承、建筑的历史意义、食物的内在美学，都在茶阳大埔会馆得到最完美的落脚、最用心的发挥。欢迎你来到茶阳大埔会馆。
Welcome back, everyone, to the Char Esports Festival 2021. My name is Scrubby Cheeks, and here with me is Jace, and we're here as your casters and hosts for today. So, hope you guys had lunch. I mean, as I was looking at the video earlier on, I'm so thankful I had lunch because the cuisines are on point.
Yeah, I think it's when we think about culture, we think of the boring stuff, the dance, the language, but turns out, in my opinion, cuisine plays a huge role in the culture because I'm a foodie. I love food, and looking at it makes me even hungrier even after I had my lunch. But with that said, I hope you guys are also recharged after that short lunch break. I bet you our players are as well, because coming up next is TWCC Esports. I was like thinking, is it Twig or I mean the production team was like, okay, it's TWCC.
You never know sometimes. With the pronunciation.
You never know. It's like a failed it's like a missed opportunity if you don't call yourself Twig. But on the other hand, it's also Cracker Jack. Team Cracker Jack, that's right. And well, like I said, there's a community tournament. We don't really have any information just of yet. But looking back at what we've seen on screen thus far, we had Hydra going up against Bounty Hunter. Bounty Hunter had the game plan as well. Hydra is a little bit lackluster, especially in game number one. They wanted to push the Nathan, but they did not go all the way to the late game. Whereas on match number 2, you watch Serial Killer going up against TZ Zegna. Serial Killer almost had it in game number 2. I feel like the best part of these two teams between Hydra and Serial Killer, they almost had it in game number 2.
Yeah.
But they couldn't break it because TZ Zegna had the better game plan. They had the better execution. So yeah, right now, we're watching Cracker Jack and TWCC Esports.
Already jumping into the draft here, so they're gonna bring us the first game after
Your
this lunch
team
break.
is
And
banning.
across the bands, we're gonna see the Harley, very strong pick. I mean, with the Shadow Twin Blades as well, just a lot of burst damage coming out. So great to take that out early. And on TWCC Esports, they're gonna ban out the Popo and Koopa. Also a very strong front line with the traps, able to set up for the enemy and put on that early game aggression.
Yeah, I think Popo and
Your
Koopa,
team
there's a period of
is
time
banned.
there was no respect from me for Popo and Koopa. Then after that, NPL Singapore Season 1 is like, oh, Popo and Koopa it's literally everywhere. And so is the traps, and it's so annoying. Ban worthy. I totally understand from TWCC Esports. Other than the bans, they're banning away the Kaja, they banned away the Harley, the Mathilda. These are standard bans as of now. Not too sure why the Kaja is ban worthy. I would still prefer the Phobius. Speaking about
There you
Phobius,
go.
Cracker Jack picked up the Phobius in response to the Paquito and picked up the Esmeralda as well, because Esmeralda is a counter to Phobius. Water drop coming in from Cracker Jack already, so we have to see what TWCC responds.
And looks like for the second time in these games today, we're going to see a Cyclops. So not the strongest, I think, of mages, but topping that off with a Beatrix, which, Jay says he's been having quite easy ranked games on. Being able to put out the damage.
It's all fun and games until because Beatrix relies a lot on the teammates,
Your
right?
team
Because
is
what a
banned.
Beatrix wants to do is just push down the side lanes like so aggressively. He's very aggressive, especially if you're looking at Cracker Jack's draft. Beatrix will make short work of either the Phobius or the Esmeralda. However, to match that late game potential that Beatrix will scale is that Nathan that they picked up. We see that in match number 1 going up against, I believe, was Bounty Hunter.
Your
Now it's
team
Team
is
WCC
banning.
Esports. How are they gonna stall that Nathan as long as possible? Cracker Jack already prepared for the Jawhead to be banned away. I'm also expecting Crackerjack to pick up the Tigreal at the same time because these two are the nuisance against these junglers.
Yeah, the ban going to be Kagura on the side of TWCC Esports, and I liked seemingly the strategy coming from Crackerjack, where they take out the Jawhead, a very strong early game tanky-ish front line, and also being able to set up, and that gives them the space for Nathan and Esmeralda to get into the later stages of the game as well. And right now, the fourth pick is going to be Lolita.
Yeah, Lolita is really good right here. Beatrix, Cyclops, they are projectile based, which means that Lolita just has to raise the shield and that's it. It's a good engage, it's a good front line, and there you go. It's just something that Crackerjack extremely needs, and TWCC picks up the Tigreal for themselves instead because Crackerjack opted for the Lolita, whereas their jungler will be that Roger. So a lot of explosive damage coming up from TWCC Esports. Crackerjack a little bit lackluster in terms of the damage. They need some offlaner that could output crazy amount of damage. There we go. I think the Lunox makes more sense. Wait, no. Yeah, they need some mage that can make a lot of damage. So yeah, Lunox or even Aloy could fit that bill. Now, take a step back and take a look at the draft before your eyes. Crackerjack, a lot of sustain, a lot of shields. They want to drag the team fight as long as possible. Loi is extremely excellent in that. TWCC, they look to delay the Nathan. They have a lot of damage in the kit from the Paquito, the Beatrix, as well as that Roger, and even the Cyclops as well if you allow him skill to late game.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of damage, I guess, coming out, like you said, from that side if they let themselves go into the late game. But all around, I mean, even on the side of Crackerjack, they have the Nathan, and they have counters in terms of like Phoveus and Lolita to be able to prevent the damage and chase if needed. So it looks like they're just battling head on here, but we're gonna see how this turns out in game one between TWCC Esports and Crackerjack. Any preferences in terms of the two drafts here?
Not at the moment. I feel like it's a battle between overwhelming amount of damage and it's overwhelming amount of regen because of the Esmeralda and the Phoveus. Other than that, it's just, I would say Crackerjack's draft is harder to execute as compared to TWCC Esports because Crackerjack have to pay attention to the pathing of the Nathan, make sure they don't overextend a little bit too far. TWCC Esports, on the other hand, they could do anything themselves. You can see how the Tigreal is just trying to, invade, but Crackerjack has done a wonderful job shoving Iguan all the way out of their turret. But yeah, TWCC, all of these heroes could do on their own thing. It's easier to split up as compared to Crackerjack's draft. They gotta, huddle together instead.
Yeah, but that being said, you talked about like the positioning, the pathing, and I think they have that advantage in terms of the Loi with the diversion of being able to have a little bit more mobility. But right now, looks like I think this is Jordan who just barely escaping out of that fight. I don't have great Japanese. I'm just gonna go with Jordan here.
Oh wow, it's not it's unfair advantage when you actually read Japanese. I'm like the Cyclops, but. I mean, Crackerjack has done a wonderful job in this early game because, blocking the Tigreal away, allowing Nathan to farm. This is something that we did not see coming out from game number 1 from Hydra. Even Aloy's explosive damage, right? That explosive burst just pushes TWCC Esports away. However, top lane not doing very well is the Phoveus against the Beatrix. I mean, the Beatrix. Yeah, the Beatrix, I think, is going for the SMG and the shot and the rocket launcher, which is something that the Phoveus needs to be careful about. But here you go, another turtle engagement.
Something to be careful about is that they're trying to make his way out of the fight dangerously low here as TWCC pushes them out of the range of the turtle. Beatrix is here for the backup, but Bennett's rage doesn't connect, and looks like they will just disengage for now and find another opportunity.
Yeah, turtle will be taken by TWCC. Crackerjack had a wonderful early game blocking TWCC Esports. However, TWCC Esports is the one that secured that turtle. The overwhelming damage starting to show right now, but Phoveus a little bit late for the party, rotating all the way down. Now, Freaky with the Beatrix has done a wonderful job blocking that Phobius all the way up, but the Cyclops stun going in, huge implosion.
Ikwan deep in the midst of them manages to pick up one and goes for steel rolls as well. That's two down on the side of Crackerjack as they look to engage Wheezy on the chase, trying to pick out Meowee with the last hit there. Does get it, but not before he gets taken down by the turret, giving Roger here a triple kill. It's 3-1 at this point, 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah, that Roger will be a late game monster already, giving him 3 kills. Looking at the gold, he already picked up the first item, Windtalker, allowing him more mobility, more burst damage in the passive at the same time. On top of that, Lycan Pounce will do tons of damage and provide that immunity. A bit of a lackluster team fight coming up from Crackerjack. Ikwan is the one that stalled them so much with the implosion, as the side lanes, overwhelming damage beat overwhelming region as of now.
Yeah, and we can see that it's not enough at this point. I mean, 4-1 in the kills kind of say that, right? I feel like at the end of the day, regen takes you so far, but if you keep putting out the damage, then it's just difficult to fight back, as Freaky now is trying to do that against Gladius, stuck under his turret and just trying to defend this on the top side.
Yeah, I remember what we said, right? Crackerjack relies strength in numbers. TWCC's esports draft, on the other hand, they can split. While Crackerjack was focusing on the top side, you can see the Roger as well as the Paquito trying to push down the lanes themselves, but Phobius dunks.
Ikwan dangerously low, and here comes Phobius with the chase, but he gets stunned out for days and immediately deleted off the map. It looks like Gladius will be the next one to go as Roger picks him up in the backline. That's 2 kills for TWCC Esports.
Yeah, Phobius was a little bit too greedy right there. Just, you know how easy it is to play a Phobius, right? If people dash, you just spam the ultimate, and that's basically what you do during that game. But Crackerjack, I feel like WYZY spam that ultimate just a little bit too far. Yes, a little bit trigger happy. Usually people save it for the recall button, but he's saving it for the ultimate, right? But TWCC will pick up the second turtle, if I believe. And yep, they pick up the second turtle. Map dominance still in the favor of TWCC. The reason why TWCC is ahead is because of these turtle pickups, right? Being at the right place at the right time, Freaky at the same time, but Gladius jumping in with an Aluminum Blast. The Cyclops will respawn with the ultimate as well. Both of them just touch and go. Not gonna engage, not gonna handshake that team fight. But TWCC Esports ahead, not only just in terms of the kills, in terms of the gold lead as well.
They're gonna get one more here on the bottom with Paquito up against an Esmeralda, not having a great time. Already twice did to his name. And we look at Crackerjack. I mean, we talked about them needing that time to scale the damage as well. And Zedif, he's at 2 kills. It's not looking great. And for him to be able to come back and start to farm, he needs a lot more than that.
Yeah, 2 death means that he's basically almost 2 minutes behind in terms of the items. The Loi did considerable amount of damage at the bottom side, try to push TWCC Esports apart, but you know, Freaky is a Beatrix, and you're pairing him up against Phobius, who is very passive in the early game. So Freaky got that lead that Freaky required, and now he's just steamrolling all across on the top side, and that's what TWCC is hoping for. Crackerjack, yes, they managed to block TWCC Esports to quite some extent, but ZF needs more time, and time is not Crackerjack have in access.
Yep, definitely not. I mean, at this point, while we were talking, there are already 2 more kills and Zedif going down once more. On the flip side, you have Roger being 6 kills up with 0 deaths. That's not a Roger that you want to face here in this game. And if this continues, Crackerjack's going to have a really hard time coming back into this. And as we speak, Zedif one more time just getting obliterated by TWC Esports. Like, I blink and he's gone, and right now Gladius, despite being the tank, is the one to get chunked down. Steel Rose trying to get away, but to no avail. Roger picks him up as well, and now they're just getting 3 kills for free under the turret.
No, just 3 kills for free. They're gonna rotate over to the Bulbasaur, and then after that, take the turtle for themselves. Just gonna, you know, just pushing that gold gap so far apart that not even Crackerjack can actually return from this. The only way that Crackerjack could do something is around 15 minutes mark or 16 minutes mark. That's where, you know, Zedif will get his items in. WYZY will be a little bit more tankier. McCollum at the same time more tankier. Gladius wasn't able to defend his teammate as well because he's constantly getting chonked down. I think Steel Rose is the one that's making sure that Crackerjack is within this game right now.
Yeah, speaking of Steel Rose, just busted down right there by the Cyclops, and that makes 4 people, giving the opportunity for Roger to come in and get another hit at Zedith. It looks like now they're tier 2 turrets in the middle are in a bit of danger as Miori presses on. And Crackerjack at this point, I don't know if they're able to come back. They're lacking the farm, they're lacking the map control, and just turtling as much as they can.
Oh, missed opportunity coming out from Gladius. Kind of botched out that that flicker stun coming out. That Luminum Blast and flicker. That's such a missed opportunity. And even if he does, even if it connects, there's nothing there. And Crackerjack wasn't in the best place to basically follow up. But here we go, a bit of a scuffle around in the mid lane. But here comes the Roger.
Cleaning up Gladius, and now Steel Rose is just a sitting duck as well as Zedith at this point. He's just running through this team and getting free kills all the way. It's like he has completely free reign to do whatever he wants.
Yep. At Roger's skill out of control. I think we go next. I think Crackerjack has to go next. 12k gold lead. TWCC is just playing Crackerjack like a doll, like a plush toy, basically tossing it all across the room. The Lord will be spawning 20 seconds if TWCC wants to secure the fact that they're so ahead. But here we go, a bit of a siege happening at the mid lane.
Yep, they've already gotten the inhibitor. Steel Rose flickering out to safety, thankfully, but they have cracked open 2 inhibitor turrets. It's just 1 left with Lord coming up in 1 second. Looks like TWCC will try to clean up as much as they can. Equine coming in with the flicker implosion, but will be the one taken down now. And TWCC, they seem to be pressing on here. They've gotten all the inhibitors, and I think it's time for them to turn their sights to the Lord.
Yeah, TWCC using that gold lead that they've racked up all from the early to the mid game. I would say they kind of had the spike early mid game. Yeah, TWCC just smashing Crackerjack all the way down with their sheer gold lead. They will do explosive damage. Just look at Mayo. Even Gladius, I think, no, Gladius had to dash away from that. It's just, you know, TWCC had a gold lead, then it just snowballs out of control. That's what Crackerjack is desperately trying to defend. No plan at all. You can see they're walking around. The Mac column is just split pushing by the bottom side. TWCC could try to find Mac column right here, but I think TWCC is just having the time of their lives.
Yeah, and on the reverse side, Crackerjack's not having a great time at all. I mean, you talked about Gladius having to back away. Sure, they have the tank and kind of like pseudo-tanky people like McCollum and Weezy, but it's just not enough because they get melted down so quickly by the fat Roger and just a lot of damage that they're putting out on TWCC esports. So it's like they can't, even with a tank, can't take a fight.
Yeah, and it's so hard to play against a team that has a lot of damage. The tank walks up, gets melted down, and Crackerjack, they can't really do anything at all. There's a bit of a long range coming up from the dispersion and the rotation that Steel Rose can output, but everyone else, other than also Zedif as well, right? Everyone else, they're quite close range. TWCC Esports, I believe they're just waiting for the Luminous Lord and then just end it in one solid GG push. They're just put at the what I love to see, what I'm like seeing it right now is TWCC Esports is pushing Crackerjack all the way to the base. If you notice, Crackerjack, we've always been this side of the map thus far, and this is something I wish I get to see in my ranked games. Whenever this scenario happen, all we have to do is just wave clear and then just make sure the enemy is in the base. But hold on, all right, the stun doesn't go in.
Yeah, Gladius was immobilized for a bit there, but not quite the damage that they need to follow up. And of course, they've taken the Lord, and that's where the real damage will come in. That is an enhanced Lord, so this push is going to be extremely difficult for Crackerjack. I'm not sure whether they can do anything to defend it at all.
Yeah, so TWCC Esports, I feel like the positioning of Cyclops is not very good. Picking a fight like that could spell death. Crackerjack did not take advantage of that pickoff because any pickoff right now from the side of TWCC Esports may allow Crackerjack to bounce back from this Luminous Lord. But with the wave constantly being shoved up, Crackerjack just walking around, not too sure what to do, just waiting for the Lord, waiting for this impending doom marching down in the mid lane. TWCC Esports, it's now or never.
Lord is slowly marching into the chamber of the core, and the damage is starting to pour in. Weezy taken the damage, but the one that's soaking up the most is the core as it quickly goes down to 0 HP. TWCC Esports takes game 1.
Yeah, TWCC Esports, very methodical, very like clockwork, just push, take the Lord, and then they're just pushing it. If you notice, I would like to comment to WCC Esports in terms of their discipline. They saw the Lord marching down, and usually what people will do is they will try to kill off everyone else before going for the core. But TWCC Esports, you can see how the core is just melted all the way down, right? Because they focus on the core. They're not even killing anyone. They're not even sweeping up the scraps. They're just going straight for the pizza. And of course, looking at the items right here, nothing buried, nothing. It's just solid builds all throughout. I was kind of concerned for the Cyclops a little bit, but it works out. I mean, it's kind of stalled, like the jump coming in from the Esmeralda. Even Phoveus was kind of afraid of it because once you get stun locked, that's it. Everyone will collapse on top of you with explosive damage from Freaky as well as Roger.
Yeah, and the thing is there's a double marksman on this side, right? And that makes the damage just so hard to deal with for Crackerjack. It doesn't always work out. I think a double marksman sometimes takes time to scale, but in this case, they didn't need that long. I think by mid-game, they were online, and then they just let that happen. Crackerjack had no answer to that. So I'm hoping, I guess, they are able to kind of adjust that strategy a little in the next round.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, TWCC's marksmen, right? If you compare Roger and Beatrix, my bad. Beatrix all across other marksmen, right? These two, they don't really need a lot of resources to scale because once the Roger picks up Windtalker, that's it. He's gonna start steamrolling, right? Once I Beatrix, the innate kit that she has, especially with the sniper, but she doesn't really use a sniper. I love to use a sniper like crazy, but the massive amount of damage with the Nibiru's ultimate as well is just way too big. And don't forget the bomb's ultimate, that just creates this huge zone control that the enemy just doesn't know how to react. So these two marksmen, if you swap it around, if you change it into, let's say for example, a Moskov on the other side, I mean unpopular marksman right there, or even a Hanabi, it would not work out for TWCCs instead. And with double marksman comes with better pushing power. So what TWCC Esport excel is pushed all the way in. If you notice, they don't lose a single turret at all.
Yeah, and they also didn't lose a lot of kills. So I think absolutely right in saying that they were very methodical and disciplined about that.
And of course, speaking of a discipline, on the other side, you can see the Phoveus is dunking all the way in to the enemy turret, right? And I think that gave away like a lot of advantage over to the side of TWCC Esports. And hopefully, it's just that Crackerjack, they're putting up a draft that requires everyone to participate in. But TWCC Esports, their draft, they could just do individual stuff. Paquito does his own things, Roger does his own things, Beatrix can even do his own things, and you leave the mage and the tank to just roam around to like help out and reinforce the lanes that are losing. So I feel like Crackerjack was forced to split apart across the map, and it's spread too thin. Don't forget, we are talking about exponential damage coming out from DWCC. All of them can basically solo and kill off the members of Crackerjack if they try to split apart. Crackerjack doesn't really have damage. All of it is inside Nathan. That's the issue that I'm foreseeing.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, you take them apart and you can see that because they were having a tough time in their lanes as well. So even in the early game, they were already losing out their lanes. And then when you put them together and then you overextend a little bit and you can't team fight together, that's when I guess the draft started falling apart and they just started to give even more kills to TWCC.
Yeah, it's like what I like to say, right? You have a bread and you have only like a small little bit of Kaya, you spread it all across the bread and it doesn't taste good anymore, right? So that's exactly what happened. Spread the too thin apart. Cracker Jack was. And why did I say Yoda? Because I was thinking Cyclops and I was thinking the Yoda skin. I was like, oh,
All
that's
right.
a little bit of wonkiness right there going in from me. But with that said, going to round second game, TWCC Esports, they could do something themselves. I feel like they're very comfortable with this kind of job. They could seek to reuse that again. Cracker Jack, on the other hand, I think they've got to ban away the Paquito. Paquito was a big problem, I think, at the bottom lane. And the best part is, like I said, if you look at the off-lane matchups, right? The Beatrix as well as the Paquito, they're very aggressive offlaners. You pair it up with two very passive offlaners from Cracker Jack, like the Esmeralda and the Phobius. Yeah, it's gonna crumble. It's just constantly gonna get shoved in and give more map dominance, allowing the WCC to esports to just walk around the map, securing objectives, securing turtle. So I think that's what happened in game number 1. So hopefully we shall see some more aggressive offlaners. I'm expecting something like an X-Borg. X-Borg kind of passive in the first few levels, but can get very aggressive in the late game.
Yeah, I think if he manages to
Your
pick up
team
his
is
item
banning.
in time, maybe an Xbox could work out easy, but that's kind of like the prerequisite to be able to snowball that. I think, like you said, Cracker Jack, if they do pick something, I think they
team
banned
is
out the jaw
banning.
hit last time, but I would like to see
Yep.
picks like a jaw hit for themselves to be able to use that early game advantage for them, rather than something that needs time like an Esmeralda or a Phobius. A little bit more, they need a little bit more patience, I guess, to be able to get to that point where it's useful.
Your
So
team
Yeah.
is banning.
they do go for the Paquito ban, like you mentioned, so that's good news. But the rest of the bans seem pretty much the same as game 1 at the moment.
I feel like Kaja has permanently banned out, 100% banned thus far. Not even a single pick right now. Cracker Jack will go for the X-Borg, which was secured, whereas TWCC Esport will stick to the guns, pun not intended, for Beatrix. But something interesting will be the Barats. Now, I've seen tournament where they brought the Barats to the jungle. Hopefully it doesn't. Not the most efficient and effective jungler. He's more of like the those shall not pass my turret, that sort of idea. Just a very passive laner. But, you know, you mentioned about the Jawhead. Finally, here he goes.
Yep, and the Xbox as well. So I'm glad they're kind of shifting their strategy in that direction. And previously
Your
they hovered
team
over
is
the Lunox,
banning.
didn't pick it, and this time they will. So I like that now they kind of had the iframes to be able to get themselves out of like difficult situations, which in the previous game was also difficult for them.
Yeah, and I feel like Cracker Jack doesn't really know that TWCC Esports might be intending to bring them Barats to the jungle role. Assuming it's an off lane, putting a
team
Lunox
is
there
banning.
is a very good choice. The Lunox will be able to shred through that tank, and I believe TWCC Esports missed the ban. Unfortunately, I don't think it will be no backsies, I think. So they're gonna open up even better. But I mean, it's TWCC Esports in the driver's seat right now. Cracker Jack should think of something to ban.
Your team
Tanks
is
are really good. Tigreal
Nice.
will be taken off that board.
Yeah, I think Equan on the Tigreal, the last game, was really tough with, you know, the flicker, implosion, just a lot of that CC that they can't deal with. And actually, I feel like this is what Cracker Jack also can do with a bit more of. Right now, they do have the jaw hit for that ejector and the immediate lockdown, but the immediate CC, but a little bit of lockdown might help them in this
Your
game.
team is picking.
Ooh, how the turntables, I would say. TWCC going for a slightly tankier draft. I was expecting a Mathilda being picked up by TWCC, you know, with Cyclops roaming around with burst damage alongside Mathilda to pull the Cyclops all the way back in just in case after a very aggressive first skill, second skill. I think that will work wonders for TWCC Esports. However, they were opted for the Kufra instead alongside with the Barats. You need a lot of firepower to bring them down. Now, Cracker Jack,
Your team
the firepower that they have is probably the Guinevere and the Roger. Okay, not too bad, not the worst firepower, but it's all up to that execution, right? Because TWCC Esports, they picked up the Vendetta that also have iframes itself, so
Yep.
will probably go to the side lanes going up against the Guinevere. But whoever that's meeting McCollum with the export, right, is gonna have a bit of trouble looking at the side laners. Because Beatrix a little bit wonky going up against Xbox because the flames is just so annoying. But I mean, it's all about the execution. On paper, both of them are okay with the draft except for the Barat's jungle. But hey, they can
That's a
afford these
curious
mistakes
one.
right now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
that's a very
can.
curious one.
So game 2, yeah, you're right, TWCC can, because now they're at 0-1 with an advantage to themselves. So this is game 2 between Crackerjack and TWCC Esports. I think with regards to the draft, I have a feeling Crackerjack might have picked up the Roger also as a, like, anticipating and preventing TWCC from running that Beatrix Roger again.
Yeah, and I think based on the information they've got from the side of Crackerjack, I would have done so because I would have assumed that the Barats would go to the side lanes, but instead, bad news already. Moyo picking up the top side already. Gladius a little bit too late, looking for the free hugs. Yeah, it's just something that you face a Benedetta, you allow the first blood, that's it. It's very hard to climb back after that.
And I think McCollum here really needs to get back and not let the Benedetta, because it's going to be two-pronged, right? For one, you let the Benedetta get stronger, roam around and apply pressure on the rest of the map. And for two, you yourself, you can't scale, you can't get your items and export if you don't get him early into the mid game. It's not going to be great. Like, you're not going to be able to contribute much to the team.
Yeah, bottom lane. I think it's about a game of patience coming in from WYZY. You got as a Guinevere, hit level 4, and you'll win the Beatrix every day, any day. But Cyclops will get tossed over the way back. The flicker was used by Cyclops, but I don't think there's any way that Crackerjack will try to chase it.
Or not there, but the rest of TWCC Esports is here. Guinevere picks up the Cyclops and one more to boot, because the rest of the team was for the backup. Crackerjack managing to get 2 out of this skirmish here. It looks like that ejector worked out for them after all.
Yeah, a bit aggression coming out from Crackerjack, breaking TWCC Esports' methodical, slow push, right? And and also this time they're not packing the double marksman anymore. So in terms of the pushing power, it's all up to that Beatrix. But Crackerjack, they are poised for that turtle right now. But TWCC Esports, look at that big boy chunking down.
Steel Rose getting Detonus welcome to his face, spat out behind, and there's nowhere for him to go. And Xborg having used Last Insanity, trying to put out the damage, but Freaky is here with the rest of his guns to bring down McCullum as well. It's 2 at this point down on Crackerjack's side. TWCC Esports laying down the Electo and picking up Zedif to go with that 3 kills. This is TWCC telling Crackerjack, yeah, you got some kills off us, but no, we're not gonna let you get further ahead.
Yeah, big problem going into Crackerjack. They had a good engage, They've got the Jawhead, they've got the Xborg, but I think once the Lunox got caught up by the Barat's just swallowing his very own counter and then just spitting it back out. Speaking of which, probably same thing happened at the mid lane. The TWCC Esports will have a lot of space to take up this turtle. Mind you, it's a Barat's jungle, so it's gonna take a long time for him to pick up this turtle. But I feel like McCollum, Crackerjack is sensing something is up. Will try to handshake this team fight happening at the turtle side.
They do get the turtle. McCollum now lost his Firaga armor and probably is losing faith as he gets stunned out. Detonus welcome enough to finish him up at this point as TWCC chooses the better and disengages for now. Their methodical approach once again, not over-committing where they shouldn't.
Yep, TWCC Esports, I feel like, losing Barats is not a big problem. I feel like it's like, Barats will scale in the late game, being a big chunky boy with that just stomps down people very easily. And I feel like the only people that have big fight
with the knockups trying to put out the damage. Roger does pick up Ikwan, and now Crackerjack is actually falling dangerously low. Miowi trying to get a pickup, gets one onto McCollum. They continue chasing, but no one's low enough on the side of Crackerjack to be able to finish them off. TWCC once again, they seem to get Crackerjack gets the good initial engages, but then TWCC executes it even well and finishes off on top.
Yep, a nice juke coming up on Steel Rose, going to the light form, trying to escape from, Bharat's stomach once again. Oh my goodness, how many times have, Steel Rose been inside Bharat's stomach, right? I think it's like 2 times in this game. I think it's kind of annoying, but thank God for the iframes. But TWCC Esports, they managed to try to, hurt Crackerjack just a little bit, but Crackerjack decides to disengage. Even Freaky using the ultimate just to wave clear very quickly. There's not a lot of pushing power this time around coming up from TWCC Esports. If you notice, they're also having a lot of breaking from McCollum, who can spread fire just to wave clear very quickly.
One more kill on the bottom side onto Wheezy again to the jungle Barats. So they're really pulling ahead here. I mean, Barats actually has the most kills out of everyone else on TWCC Esports, followed by Mioe on the Benedetta, which we said is not going to spell good news for Crackerjack because now they're just having more power, more ability to roam around and get the kill.
Oh, bad news going over to Crackerjack. Once again, the Jawhead will get swallowed all the way up, digested by the Barats. Now stomping all the way down. The Kufra charging up for the jump. Will be able to catch the Roger.
Does go down. There's 2 on the side of Crackerjack. They're trying to make it 1 more, knock that up to 3. Steel Rose still able to escape for now, but TWCC once again making the better of the fight, and this is under the turret of Crackerjack.
Dude, you allow the Barats to be. Barats is not the most optimal jungler, right? You allow the Barats to scale all the way up to this stage, and it's not supposed to happen. Crackerjack is a little bit lackluster in terms of not only just the damage, right? In terms of the map dominance. In fact, they were the one who had the turtle priority earlier just now, but because TWCC Esports stomped all the way down, and then, TWCC also picks up another turret in the mid lane. Gladius loses in life again. TWCC Esports, look at the gold lead, it's just so in favor of them as well. Crackerjack, there's no answer to this Freaky.
Kick one now, going down with a bouncing ball, trying to chase down McCollum here. Actually Zedif, but manages to make it away and pounds to safety. But Wheezy sacrifices his life in the midst of that. They're putting so much pressure on this mid-tier turret over here. And sometimes I feel like it's going in slow motion, looking at the Barats chasing Zedif down, manages to pick up that kill. But he's just walking around this dinosaur with his tongue sticking out, ready to swallow you at any moment.
Hey, I mean, he's a big chunky boy, but Freaky will get shut down finally. It's like 7 minutes going in there. Beatrix has gotten out with a lot to the point that it's illegal. But speaking about slow motion, he's a big chunky boy. He's got a lot of weight, but he's gonna stomp on top of Crackerjack if they try to come in. But in terms of the damage department, Crackerjack is definitely lackluster right now. There's no way that could actually focus on Crackerjack. If you don't focus on Crackerjack, you focus on Freaky, that guy will win a battle of attrition. So Crackerjack has a lot of answers, and there's a lot of questions, but there's no answer to that. I think it's just so tough for Crackerjack right now. I think Guinevere should be the one that's split pushing, or even the Xbox to split push. I feel like Xbox split push would be better. It's a lot faster as compared to the Guinevere, and Guinevere is gonna be important to set up those crucial knockups, right?
Here we go, Gladius in a bit of a pickle here. Mioe aggressing onto Wheezy, almost getting the better of him, but not just yet. And now Gladius turning around for the re-engage, but Mioe will be able to make it out safely for now. And TWCC, this is just how they work. They don't drop kills unnecessarily. I think when you said Crackerjack, they have a lot of questions. It's like they're one step behind. Like, they had adjusted their strategy with the jaw hit, but now it turns out they don't have the answer still to this new question that TWCC has posed. Right now, Barats again swallowing one, spitting Zedif out, and even under the turret, it's like he barely makes it out alive actually, and the turret gets the better of Barats. Finally, his first death in this game.
Look at his small curled up corpse right in the middle. Such a sad Barats. I mean, the engage from Ikwan was so good, man. Get me a tank like Ikwan, man. It's just, he actually jumped in and flicker just to push everyone to the wall that bought so much time for TWCC Esports. However, TWCC Esports was fighting on the turret, so they were a little bit greedy on that. I think they thought that they could have gotten away, but when all the massive team fights and massive skirmishes is happening from the side of TWCC Esports, we talk about the pushing power. The Cyclops was pushing out of its mind at the bottom side. That created so much pressure for Crackerjack, forcing Crackerjack to respawn. But I mean, it's still okay for Crackerjack right now. They should try to hold, not to, they're trying to pick someone up, but whether TWCC Esports allow that, we have to see later on.
Yeah, right now, Ikwan, another hit onto Gladius here. He's stunned out. Detona's welcome used. There is nowhere for him to run to. He will be the first casualty here. Now 4 people left to defend on the side of Crackerjack. The Lord is coming up in under 20 seconds, but it looks like TWCC will start to push down the top here. They want to crack open the base. Just look at Barat now. He's just, hanging around the side of the base, almost threatening them to come at TWCC.
Come fight me, literally. It's like come fight me. I don't bite. I don't swallow, I think.
I don't bite, I just swallow.
Like a snake. But anyways, Ikwan's taking a lot of punishment right now. McCollum will use the last insanity, loses all his Inferiaga armor, forces to run all the way back. But at the same time, bottom side is happening a lot of fight. Barat's still in the fight though, is still in the thick of things. He's taken a lot of punishment and he's still alive. Crackerjack, probably not be able to. I was thinking they could defend, but I think they're focusing a lot on the Barats rather than the Beatrix. But GG, well played over TWCC Esports, picking up game number 2.
Did you see that the Barats were still alive by the end of that? They got the core and the Barats were still alive. That's just insane. That's the amount of free reign he had to just roam around, daring them to come at them. And even though the core was falling really low, they barely had creeps, he was still alive and could tank up that last leg of the push.
Yeah, he's like this massive minion, right? He's alone, like the might of 3 super minions, like tanking the damage of that core, allowing Freaky to just shred the core apart. I mean, I think it also boils down to target prioritization, right? Because Barat seems like he's the biggest target. I mean, he is the biggest target, but the members
physically,
of
yes.
this... Yeah, physically, yes. But the side of Crackerjack, they focus on him a little bit too much. They should be focusing down on like the likes of Freaky, likes of that Cyclops as well. These two, once they're gone, the only concern you have is basically the Benedetta. Other than that, Ikwan set it up really well for the side of TWCC Esports. So kudos to that tank.
Yeah, and that makes it so much more difficult, right? When you have someone like Barat and Ikwan just playing out of their minds, it's also tough to get to the Cyclops. So I think in this case, it's like Crackerjack had their hands kind of tied, but TWCC could leverage that and be able to make a win for themselves. So props to them once again, and good effort by Crackerjack.
Yep, and of course we have to look. Unfortunately, this is a best of 3 and also a single elimination. They would not be able to proceed all the way up in the brackets. But I mean, currently, as of the data we've got 3 teams. They are looking kind of strong. It seems like they know what they're doing. So I'm extremely excited to see them going head-to-head, toe-to-toe, or body-to-body, if you want to call that. Especially when we slowly reach all the way up to the semifinals, because I believe the next match when we come back should be the semifinals already. So pretty excited for any of these teams to face each other.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen really strong games coming up from these teams so far. We're probably going to see, I think, TWCC and Bounty Hunter, but we'll confirm that. And the next game is going to be the semi-final. So remember, you can go for a quick stretch break, but remember to come back because it's only going to get more exciting. So we'll go for a break and see you right back after this.
Can we stop?
keep on shining like you do. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. You're a diamond, I'm a stone. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, they don't tell lies. My eyes, I'm gazing amazed, and my heart just skipped the beat. 'Cause there you are, you're looking right back at me, and I think I'm gonna die. Oh my God. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. Keep on shining like you do. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. You're a diamond, I'm a stone. Oh my God. So beautiful. Oh my God. Oh no, no. Oh my God. You are so beautiful, so beautiful. Keep on shining, keep on shining. You are so beautiful, so beautiful. You're a diamond, I'm a stone. Oh my God. Keep on shining, baby. Oh my God.
You and I, we're like dynamite. Got plenty of reasons to take you home. Shining bright with those diamond eyes. Ain't no way I'm ever letting go. Boy, I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no. Hey, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh I want you near. I need you in my life, boy. Oh, I feel like you and me got this chemistry. One look at you and my heart explodes. Just let me be the one you keep. I'll be right here through the hot and cold. Boy, I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no. Hey, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh I want you near. I need you in my life, boy. Alright, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh I want you near. I need you in my life, boy. Alright, just come over. Won't you come closer? Yeah, just come over. Oh, hey. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh I want you near. I need you in my life, boy. Alright, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh I want you near.
Another night on my own in a lonely city. Thought I'd cry when you left, but it hasn't hit me. No, I know that you'll be with her, but it doesn't even hurt. 'Cause I like it better when my bed's empty. Ooh, I'm not even thinking about you. Got too many fun things I can do. I don't need your help, 'cause I know how to treat myself. I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better, nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself, yeah. Light some candles and pop the champagne, 'cause I'm worth it. Ooh, gonna make me feel good, 'cause I know I deserve it. I'ma wear the dress you like, only for myself tonight. Hope you had a good look the last time. Hey, ooh, got so many fun things I can do. I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better, nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah, deleted our pictures.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Char Esports Festival 2021. My name is Scrubby Cheeks, and here with me is Jays. We have to thank today, of course, our organizer, Char W Association, and we're supported by Singapore Esports Association. So thank you once again to our organizer and supporting partners for bringing us together and all these great games that we have going on.
Yeah, when Scrubby Cheeks, you were like hesitating my name a little bit, right? I'm like, oh no, please
Sometimes
don't
I
call
like-
me Jay-Z.
To be honest, you put it out there for people to get it. Like it's like a clickbait kind of thing.
No, it's not. If you notice, the Z is not capital, and there's no dash as well, so that's slightly different, right? It's like J's. But anyways, speaking of which, coming up next is We Love Miko going up against Extinction and Cracker Jack versus the TWCC Esports. TWCC Esports demolish Cracker Jack. Not say demolish with a sledgehammer, but death with many cuts, picking the gears apart of Cracker Jack's draft all across the board. So really, really excited at that. And of course, during the I believe there was a bit of a downtime. We kind of looked at the brackets a little bit, and we noticed that Extinction was the one who took down TZ Zegna, who basically killed off a serial killer in a 2-0 fashion. Extinction did the same against TZ Zegna, so we also will be seeing that this team going up against We Love Miko, and it is of course the semifinals.
Yep, so really exciting games coming up. And interestingly, we actually have two teams that are kind of similarly named. There's TZ Zegna and there's TZ Zegna 2. So there's one OG and there's like a second team going on.
Wait, hold on a second. So basically what I'm seeing is TZ Zegna 1 was taken down by Extinction, and We Love Miko takes down TZ Zegna 2.
That's right.
So both of these two teams that we're seeing them in the semifinals basically took down both of TZ Zegna. So TZ Zegna's Kage Bunchin also did not survive that.
Yeah, they made it, just before the semifinals.
Yeah,
made it
man.
through all the other games, but unfortunately, they got taken down. And we'll be seeing different teams in this upcoming game, actually. We Love Miko and Extinction, we haven't seen at all throughout the games that we have today. So I think it should be quite exciting given what we've seen so far.
Yes.
Although it's 2-0 games, but they were very intense, and I expect only the best coming out as we go further into the tournament.
That's right, and of course, I'm still not over the fact that both TZ Zegnas got kicked out during the round 3. Another parallel world. If you guys believe in the parallel universe, apparently I don't. Just gotta say that, just in case if you believe in one, there'll be two TZ Zegnas fighting each other in the semifinals, and that would be extremely hilarious to cast. Because what are you gonna call it? Zegna 1, Zegna 2?
Actually,
no.
I might just go with it. How else are you gonna tease them apart, right?
I don't know. Like it's exactly like the Spider-Man meme, right? I was like just pointing at each other. Who's the real Zegna? Please stand up. That sort of idea. But we're still currently waiting for We Love Miko and Extinction to hop into the lobby because I mean, to survive this far in the semifinals, even though it's a community tournament, does stand for something. The macro play is there, the micro play is there as well. So now it's the battle of the stamina. It's the battle of who is tilted or not, because it's not only just about whether you're really good at this hero, whether you're really good at the game. Stamina is also part of the package because these players, and of course the casters and the production team, has been here since like 10:30, and I'm also very happy for you guys if you guys stuck all this while. Thank you very much for sticking us thus far. We're gonna deliver more crazy games, I hope, and of course crazy commentaries, I hope, if the games are crazy, that is.
I think they will be. I mean, like you said, it takes some level of caliber to be able to get to the semi-finals like this. And I think another thing that's great about these tournaments is that, because they're community tournaments, you get
Right.
sometimes you get full teams. If you don't, you get like a mishmash of different players together. They might or might not have played before, but somehow they kind of need to find that middle ground where they work together seamlessly.
That's right. And oh my goodness, I knew it. Looking at both these two teams is gonna be a little bit confusing, right? I feel like I've seen Extinction's Milky God. Yeah, I remember screaming his name. That's how I remember people, by screaming their names. But on the other side, it's also We Love Miko with Mickey as well, and Extinction also has a Mickey. That's gonna be extremely confusing.
Hold up. So now there's gonna be one has the period in front of the name and one has the period at the end of the name. So they're both Mikey. I don't know. Now we're gonna have to somehow tease them apart.
I mean, the only way is they're definitely not going to be picking the same heroes, right? I think that's the only way we can tell them apart.
That's true.
Extinction going for the standard bans, Paquito as well as the Phobias must ban in this meta. We Love Miko going to be banning away the Mathilda, I believe. Next could be a Harley or they're going to ban away the Ruby. So Extinction, if they want to go something crazy, I will go for the Harley and say, hey, this could be a jungler, this could be a mage.
Looks like it will be the export instead. So really strong and off-laner still. I mean, given the War X and everything, of course, talk to death about at this point since the War X has come out. But I think the thing about export is you need to make it work, right? I mean, we've seen in the previous game as well, they picked up the export, but somehow if you don't scale him fast enough to be able to make it work for your team, it's not going to be able to add value.
Yeah, the only value you can add if you're an export that's behind is you can burn the minions to death. I think that's just about it. The wave clear speed is quite good from an export, but We Love Miko will snap pick a Hayabusa for the jungler role. This Jawhead could go to the side lanes or even as the tank, but Extinction will pick up the Popo and Koopa for themselves. The trap will provide so much vision. And also the long range committal stun is exactly like the opposite of a Jawhead. Jawhead commits to the stun, commits to the CC, but Extinction as well. Lloyd will be going into the mage role for Extinction.
Yeah, so I think Loi kind of goes well with Popo and Koopa. You have the vision and you can set yourselves up for like a gank with the diversion as well, teleporting here and there. So it looks like they're trying to synchronize the team composition, which is great. On the side of We Love Miko, we're seeing a Lapu Lapu. So first, I think in today's tournament, but also a pretty highly picked, I would say, kind of hero allows you to go, team fighting and with the bravest fighter, that initiation. I think paired with Jawhead makes for a pretty good front line.
Yeah, I feel like Lapu Lapu has dropped in terms of popularity based on the recent meta right now, because we favor a lot of Paquitos, we favor a lot of Phobias.
They're better picks.
Yeah, they're better picks, but Lapu Lapu is still kind of decent, especially with the shield region. Now, the reason why Extinction picked the Loi as well is so that they don't get countered. The Popo and Koopa Wolf will get countered by the Loi, because it's also one point that the Loi could just cast the dispersion on and just spread all across the board. So pretty smart coming out from Extinction. Now, Extinction will ban away the Farsa. Farsa is the problem if you're picking up a low E because of the range. And We Love Miko will ban away the Roger to basically allow them to not get countered by the Hayabusa and the Beatrix to go into the gold lane. And of course, remember I talked about the Harley. If they want to mesh it up a little bit, Harley Mage? No, Harley Jungler. That's right. I was like, yeah, Harley Jungler will be locked in by the side of Extinction.
Pretty surprised that Harley made it this late into the picks and bans, and also the Kaja finally not banned out. We're gonna see that in this game here. It looks like Extinction has for them a really quite terrifying lineup in terms of damage. I mean, you put Shadow Twin Blades on either of these heroes or both of these heroes, and if you get picked off by them, it's gonna look real ugly.
Chang'e will be picked up by We Love Miko instead. That's a very good answer over to the lack of that for us. To be honest with you, Extinction, looking in the draft, not the tankiest. They do have one extra body to soak up some of the damage, but We Love Miko, dude, they've got a Jawhead that's roaming in the mid lane, I would say. And then you've got you got Lapu Lapu that could generate a lot of shields when it's fighting. Give him Festival of Blood, give him the War Axe. He was just gonna, sustain like a mad lad on the side lanes. But depends on the matchup. I'm looking at the Kaja going up against the Beatrix and the Lapu Lapu going up against an Xbox in the XP lane. But I mean, there we go. In the semifinals, Extinction spawning in the blue side. They do have a very squishy build, whereas spawning in the red is We Love Miko. Decent draft, decent all around, super balanced, but we shall see whether they could take this home.
Yep, so exciting semi-finals. Here we are. We're nearing closer and closer to the end of this tournament. I think this should definitely be an exciting one, and given the lineup as well, I'm especially personally looking forward to Kaja just because we haven't seen it, and I feel like Extinction's lineup is pretty geared towards like picking off someone. You have the Kaja with Divine Judgment, you have someone if stepping into the trap, and that's a dead person. But right now, Vault has to watch for himself as he's the one who's gonna fall dead. It might be the Caster's Curse, but he turns out being first blood for We Love Miko.
What I like about We Love Miko's positioning right now is they're not sending a mage all the way to the side lane because they know that Kaja will outrange the Beatrix, especially in the early game. Beatrix is super squishy. So they send the Beatrix to the mid lane first, get some levels, soak some damage coming for the juicy flank that got them the first kill. So very good decision coming out from We Love Miko, but Extinction, I think right now is just wait for Kaja to hit level 4 and then try to make something happen. But in terms of power level 4 spikes, you're seeing a lot of spikes coming up from Extinction, right? You've got the Last Insanity, you also got the Deadly Magic as well in the kit of Kenji. Speaking of it, it will be used on top of KS Springs.
Actually Vet's able to pick up the last hit onto Springs here. It's going to be the first kill for Extinction, and I think on the top side we see We Love Miko trying to look for something else here, if not just stripping them of the farm and setting themselves up for the first objective, which is the turtle on the top side.
Yep, Beatrix is already in a favor, so whoever... Yo! Missed opportunity coming up from the side of We Love Miko. Kind of botched that wombo combo right there, but Harley lands the Deadly Magic as well. Will be able to pick up the Beatrix without a problem at all.
Yeah, 1-for-1 straight between the two teams. That ejector flicker wasn't enough to get Lightbound out of that, but Springs falls in return. So it looks like both teams at this point is just pretty split even, but Hayabusa having just gotten the turtle gives them that little bit of an edge.
Yeah, very aggressive builds you can see coming up from We Love Miko, going for attack speed boots all across the board. Even the Chang'e, yeah, probably for the auto attack, passive thingy, that allows him to shoot 3 bullets. That's that sort of idea. But a little bit wonky if you ask me, but coming up from Extinction, a lot of magic penetration boots. So hopefully We Love Miko, don't think We Love Miko is building any sort of magic resist, so that's gonna give Extinction a load of damage. The early game matchup is what we're seeing coming up from Extinction, so they have to make this early game work. As of now, they're still on par, so that's not very good for Extinction.
Milky God trying to flicker out, manages to make it out before anyone takes him down, and in return they get Mikey and Springs on the side of We Love Miko. A very quick elimination by Extinction, wrecking them up to 4-2, and we're barely 4 minutes into the game.
Yep, I mean it's the early game draft that Extinction picked up for them because in the late game, We Love Miko can use that chunk to wave clear very quickly. Extinction, if they try to walk up to the fight, they're gonna face a lot of shower of meteors. Yes, meteor showers. That's it. And I mean
Pun
that's something
intended.
that Extinction, yeah, pun. Very not intended. I always unintend my puns. I don't know why. It just slip out the tongue like that. But you know, Extinction at the very least, they do have the hardy to try to jump on top of the chunk. I'd love to see that happen. But I mean, Extinction Power Spike is gonna end pretty much soon.
Yeah, Vault's on the bottom. In some trouble again. There's 3 members of We Love Miko, but 2 others from Extinction here to back them up. And I think We Love Miko recognizes that, chooses not to engage further for now. On the top side though, a little bit of bashing coming out. I think the teams are also waiting out for another opportunity, and the objective on the top side might just be their next one.
Yeah, we can see how Vaults just went back for a quick refresh, pathing back into lane instead, not pathing towards the turtle. Okay, yeah, finally. Diverge will walk a little bit towards the north, unfortunately, but it is going to be Mikey getting caught out right there because of that stun. But We Love Miko is making quick work of this turtle. Extinction, I don't know. They took one, but they don't decide to press on, so a little bit confused right there. They also do have the early game damage, but they're not using it to its fullest extent.
Yeah, I think they did get the 2 turtles for the past 2 objectives, but somehow we haven't seen them quite convert that into anything else. I feel like they might just be taking it away from Extinction at this point. It's like the least that they can do, but it seems pretty split even. Milky God, though, left with a bit of health, is not long for the world. Kenji ejected into the midst of them, will be the next to go, and now Mikey, the 2 Mikeys, I think, chasing down one another, but Jawhead Mikey will be able to make it out alive. Ash comes in for the backup, and it will be a clean disengage across the 2 teams. Extinction 2 down, and like I said, now at this point it's like a neck to neck. The 2 teams are pretty much facing off each other and having like a tit for tat battle.
Yeah, tit-for-tat battle is not what Extinction will want to look for because, dude, you picked in early game and you don't emerge like ahead in the early game, you're gonna fall very, very badly in the late game because We Love Miko is starting to scale. You know, big damage coming up from Miko, and also big damage coming out from the B-Trick at the same time. But here we go, a siege happening in the mid lane.
Vanix having to flicker out left with just a bit of health, but not gonna go anywhere. Kenji has shut him down. 1 kill. Extinction not letting them press further into the turret, and We Love Miko choosing not to lose any more people as well. Diversion into the bushes top side, but not able to get any more kills out of that.
Yeah, it's just... I think right now Extinction is just trying to pick up whatever they can grab because they know the power spike will be ending pretty much soon. We Love Miko is starting to overtake the gold lead slightly. It's an Ash versus one versus the world against Extinction. Managed to pick that up for themselves, and they're just trying to walk off.
Yep, the rest of Miko is here though. They're trying to make something work, but at this point it's too little too late. I don't think Extinction can get any more out of this. And like you said, right, it's the early game, but at this point it's 7 minutes into the game. Every time Extinction wants to engage, it seems like Miko is able to answer to that, and they just can't seem to get more kills off.
Yep, big fight happening right here. Vaults will be able to drag the Mikey around. The Meteor Shower will be used more of a disengage tool coming up from We Love Miko, but We Love Miko finds Kenji in the bottom side as they explode in damage. KX Springs will go down for a 1-for-1 trade, but it is We Love Miko looking for more. Trying to spin for damage. Ash has forced to bounce out.
Yeah, it looked like he was gonna go all the way in there, but I think deciding not to was probably the better decision. But in the meantime, Vanix actually has once again taken the turtle amidst all that fighting. Milky got in some trouble here, but the first picked up is Light Bulb, and a flicker away by Milky will be able to get him. But Miko, just that pressure, right? They're pressuring down the mid lane, and then they take the turtle and they come back to exert more pressure. I think that's exactly what we wanted to see coming from them taking the objectives.
Yeah, especially when we're stepping into semifinals, right? You can see these people, they know what they're doing. They don't just give up something without anything, right? They're also looking for, you know, the double combo punch. It's like left hook, right hook, that sort of thing coming up from Willem Miko. Taking turrets on the left hand side, taking the turtle as well on the right hand side. It's gonna split Extinction all apart, but here we go. Bounce.
Flicker in with the Divine Judgment, immediately melts down Miko, and together with Springs as well. That's 2 quick kills to Extinction, and now they're fighting back. They're making full use of this kid in this fight, but Miko, they recognize that and they want some kills. Ejector onto Kenji. Volts has already fallen. They're trying to chase down the Kenji over here, but he's a little bit slippery. Shadow kill used, but Vanix actually getting Kenji getting the better of him in that fight, so it ends up we of Miko are limping away, I think, from this one.
Yeah, Willem Miko, they don't really have KX. Spring was busted down way too quickly. I don't think that was a very good decision coming out for Willem Miko to gauge all the way back in. You can see how Extinction was juggling the damage between Kenji, Vaults, as well as Milky God. Even that Wolf coming in handy, right? Because the Shadow Kill being spread all across the park is just like that little dim jam. However, Unstoppable Force landing on top of Milky God will be able to end his life down there at the bottom side. Lord will be up. I think it's up for We Love Miko to take this. It seems like they're prepping in for it.
Yeah, Light Bulb just being melted down there, and that's something that you don't want to happen. I mean, Light Bulb is the one with the damage, but if you can't keep him alive, then it's looking even more bleak for Extinction at this point as We Love Miko starts to scale up, like you said.
Yep, this Lord will be taken out very quickly. The Meteor Shower and the Beatrix tag team is a lot of damage. So what We Love Miko was doing all the way till now, I feel they need to switch up the gears just a little bit, but okay, a bit of a stun happening from Mickey.
Flicker out, I think, from Mikey, able to get him to safety for now. The teams don't look like they want to fight, I think, recognizing that they might need to keep themselves alive for the next objective as well. So just trading off blows at this point, but I feel like the two teams are kind of there sometimes, but then they kind of lose it as well. So because of that, we are still seeing them going head to head. But of course, We Love Miko with that ticking timer on them, on Extinction, is definitely in Miko's favor.
I think it's all across to how We Love Miko is actually playing this. If you take a look, it's a 2-2-1 with Beatrix at the bottom side, not most effective. Because you can see how Kaja just melts that Beatrix all the way down. Now, if We Love Miko loses the Beatrix, they still have the Chang'e to help shred the damage, to apply that damage, but I think We Love Miko have to change up the gear just a little bit. I think they should look into a 5v5 fight, but here we go, a bit of a siege.
Unstoppable Force used by Mikey here, and an Ejector trying to pick someone off, but right now Miko's falling low. Mikey has Immortality to protect himself. They do get 1 kill off the fight, but now they're trying to get a bit more. Mikey using the last Insanity. Pop makes him vulnerable and will fall down. It's 2 for 1 at this point, still in favor of We Love Miko.
Yeah, side lanes of Extinction is completely pushed out, right? The defense coming out from Extinction was the only one that kept the top lane alive. It's a tough nut to crack coming out from We Love Miko, right? Even though with Chang'e, I feel like Extinction, just the presence of Kenji and Vaults just forces Miko to play a little bit safe. Now, I don't really like the pathing of Beatrix coming out, right? The KX Spring shouldn't be pathing like this. It's so easy to just just go into a brush with, you know, Vaults, Kenji, and that's it. That Beatrix will melt. Look at them. Look at Extinction, just pathing towards Beatrix like bees towards a flower.
And it's dangerous because you top that off with the vision that Milky has, right? I mean, granted, it hasn't happened yet, but you do have to be aware of those traps that might just be able to spot you out, and you as a character potentially could make or break the team fights because they need the damage coming from you.
Yep, and We Love Miko, okay, at the very least, they're swapping the gears a little bit slower right now, not as aggressive as the past few minutes. Extinction struggling to wave clear. struggling to just walk around, try to set up traps. I feel like it's like what you said, Extinction is swapping into those, the pick kind of composition, but at the same time, Vaults will lose his life off the screen. We love Miko pushing in the top side. Extinction slowly backing back towards the base.
Yeah, so far We Love Miko has gotten some engagers. I mean, we see the ejector on, but it doesn't seem quite there in terms of the team fight. Like, not seeing as much synergy as there was in the previous games. That might be something that can take the team fights further. Right now, they are grouped up in the middle, probably looking for an opportunity to pressure down this top and mid lanes.
Yep, Lord will be spawning in 15 seconds. That will be a Luminous Lord. Looking at the items right now, Shadow Twin Blades being built for Kaja. Gonna be doing a lot of bursty damage, and in fact, I believe that is also the item that allows you to get cooldowns on your ultimate at the same time. It's just a lot of damage in Extinction Kit to burst down any squishy, be KX Springs or Miko. I think KX Springs is taking for the team, right? If I rather you burst down my Beatrix than bursting down my Chang'e, because Chang'e has a bigger impact with the Meteor Shower. Now, Willow Miko is already set up for the Lord push. Extinction knows about it. Maggie providing the support, the stun going in.
Yep, Lord is already taken, but Miko actually is the first to fall. Their damage is gone though, but We Love Miko still tries to press on their second damage dealer. Springs is also taken out. It's a 3 for 2. Here is the underdog Vanix taking out one by one the rest of Extinction. At this point, I think we haven't looked at Vanix, but he's the one putting out the kills here.
Oh, that's a Lord Steal coming out from Extinction. I kind of totally missed that. It is a Lord Steal coming out of Extinction that bought Extinction so much time. I think, oh my goodness, I can't believe I actually missed that.
that might actually make that makes the game for them. I mean, so far Extinction has been playing on the back leg, and making that Lord Steal is huge because now they have the opportunity to press on outside of the map, gives them that much more control.
Yeah, the Lord has been taken down by We Love Miko, but it's the super minions that Extinction was relying upon. Bottom side of We Love Miko is gone right now, and at least We Love Miko, Extinction is slowly pushing into We Love Miko's side of the map. But We Love Miko, we just have to reset all again. It's so hard to penetrate into Extinction because of the Loi just creep, all those zone control, just lump everyone together whenever We Love Miko try to group up for a fight. And Loi does a lot of damage, especially if you take a look at We Love Miko's side. Squishies all across the board.
Yep. Although I think the same can be said for Miko because you have the Chang'e for that same kind of burst and AoE defense as well. I mean, Meteor Shower extremely effective in clearing the minions, and also that's probably what helped to take down the Lord in a quick fashion. But Extinction, even though they didn't make like a lot of use out of that Lord, I think what's important is that they prevented Miko from taking that Lord, and that actually allowed them to keep up their defenses for a bit longer.
Yeah, and as the time goes by, it's not going to be beneficial for Extinction. They kind of bought them a few more minutes, but it also bought We Love Miko a few more minutes to get the necessary items coming in. Once we hit 60k gold for We Love Miko, that's when most of them will have like full items as of now. But, I mean, Extinction is back against the wall, right? They're struggling to defend. Mikey as well as Vaults have very good clear. You can take a look at how Mikey is just like dedicatedly clearing with the flamethrower and then just rotate.
Yep, and I guess that's when you don't have sort of like a late game insurance, like a strong late game insurance sort of hero, that's what makes it difficult in these sort. You're putting all your cards to close out the game, right? But right now, if they continue to do this, get KX Springs off the front, their next target should be Miko. Does not, they get Vault instead. They take them out. We Love Miko, they're turning the tables around, trying to get Light Bulb here. They do manage to finish him off, and now they're trying to get even more, but they get a return kill onto Vanix. That makes it 2 for 2. Once again, they're trading out between the two teams. Ash trying to go ham on Mikey, but he will still have that Firaga armor intact. The boys in Extinction are split up right now, giving Kenji the opportunity, actually Kenji the one being taken down in this fight. And it's 2 for 3 at this point, I don't think they can make any more out of it. But that's the way they've been fighting. They split up, they try to pick it off, but in the end, it's just like a bloodbath. But none of them emerge like with a clear advantage.
Yeah, Extinction, I would say they picked a very good fight earlier, but what went wrong, I believe, was Kenji is forced to jump in, kill someone, and jump out, so they were fighting a 3-man against We Love Miko. Mikey was a little bit too late for the team fight, and after that, when Mikey comes in, I mean, the X-Borg, mind you. I was like, not looking at this Mikey, but the other Mikey. The X-Borg Mikey. Yeah, the X-Borg Mikey come in a little bit too late. The flamethrower is not going to do enough damage to shut down Ash. Ash is this crazy Lapu Lapu that would be able to shield and as well as, you know, life steal as well. And even though Kenji comes back for the re-engage for the second time, the deadly magic actually lands on top of Ash instead of Miko. So as long as Miko is in the fight, We Love Miko does stand a chance. However, the Lord looking half HP, the stun goes out, coming up from Milky God. Both of these teams just touch and go. They're not going to engage each other. They're not going to handshake. But as time goes by, Extinction is the one that should suffer because of their minions are constantly getting shoved all the way in.
Vaults though is already picked up. This gives Miko the chance to aggress onto them. They're trying to find Milky God here in the back line, but just enough HP. Mikey ejects him into the midst of them, but now he's the one who has low HP, has to flicker out of to safety, but it's the other Mikey who's gonna pick him up. So that will be a 1-for-1 trade again between the two teams. They're trying to find Kenji here in the top. Split pushing, looks like they will be able to, so it's 2 pickoffs on We Love Miko.
Yeah, that's very bad for Extinction. I think Kenji should have stayed in the team fight in the mid lane. Shouldn't have made the decision to split push because it's always one person that's missing from the side of Extinction in these sort of team fights where you really need all the burst damage, all the early game damage that you've kept all this while going into We Love Miko against We Love Miko, right? But now it's 60k gold lead, 60k gold from almost both these two teams. Looking at items wise, I believe they're just almost finishing up the last few items, right? Look at that, almost full. So it's all about positioning for both these two teams. It's not about who gets the most items right now. It's about how they're going to execute.
Vanix is the one who's a little bit out of position, being chased down. Milky God manages to take care of him, and now he's the one who's dives under the turret, but manages to get away. So it still winds up being an advantage for We Love Miko. I think this is the issue that we talked about for Extinction, right? When they pick the Popo and Kuba, yes, you have an early game advantage, but at this point, they don't have a tanky frontline, save for that bit of HP from Kaja to be able to really go into these fights.
Nah, I think Kaja will melt. The way that Kaja is built is to just pure assassin, pick off one person and walk out, right? And both of them are just paying a price of one of their team members just to get one each other. Thank you very much. Yep, pure damage. Beatrix, I feel like right now what Extinction wants to do, hide in the brush, pick off anyone that dares to walk in, because we know We Love Miko would love to walk around, look and see how KX Springs is pathing. And you can see Vault and Milky God right now just setting it up for this very, very free Beatrix, right? So, We Love Miko, I mean, there is not a lot of things that could play, they're just dancing it around, but We Love Miko is using their early game structures that they've already gotten that actually allows them to kind of win against Extinction, because looking at the turrets of Extinction, they will fall very soon, so this Lord will be very important for both of these two teams.
Meteor Shower being used to zone out the members of Extinction here, but Mikey being the first pick off between the two teams, X-Borg Mikey, and they continue fighting here as Ash is the next one. They haven't managed to get the Lord after all this zoning. I mean, Miko, they committed Jawhead Mikey to the fight. They committed, I think it was Ash into the fight as well, but haven't managed to get anything out, and now they're 2 men down.
Yeah, so this is gonna be a big problem. Like, see, We Love Miko. Oh no, this is gonna be a bad problem for We Love Miko. Losing that Chang'e is exactly what they need in order to pick up this Lord. Because Extinction has 4 members that could actually go and take this Lord immediately after. But I mean, We Love Miko as well, right? I mean, they only got a Hayabusa, they only got a Beatrix, there's no frontline Pew for them, so Extinction could just burst any one of these squishies all the way down. You can see how Kaja is poised in the brush, just waiting for that beat to come in. Has the ultimate just to drag him down. Extinction desperately trying to take this Lord, but just baiting We Love Miko one by one.
Yeah, they haven't finished the Lord yet. Vanix coming in with a shadow kill, trying to get one person, but he gets suppressed and immediately just clobbered by the rest of Extinction with all the damage. Maybe trying to pull a steal there, but the Lord still goes to Extinction, and I think this is the kind of safety net that they have finally secured themselves to be able to make an advance in the game.
Yeah, those two Lords that Extinction has secured for themselves has been phenomenal. Extinction bought themselves enough time to the point that We Love Miko is starting to make this very careless mistakes, if I would say. A bit of too much aggression coming up from Ash, as well as the Jawhead. It's just something that, you know, Extinction is just relying upon to force We Love Miko to make mistakes, and then they're gonna punish for it. The Lord marching down to the bottom side and alongside with the super minions. I think Extinction might be able to take a few turrets alongside.
Ooh, that burst damage coming out from Lightbolt, not quite enough to take out Miko, but that was so close, bringing them together. And now the Lord is charging up on the bottom side here. They're making a two-pronged attack on the top side inhibitor as well, quickly making work of it. We'll be able to chunk it down, and finally they break open the base just that little bit.
Oh, this is so good coming out from Extinction, right? They push down the top side, then allow the Lord to march down but the bottom side. Use the ultimate Aloy to just TP all the way to mid lane, and almost in like 30 seconds, We Love Miko lost 3 turrets. I know, 1, 2, 3, 4 turrets. Man, I cannot quick math.
Cannot quick math, we've established that. Right now, Ash being stunned out in the middle, and ejector onto Kenji, almost falling, but now Mikey is the one escaping with a sliver of health. Instead gets Kenji. It's 3 men down. They're making a run for their lives at this point. Vanix is just going around the corner, trying to spot someone out here, but the diversion saves him from the grasps of We Love Miko. This gives them the chance though to turn around, and they're coming down the mid lane, seeing if they can do anything to the defenses of Extinction here.
Yeah, Mikey, the X-Borg would need one well-placed Last Insanity now with the Firaga armor gone. That is not going to be a very good thing. Getting shredded by We Love Miko. And Miko just using the meteor shower to wave clear as quickly as possible. That is something that, We Love Miko is hoping on, because taking a look at the death counter, there's around 30 seconds on the clock for the side of Extinction to have full members. We Love Miko, they're not gonna pull the trigger as of yet, sending 2 members to the side to push it all the way in, because they've got to defend against those super minions.
Yeah, they are pushing up a bit though. KX Springs getting a little bit low. That burst once again onto Miko, not enough to finish him off. Yeah, just that little bit more. Miko will be able to make it out alive, but I think that was still enough. I mean, they got the reset out of that. They didn't have to deal with any more pressure from Miko at this point.
Yep, now Extinction has all full team already, and it's gonna be another waiting game, May. It's just We Love Miko waiting in the brush. Extinction is also gonna do the exact same, using the rotation to scout. And I feel like Extinction does have the advantage in terms of scouting because of the Popo and Koopa. I'm not surprised if the Popo and Koopa will start to change its build into more of a marksman build, because, the Popo and Koopa does output quite a bit of damage. Originally, he is supposed to be built as a marksman. Oh no, he's gonna stay in his tank form, unfortunately. But with Extinction, with the mobility that Lightbulb offers, allows them to rotate around the map and catch KX Spring. Any pickup right now is gonna send them to the death timer of, I would say, around 70 seconds. Now, We Love Miko, they've already set it up for the Lord. Extinction used that ultimate, trying to pick up KX Spring, but now they're gonna lose the priority for this Lord.
Vanix here trying to zone out, I think, or scout out the area, but takes Milky God, meets with Milky
Oh.
God in the face, and now Ash. Careful, the Divine Judgment. There are two people here. Ejector onto Lightbulb, and Lightbulb gets with the burst damage. I think they kill each other off in that fight. And right now, Miko's trying to press on, getting export. Mikey, he does have immortality though. Tries to make it out with the Firaga armor. Burster is rolling away, but the last hit from String will be enough to take him down. Another ejector onto Milky God is enough to take him down for the moment. The respawn and the shield actually makes KX Springs the casualty in this fight, and Milky God limps away but survives to see another day. It winds up being a 2-for-2 with the Lord still standing.
It could have gone really bad for Extinction because Kenji was nowhere to be found in that team fight, and it all boils down to Milky God, right? It's just landing the wolf knockups again and again, and now it's like what I said. I think Milky God has to start transitioning, swapping some of these, but oh my goodness, this is bad coming out from
Ejector
Extinction.
onto Vaults. They managed to just melt him down now, and Milky God is one person trying to defend. Now Kenji is here to kind of defend and join the fight. Not sure if it's too little too late though. They do have only two versus three members up at this point. I think, Jace, it's 29 minutes into the game, and what you talked about earlier, right? This is really the game of it's the mindset right now. It's that resilience, being able to still keep your head in the game, still keep your hands like like responding.
Twiddling.
Yeah, exactly. To be able to press the right keys at this point, it takes a lot of persistence and just keeping that focus and not making a mistake, because that's what's going to make or break the game at this point.
Yep, We Love Miko already set it up for the Lord push already. Mikey, Jawhead will be able to catch Milky God at the same time, but the members of Extinction is here.
Yeah, Milky God trying to make it out. I think Vanix tried to go in for a kill there, but Milky God is still alive. The rest of Extinction here is here for the backup. The flamethrowers used on Ash. He's so tanky though. Even with Lightbulb's damage, he's alive, suppressed in the backline. In return is Lightbulb, and somehow he manages to make it out alive of that skirmish. We Love Miko has the upper hand in this and not choosing to go for the Lord yet. I think they spot out Kenji on the top side trying to make another split push, so choosing to defend that instead.
Yeah, Extinction. The reason why Extinction is finding a lot of problems trying to end this game is because they're building pure, like they're early game heroes, right? And they're not supposed to get away with this. And it all boils down to We Love Miko. We Love Miko is making a lot of weird mistakes. Ash was so far ahead in his team, just trying to 3v1. And of course, the positioning of the We Love Miko as well. The whole team itself, it's a little bit wonky. I think they're starting to get a little bit tired because they're making all these amateurish mistakes. Even though We Love Miko,
end the game.
Yeah, they're supposed to end this game already, but We Love Miko, they're already poised at the Lord Pit as well. Mind you, this is already half a minute game. It's also kind of difficult because Mikey, with the X-Bar, does have a lot of clear. So We Love Miko is also having a bit of problems, but I feel like Extinction is also trying to make it work and not giving up. So props to Extinction for now. We Love Miko will start this Lord finally. I feel like the Lord could have started like around like 30 seconds ago.
Yeah.
But We Love Miko, Hayabusa is out of position.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's trying to pull a split push of sorts here, but they are one man down in the fight. Doesn't look like they're still delaying this Lord fight here as they try to get the pick off in the mid lane onto Mikey, but at this point they're all pretty tanky in that sense. And they have immortality, so the fights drag on for even longer, and it's really it's difficult to see who's going to make the mistake first. I mean, that's what's going to determine who closes out the game.
That's right, but We Love Miko is slowly gaining back map dominance because I feel like the aggressive pathing and Extinction knows that. They're gonna have to back away because they're squishy themselves. They don't really have enough power to fight them face on. But ooh, Kenji, very close, very close. But We Love Miko, once again, they're at the Lord Pit. Maybe just take this Lord, but I feel like there's a bit of a fear going in. And look at that, May, 100k gold. I think we should be blowing some like candles or something right now.
Never thought I'd live to see the day where you get 100k gold. And
I think my record
both
was
of the teams, mind
120k.
you. What's
Yeah,
that?
I think my record was 120k.
Oh dear. Oh gosh.
Oh,
All
dear.
right. We're into 6-digit actually gold here. I can't math either. But it looks like they might finally be picking the Lord, or they might just be baiting it into another fight at this point. Extinction. I'm hoping to see them pick off somebody. I think capitalizing on Springs if he is out of position again and quickly bursting him down, that will really take Miko and leave them on their hind legs.
Okay, hold on a second. Oh wait, Mikey, the Jawhead Mikey's not gonna toss the wolf again. If not, I'll start calling for animal abuse. You see, that's the thing. Extinction knows that Vanix as well as Cake Springs away, right? That means that there's only 3 members in the Lord Pit. But okay, this is the pickup that we need.
There you go. I love that. Every time the Flicker and Divine Judgment goes in, like my heart skips a beat. But they do that on the top side. So now We Love Miko is forced to respond to that. And that opens up the map for Extinctions to start up the Lord on the bottom side. But they drop it. Kenji and Box fall. There's too much damage coming from Miko and Springs to respond. And now they're making their way down to the bottom. And Extinction has to disengage from the Lord. It's another back and forth, Jace.
It is gonna be another back and forth. We Love Miko. This is high time for you to actually pick up this Lord to probably end this game. Very long extended game number 1. Because, you know, I think We Love Miko, they did not go for the Lord instead. They're just gonna focus pushing it down.
I think the strategy is let's try to eliminate them and then we close out the game. Maybe not try to take the Lord, but it's that difficult, right? Because it's harder to deal with all these different. I mean, you have what Popo and Koopa with an extra person and an extra life at this point with immortality. So the fights are just it's long drawn and it's harder to close out.
Oh, once again, positioning. KX Sprig is nowhere near to the Lord. He's desperately needed just for this Lord push. And then Ash was taking a lot of hits, forced to retreat all the way. Taking a look at the death timer, it's 22 seconds on the clock for Extinction for the full force right now. We Love Miko, I feel like the window of opportunity for them to take this Lord to end this game is slowly closing. But, I mean, Mikey is constantly getting picked off right here.
That's the positioning you need. Mikey does have that second life, but they'll start turning their sights to the Lord, trying to get KX Springs instead, falling really dangerously low, manages to make it out alive. Once again, Extinction pushing them off from the Lord, and the Lord remains standing, Jace.
Oh my god, the Lord be like, please, someone kill me. This has gotten way too long. It's like toying with your food. And the Lord is like, I'm still waiting here. Come on, someone take me, and then we can actually send a GG push all the way down. The Extinction was down for a good whole 70 seconds. That's almost 1 minute extra for We Love Miko to take down this Lord, get the super minion, take the enhanced creep, and then just march down, you know, maybe the top lane and the mid lane, but no. Positioning, KX Springs is not around the team. Mikey is scouting, yes, that's correct, but he's constantly getting picked up by Extinction because Extinction, the draft is like, I can pick off one person and that's it. That's basically what Extinction can do. They don't really have this consistent, sustained damage that the Beatrix have, and of course, Miko, with the consistent meteor shower, should be able to take this Lord very quickly altogether if all 5 of them, mind you, coming up from We Love Miko is clumped up. So I feel like we're gonna go into a very long waiting game. I'm expecting this game to close up at 45 minutes. There we go, 112k. Are we looking at 120k from one side of these people?
I think we might actually be looking at 120 kgs, and you can almost see like the communication, right? I mean, every time Spring out of position, it seems like a communication lap somewhere there. They're finally starting the Lord here, but it looks like Extinction is trying to go for the push instead. The burst damage is enough to take Springs down, and they're going in for the core. They're going in right for the objective, and they manage to burst it quickly. Extinction. The laser focus on the objective. Who needs the Lord?
Yeah, I think everyone just got ton of vision on top of the Lord, right? Like, I really love it when Extinction is like, yes, you know what? KX Spring is the only one defending.
Yeah.
She doesn't pose any danger. We just burst him down and we just move on and just push down the core while, you know, it is actually the side of We Love Miko that desperately needs the Lord, because Extinction does have all the turrets up, and Extinction coming out with a surprise backdoor, absolutely beautiful. I love it. At the very least, we're not going to go into 120k. We're not going into 45-minute game, but there you have it, 37 minutes. Is game number 2 going to be like this again? Please say no.
I don't know, Jace. We kind of asked for exciting games, and here we have an extremely neck-to-neck game, making it into 37 minutes. 29 up against 31 kills. It is so close. You can just measure it with, like your pinky finger kind of measurement here. Of course, props to both teams. I think, especially Extinction, with their draft, they shouldn't have made it this long into the game. It takes so much for them to be able to survive that long, and even to ultimately close it out.
Yeah, it's almost illegal for Extinction's draft to last all the way to 37 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, if I show this to my friends, right? Like, hey, this draft lasted 37 minutes. They were like, are you joking?
Yeah, no way.
And then the next, no way. And then the second thing is, and they won. Like, who are they fighting?
There's the kicker.
Yeah, I think that's the kicker right there. It's like, they got away with way too much, because I believe Illumico is starting to make those small little macro decision mistakes. They're too tunnel vision. KX Spring, I feel like should be sticking towards the team a little bit more. You have countless of times you see KX Spring getting picked off by the side of Extinction, because Extinction is more of a pick composition as compared to a team fighting composition.
Yep. Yeah, but I would say, I think that was a one game to watch. That makes it into one of my top on epic games. Definitely going up there. So I think after that long game, everyone needs a little bit of a breather. So we're going for a quick break right here, and we'll see you right back for game 2.
Not gonna miss you now, I'm putting myself first. But I'm keeping your sweater 'cause I wear it better, and I look so good that it hurts. I don't need your help. I can treat my So you say you got a new one. I know that you're trying to believe that you can fake a whole scenario just to make me jealous. Your shadow keeps stalking, and we should stop talking. But we got that special something. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know. Oh, I will be clear now. Patience is really not my key, but if you play your cards right, I might just think about it twice. Yeah. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go busy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the Chayo Esports Festival 2021. My name is Grubby Cheeks. This is Jace. We've just come back for an intense 37-minute game.
Ooh, it's like three minutes away from like 40 minutes, and I think the highest goal was 112k from one side. It's enough to fund the universities of all the members. I think that's an amount. That's how long We Love Miko dragged the whole game. In my opinion, Extinction. We said it a lot of times. Right? Extinction should not have gone all the way to the late game,
Yeah.
but We Love Miko's positioning is a little bit questionable. KX Spring always on one side, Venex is
Yeah.
on the other side, and then Extinction loves this kind of splits, right? You split against a pick comp, they're gonna
Yeah.
pick you up, they're gonna throw you in a dustbin, and then
That's what they mean.
Extinction just and Extinction just did exactly that. And then while We Love Miko was a little bit distracted, tunnel vision on the Lord, Extinction just GG push all the way into the top side. They're like, all right, this is now or never. Let's just push it all the way in.
Yeah, and I think it takes those like macro decisions, right? Like sometimes you
Mhm.
gotta just take a step back and be able to make the right macro decision. And
That's
that's
right.
what carries you to the win. But that being said, I do hope that on the macro side, Extinction also adjusts their draft. I mean, they did win it, but I do hope they at least put in some late game insurance if they
Mhm.
do drag out the games like this again.
Yeah, definitely. Like the lack of marksman from the side of Extinction is kind of hurting them a little bit. And don't forget, We Love Miko had a Chang'e, so
Yeah.
it's tough to fight into a Chang'e. I think We Love Miko. Miko was the one who dragged the game so long because it's difficult for Extinction to find those pickoffs.
Yeah.
Ash was such an annoying frontliner to deal with before Extinction can just jump over Ash, that sort of idea. But the Harley was playing quite well. He knows the positioning as well. And there's a lot of times where you see the Harley was like out of position, but Extinction managed to got out of the fight. At the very least, they equalize it, like whereas everyone dies, that sort of idea, and leaving Harley trying to split push.
Yeah.
So that's actually kind of like a limit testing for this Harley coming out from Extinction.
Yeah, or he would have at least done his job of like distracting them and bringing them to the top lane, for example.
Yep.
So yeah, really props to them. And for I don't know. I'm hoping somehow they're both gonna adjust their draft a little bit. I think for the side of We Love Miko, it's also a matter of how they execute their draft. I mean, I hope not to see the same kind of like different positioning mistakes that they've made that cost them the game.
Yeah, I think even if the reason why they also are making these mistakes is because Extinction is constantly pressuring the side lanes because
Yeah.
they're abusing the
Your
mobility.
team is
We Love
banning.
Miko is that big death ball, right? But Extinction is this small little tendrils that could go to the side lanes, pick up this one person, throw it into the mouth, and then move on. But here we go, game number 2. What is their answer? We Love Miko losing game number 1 will proceed to ban the midfielder for the first ban. Extinction
Your
banning away the
team is
Paquito, still
banning.
going the same. Let me guess, a Fulvius ban coming out from Extinction?
Might see. I don't know if we'll see a Kaja ban this time. I mean, given that it was
Nah.
Your
Oh,
team
okay,
is
there we go.
banning.
Not a Kaja, but an X-Borg ban on the side of Miko. But I think the pick-off from Kaja was also what made it difficult for them, or at least they had to be conscious of that.
I feel the
Your
the
team
pressure
is
comes from the X-Board because Kaja, you only pick one person, right? But
True.
whenever the Xbox comes into the last insanity, all 5 of them will have to drop whatever they're doing and run the heck out. So banning away the Xbox should be priority in game number 1. Now, We Love Miko will pick the Ruby for themselves. Could send this Ruby to the mid lane. Could also send it to the side lanes as well. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that is a quick swap. I don't remember seeing Alco X Tokyo in game 1, right?
Your team is picking.
I think we have to confirm that.
But it's okay. I mean, they're in the game right now. They can't back off already, so let's just go all the way in.
Hold on, wait. I think it was Miko. I mean, We Love Miko. Miko was the one in the previous game. So you're right. They did do a swap with Elko and Tokyo. I mean, after all, it was 37-minute game. It was pretty tiring.
It is, and of course, Extinction will, like I said, ban away the Phobius. Same bans, same pick as well. Biki God will stick to the Popo and Koopa, picking up the Barats for themselves, a bit tankier. So We Love Miko, they need someone that could shred through Barats' armor or any form of DPS. I'm looking at a lot of burst damage coming out from We Love Miko. The Cho or even the Jawhead, if they choose to bring it to the side lanes, is a little bit hard to deal. It will be a little bit difficult to deal with Barats.
Your
It will be a
team is
Lunox on
banning.
the side of Extinction, though. I think choosing this, they over the Loi this time, but still, kind of the same in terms of like the burst damage they still have as well, and to add on that, the iframe. I feel like on the side of We Love Miko, having that Cho could be good. If like KX Springs plays someone like Cho, that would be good because he's in a great position to be flanking.
Yep, and even the Uranus actually, you just exert so much invisible pressure, just pushing it all the way in with the Uranus. You have survivability, you can dodge, so that's something else. But We Love Miko will be banning the Kaja. I don't think Extinction will be going for the Kaja at all, because looking at the draft, they already got one person that could pick someone up, which is the Barats. And Extinction picking up the Lunox is to basically counterpick it away from We Love Miko, because Barat's natural enemy is the Lunox. But here we go, Yong coming up from the side of Extinction.
Yeah, usually haven't quite seen, or at least for me, in a lot of games so far, but great for, you know, that control, that zoning as well. Lacking that damage though, so I think hoping to see that in the next pick. In the meantime, We Love Miko rounding up the draft with the Farsa and hovering over the Bruno or Granger.
I personally feel the Bruno is better because you want to chunk down the chunky boy with your kick, with your balls. For the side for Granger, your goal is to burst down with a Rhapsody, and the Rhapsody may not be enough to just one shot or basically take some deal enough damage against the Barats. But Extinction, rather than going for the YSS that I was expecting, because it would be so good against a Farsa with the Mountain Shocker, they went for a carry instead. Now, looking at the draft from a bird's eye view, they've got a Farsa, no pun intended right there, and they've also got a Yuzhong on the enemy side. So whenever, you know, Farsa goes into the Feather Airstrike, what Yuzhong has to do is go into Dragon Mode, just chase the Farsa all the way down, land on top of him, and that's it. That Farsa will get denied. So it all boils down to whether the side of We Love Miko will be able to get the money shot of Feather Airstrike out. But here we go, game number 2. After that long 37-minute game, hey, are you feeling excited?
I mean, this is the semi-finals after all, so definitely it might be 37 minutes, but that just means that they're bringing us a great neck-to-neck game over here. So I'm thoroughly enjoying watching them just fight it out here. I think, again, it comes down to We Love Miko making good execution out of that draft, because they did have a problem with that draft the last time around, but it was more of just not making the mistakes and being able to carry that through. I think for the side of Extinction though, I kind of like that the carry pick is their late game monster. They're gonna have the damage, and that could make it easy for them to close out the game in the later part.
Yeah, Volt's making good work with this Yuzhong, chunking it all the way down. Ruby wasn't expecting the Char residue that's actually going back in, healing him up, and also dishing out the damage. And that said, Mikey going in for the Jawhead this time round, rather than, I think, was it Xbox. It gets kind of confusing with both of these two Mikeys. But Mikey did
and they swapped it this time.
Yes, I think that's why it gets a little bit bamboozled me a little bit. But Mikey did some good damage in the mid lane early on just now, chunking down Lightbulb quite nicely. But it is going to be a late game for Extinction this time round, whereas Willamiko, the late game insurance will be going to be in Alco X Tokyo. With the Farsa, it's going to be tough sieging up against that Farsa.
Yep, it will be with the feathered airstrike. Definitely not easy to get close to, but like you said, if they can make good use of the Yuzhong, it will be good. But right now, Ash is the one who getting aggressed under the tower, falls his first blood. Two people from the side of We Love Miko here for revenge, manages to slow Mickey. One more hit will do the trick. Vanix closes it out.
Yep, and it's just, Granger being Vanix being at the right place at the right time, right? Also using the Death Sonata already, so Extinction should have a bit of leeway in trying to take this turtle right underneath them. It is going to be Extinction securing, but Ash will be kicking him all the way to the side as, We Love Miko will be picking out that carry for themselves.
Oh, Extinction though getting one more return kill onto Vanix here. So they evened out the kills and they got the turtle. I guess slightly ahead for Extinction, but they're pressing on now. We Love Miko ejector onto Vaults, trying to get one more, but he does have some HP on his hand, so able to get out of there rather safely. Mikey though, flicker not enough to save him and will be the next one to go. It is 2 for the other Mikey getting a kill for himself.
Yeah, that Mikey is having a time of his life at the bottom side. Send someone down, he will be able to digest them all the way up. Barat's picking up 2 kills. It's just basically throwback to me when I play the glue in the side lanes. People try to fight me and I'm like, okay, I accept your challenge.
Let's go. I'll handshake this any day. But yeah, I feel like Extinction now, it seems like they're a bit more confident with this draft. They have been in the previous game, not to say that they haven't, but now that they have both the early and late game covered, I feel like they're exuding a bit more confidence.
Yep, and Kenji losing his life earlier just now is not the biggest boo-boo coming in from Extinction. I don't know why that's the thing that came into my mind, but it is going to be Ash. Will be knocking out the members. Alco to X Tokyo syncing up the feather airstrike quite nicely, but We Love Miko's focusing its attention all the way to Vaults instead.
Yep, the 3 on the bottom, Extinction trying to make something out of this, because on the top side, We Love Miko has mirrored that and actually took down 1 kill for themselves, I believe. They will be able to get the turret on top of that, so at this point, it's pretty close in terms of the gold as well.
Yep, and it's gonna... I think We Love Miko will have a bigger gold gap because they're gonna rotate straight to the turtle right now. It's all up to Extinction whether they can actually take this away. The big back dragon was used
to chase down the Farsa. Like you said, they do pick up Elko in that fight as well as the turtle, and now they're pressing on. Rookie God does fall in that fight. Vault is the next target, manages to somehow get alive, but no, KX Springs denies him that escape. Mikey will use the flicker to save his life. It's a 1-for-2 trade, I believe, in favor of We Love Miko.
Yep, so We Love Miko, they got a good fight, but they lost members, right? They got a turtle for themselves, but because they lost 2 members, they kind of equalized. They're back to square one, right? So it's about the battle of who's gonna scale all the way to the late game. However, Granger falls off drastically in the late game. That's not enough pushing power, not enough damage, not enough DPS from the auto attacks that could put down either Mikey or Vaults that's just running towards it. And it becomes this sort of minigame, whereas Extinction, all they have to do is try to prevent or deny Alco X Tokyo from going into the feather airstrike.
Ash here trading out blows between himself and Vault, but what you said about Extinction, I think having that late game in terms of carry is like a card that they're waiting to pull out, right? And they have adjusted it based on the previous 37-minute game. But hold that, Mikey is using Unstoppable Force, trying to get out of that fight. Miko is here for the backup. Kenji, they traded out 1-for-1 kills. Black Dragon form is popped, but probably not going to be able to convert into any more kills at this point. Rhapsody being used as well as the Brilliance top just to cleanly disengage from this. But Ash once more with the Way of the Dragon manages to lock down Light Bulb there. It will be a quick one, puts him in the dirt, sends him back to the base.
Yeah, you talk about back and forth, right, mate? Both of them are making, both of them are just giving kills over to each other, and I feel like it's because Alco X Tokyo is the one with the Feather Airstrike, and don't forget, you pair it up with that Sonata, it's gonna do huge mountain of damage against Kenji that's gonna melt down almost immediately. Bolts, at this time, is not that scary Yong as of yet. It's gonna take some time to build up in terms of the defenses. Once it gets the Oracle, once it gets the Brute Force Breastplate, that's where the Yuzhong will start to shine. However, I feel like Willamiko is pressing the accelerator pad a little bit harder, but it is going to be Extinction at the Turtle Pit as well, trying to pick up the turtle for themselves.
Yep, they can't fully commit at this point though. Extinction is there to defend it. Vanix trying to start it up and leash it a little, but spotted out by Extinction. And once again, they're non-committal to the objective and just zoning each other out at this point.
Feels like a deja vu, right?
I know.
I feel like we've been here before.
But
I feel like the observers.
This is
yeah, the observers
early.
is like we've been in this part of the map before, but at the same time, Extinction was able to use vaults to push down the top side, whereas Extinction, nice pick off at the brush right there, but the feather, no, not the feather ass, right? But Mikey manages to jump all the way out.
Yeah, Milky God taking some shots to the face. But I think, right, so Extinction, they've adjusted a draft to the late game, but We Love Miko seems to have done the opposite, but they're making good work of this draft, managing to get one for themselves. Mikey in too deep with the ejector, ends up in the trade so far, but Kenji is coming in with the kills, takes two. Black Dragon form looking for more Elko, in a lot of trouble, can't pop the wings by wings to get out, will fall. It's 4 kills down on the side of Miko, and I believe the turtle also fell in that fight, going to Extinction.
Yep, Extinction is the one with Kenji is the one with the turtle buff, and of course you can see Kenji was Naruto running towards the targets, picking people up one by one. Explosive damage that We Love Miko cannot stand, and they're forced to back away. Pushing that gold lead to 2k for the side in the favor of Extinction. Take a look at the items right now. I think it is going to be BOD coming in. Oh no, it's not a BOD, it's going to be the Blade of Harvest Ease or even a Hunter Strike coming in for our Yuzhong player. And Carrie going to go in for the Thunderbelt as well. That's going to give him a lot of burst damage as she dashes around and landing those abilities.
Ash trying to 1v2 on the top side to protect the turret, but everyone, Extinction is here, use the Brilliance to do some damage, manages to pick up Ash in the meantime. We Love Miko forced to back away into the safety of their tower, but Extinction doesn't look like they're gonna give up just yet.
Yep, Extinction, I would say they took out the top side turret. They're gonna walk away. Vault's looking for opportunities, looking for some pickups, especially if Vanix is actually farming. That's extremely good. But Extinction, I think it's also kind of difficult, right? They're just hit and running. They're just not gonna commit into any team fight because Alco X Tokyo is just gonna shred them up so quickly. And don't forget, Vanix will do a lot of damage with the Death Sonata. So it really depends on how they're gonna engage. And of course, once again, standard We Love Miko things. They're gonna let themselves being picked up on the side lanes and then allow Extinction to push down the mid lane. It's up to We Love Miko to respond to that. Whether they're gonna go towards that or not, it's up to them.
Even with this draft, Extinction is able to pick people off, and I mean, yeah, granted, Alco X Tokyo does the damage. I think even picked up a Lightning Truncheon, but he has to be able to be in position and in the fights to put out this damage. At this point, the Lord has gone to Extinction. KXP once again out of position, tries to flicker in, but right into Milky God's face, and he will be able to, no, actually, he will be the one to fall out in this fight. So it's another one down. There are 4 to 5 members at this point, and we talked about positioning. Yet again, KX Springs finds himself caught out.
Yeah, Extinction is just spreading We Love Miko apart, right? Like, while the members of Extinction is focusing on that Lord and the top side, Vaults is also at the bottom side, just pushing it all the way in. Yuzhong is a very good split pusher, will be able to drag it all the way out, and is also a good duelist because of the the passive, right? The Char Residue will be able to heal, also does a lot of damage. And now with the Lord marching down the top side, Extinction is setting it up very nicely for it. It's going to be a 3-prong attack from Wheeler Miko. So it's up to the Feather Airstrike, whether if it's available, but it's not right now, to basically try to defend from this siege.
I feel like the Feathered Airstrike was used a bit too early as the Lord came down on the top, but fortunately they were able to fend it off. It's given the opportunity for Extinction though to be able to take down this mid lane turret, and now they're down to their inhibitors on the side of We Love Miko.
Yeah, Kenji is just it's already there. It's like level 15 going up against Vanix is only level 14. Feather Airstrike was used once again to clear off the waves, while Extinction is not letting up the pressure in the mid lane and the bottom lane as well. The Lord buff, I think, has stopped at the moment, and I feel like we're going to go into that lull period of time where We Love Miko is not going to commit. Extinction is just waiting for We Love Miko to make those positioning errors again.
I think this wait is pretty normal. I mean, like, between objectives, it's okay for Extinction to just put on the pressure and, tell them that, we're here, we're not going to let you push up too far. Where it gets a little bit too long is when the objective is up and still none of the teams commit.
Yeah, I think that's a sin in the macro book. Yeah, so that's why I think what Extinction was able to do earlier just now was to take away We Love Miko's buffs, but a bit of swallow coming in. Mikey's manages to survive the bombardment coming out from Alco X Tokyo. Will be able to walk away. Ash
manages to close out the kill onto Mikey. They get one for himself, but now the other Mikey is in trouble. 1-for-1 trade, and Vault comes in with a Black Dragon form, has to dive under the turret, decides to back away to safety. Kenji picking up Ash in the top lane here, and now they're able to put some damage on the mid inhibitor. They are 3-4 though, so it's not exactly safe. I think they will back away for now to be a bit more careful in their approach.
Yeah, I think it's easy for Extinction to break this, right? But they're not gonna pull the trigger. You can see how Alco X Tokyo is just landing the Feather Airstrike at the best position ever, and I think he knows where they're hiding. It's just, I think that was a blind. No pun intended for Farsa. Farsa is blind as well. Landing the Feather Airstrike blindly at the brush. It's just so funny whenever We Love Miko does this.
I think it's good to, have that extra vision, but sometimes I struggle because Alco seems like he could save the Feathered Airstrike for when the fight actually breaks out. I feel like he's been using them a bit prematurely. Sure, they almost got Mikey, Barat Mikey in the previous fight, but had it been when the team collapsed on each other, it might have dished out more damage.
Yeah, so I think that's the beauty about, how to play a Farsa, right? Those crazy good Farsa players, they know how to use a Farsa, they know when is the right time to use it, because it's this nuclear arsenal. You only use it once. It's gonna take some time to replenish, some time to reload, but here we go. The Lord has spawned, 14 minutes Lord. This is a Luminous Lord. KX Springs once again out of position, trying to walk towards his team member. Ash going in for the reinforce.
Yep, at this point, Black Dragon form is just being used to zone them out. KX Spring though actually falling low. Vault is putting out the damage, but gets knocked out by the way of the dragon. Will be enough to take him down. It's a 1-for-1 trade at the moment, as they did get a kill onto Mikey as well. But look at Kenji just soloing the Lord. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Extinction walks away with that huge objective.
Yeah, so we're going back to siege mode again, ladies and gentlemen. We Love Miko does have a lot of siege does have a lot of wave clear in their kit. Vanix will be able to wave clear from afar very safely. At least KX Spring this time around does have a bit of AoE clear. So it all boils down to whether Extinction will be able to break this. I don't think my money is on they can't, unless We Love Miko take a step too far from their base, from their inhibitor turret, else Extinction will be able to walk on it, because they don't really have any long range.
Yeah.
Unless you want to consider Light Bulb. Now, Light Bulb's not a really long range as well. You only have Milky God with the non-committal stun, and that's all about it.
Yeah, I mean, you could kind of get a flicker Detona's welcome, but it's not closing the gap between the teams. You're kind of relying on vaults to be able to push someone into your range here. But they're gonna launch a two-pronged siege here, the top and the bottom, where the Lord is managed to get the bottom inhibitor turret. So they will all make their way to the top here, standing on just a little bit of health left, quickly taking that down as well to extinction, slowly cracking this one open.
Oh no. Remember I said my money on? My money is literally gone right now, but here we go. Big Bad Dragon in the thick of the fight.
Yep, they're already putting out the damage that they need. There's KX Springs is down at the moment. Mikey, look at his health. I don't know how he's alive, but somehow his tankiness has kept him alive. Can't quite go for the core just yet, but Extinction looking really good here.
Yeah, Extinction really does look really good. Alco X Tokyo lands on the Fed airstrike, like I said, a little bit prematurely, but it's there to kind of push Extinction away. Willa Miko base, both the top lane and the bottom lane is super open now. Remember I said my money, right? My money's on Extinction wasn't able to actually crack this open, but Willa Miko, I feel like they committed way too much on the top side, allowing Extinction to kind of push in the bottom side. And then after that, you know, Willa Miko kind of non-committedly trying to defend, try to go down to the bottom side, and it's a ring around roses that Extinction was playing in terms of the game. But taking a look at the goat lead, taking a look at items, yeah, Carry's full build at this rate will be able to shred any tanks that walk on in. Not even Mikey and even Rui is safe from this sort of onslaught.
Yep, and this is the late game that Extinction has prepared themselves for. Taking the experience of a 37-minute game, they are ready to close this one out in a quick fashion. On the flip side though, we have We Love Miko with a Granger. As we know, it doesn't scale quite as well, so it's gonna take that extra effort for Miko. Their late game composition was kind of what kept them alive in the last round.
Yep, and this time around, it's Alco X Tokyo with the Farsa that kept them alive this round. The Lord will be spawning in another 40 seconds. Both of these teams just playing an idle game, like Mobile Legends Adventures on the side. Okay, I lied. They're not.
Oh, Alco Tokyo already falling though. That's the damage that they need, and now they're coming down onto Mikey, putting the pain on him as he shreds through, and he is put in the dirt. Now Extinction, 5-man strong, coming down the mid lane here, making quick work of the inhibitor. Ash is the next target, flickers in somehow, tries to get the Way of Dragon onto Kenji, but is not successful. And now Extinction, they're coming down into the corner, chunking it down really quick, and it's enough for them to close out the game. Ladies and gentlemen, game 2 to Extinction.
Victory!
Yep, at least we're not gonna go into a 37 minutes game. Willa Miko, I feel like that pickoff, giving away Alco X Tokyo was a bad move. Because of that, everything just crumbled for Willa Miko. But GG, well played. For them to actually last so long, especially in game number 1, because, I mean, it's just crazy, right? So, taking a look at the items, nothing that seems to jump out in the eye except for the Radiant Armor. I don't know why they're building. Yeah, I think Radiant Armor is just to counter the Lunox, but other than that, that's it. Everyone else deals a lot of physical damage. But Garden Helmet was used by Mikey, so that's why he could like go in for the re-engage over and over again. So that's extremely nice. But I mean, looking around, nothing seems to pop as well. Just standard builds for Vanix as well, but it's not going to do well in the late game, especially when you're going up against Mikey or Vaults.
Yep, I think learning from experience, this time the game is just shy of 20 minutes at 18, almost 19. So really well played to both teams over here.
Yep, and I feel going into the semi-final, it was kind of tight. You can see how Extinction was having a little bit of trouble trying to break into the base of Willa Miko, and I mean, this also sets it up for the grand finals, right? Because sitting on the grand finals, if my data is correct, it is going to be Bounty Hunter going up against Extinction. However, I feel like we'll be going into a bronze placement match before we going into the grand final, because my god, it's gonna be Extinction going up against Bounty Hunter. I feel like these two names just are very familiar.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Bounty Hunter in the previous game as well, and obviously they played really, really well. So we're gonna see them again in this next match over here. Or was it next match? We're gonna have the third and fourth placement fight before that.
Yep. I believe the third bronze placing will be a match between TWCC Esports that was beaten by Bounty Hunter in a 2-0 fashion, going up against We Love Miko. So at least there is something for We Love Miko after this game. So with that said, don't go away, ladies and gentlemen, because coming up next for the next two matches, mind you, is going to be the third placement, bronze placement, and the grand final. So with that, don't go away, guys.
Can we start again? Go back to the night I saw you drinking with your friends, strangers two tables apart. I never told you this. I think you might have been the one. Can we start again? 'Cause I need you. I need a redo. Can we start again? Go back to the night I saw you drinking with your friends, strangers two tables apart. I never told you this. I think you might have been the one. Can we start again? 'Cause I need you. I need a redo.
I don't know what I must have been smoking. I haven't got a clue. But there you were before my eyes, like a goddess, and I asked if you could be mine. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. Keep on shining like you do. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. You're a diamond, I am but a stone. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, they don't tell lies. My eyes, I'm gazing amazed, and my heart just skipped a beat. 'Cause there you are, you're looking right back at me, and I think I'm gonna die. Oh my God. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. Keep on shining like you do. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. You're a diamond, I'm but a stone.
like dynamite. Got plenty of reasons to take you home. Shining bright with those diamond eyes. Ain't no way I'm ever letting go. Boy, I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no. Hey, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Chayong Esports Festival 2021. My name is Grubby Cheeks, and here with me is Jace. Once again, we're now into the last 2 sets of the day. It's going to be a match between the 3rd and 4th placings over here. So another intense and exciting fight we're expecting.
Wow, hopping into the game, we're not actually taking any time off anymore. It is going to be Willem Miko going up against TWCC Esports in the battle for the $100 in terms of capital land vouchers as well as diamonds. I mean, it's not only just about the prizes, right? It's about, hey, I participated in a tournament and we got this far. Might as well just see it all the way through the end. X-Bar will be banned away by Willem Miko, and the Phobias will follow suit. TWCC Esports bans away the Jawhead.
Yep, so all around pretty much the same bands over here, but Paquito is let through this time around. We've seen him really strong in the matchups for today. And remember, folks, this is We Love Miko once again. They've not had a break since the last round, so this is really going to be intense for them mentally and physically.
Yeah, I mean, while We Love Miko is like struggling to end the game against Extinction, TWCC Esports was there just resting it up, so it could be a battle of the stamina. However, We Love Miko was able to secure a Paquito for themselves this time around. Miko is also coming back for the draft alongside in We Love Miko's team.
Yep, TWCC going to take out the Popo and Cooper for that early game aggression and picking up Freaky on that Beatrix once again, and Ikwan with the Kufra. So something that we've seen them use in the previous games, and we know they're extremely comfortable with these picks.
Yep, Ikwan is, you know, like, I always see a lot of tournaments, right? I always watch a lot of tournaments, and I always hope that one of these tanks were my tanks in the rank, because I'm actually struggling in solo queue. But Ikwan is that, you know, very good friend that you would want to find, and you trust me, good tanks are like a rare breed of themselves.
Yeah, like tanks are so overlooked, right? But sometimes it's them that make or break the game, because you need them to support you. So yeah, like give me an Ikwan any day, right? In my own games. But in the meantime, We Love Miko going to pick up that Cho as well as the Matilda. So we see Matilda banned out quite a bit, but this time it's coming through. So both the Cho and the Paquito is going to give them a lot of lockdown as well as setup.
Yeah, I think if I were We Love Miko right now, I ban away the Roger as well, because both of these two teams, okay, I thought they were gonna try to limit the cores, but TWCC turned to pick. In fact, if they pick up the Kufra, they might go for that Ling, but instead, ooh, Aulus.
Aulus, pretty new hero, so surprised to see them pick this up here actually.
Yep, and I'll stop my beating heart. For the side of because I love Leslie to bits, right? Like I'm trying to collect all the skins of Leslie, but one of them is like stuck behind the time limited event. Unfortunately, that time I wasn't really playing ML as much. But Aulus going into the jungle allows him to get the levels extremely quickly on, and I think we had this chat, right? Like Aulus scales based on level.
Yep.
So which means that looking at We Love Miko's draft, using Matilda and even the Archive will need to be used to try to slow down the Aulus from leveling up. Whereas, of course, you also have the side lanes from We Love Miko, like the Paquito and the Cho tag team once again. I think we see this as well in other teams. They are able to path into the enemy jungle to assist Archive and Matilda, and then rotate all the way back. So there's a lot of mobility coming into place, but it might stay. But for the side of hold on a second.
We Love Miko?
TWCC, that's right. TWCC they've got a Kufra that could halt any one of this from the side of We Love Miko, but we have to see.
Yeah, I mean, once again, execution is key, and we've seen that in the previous games. So once again, this is going to be the third and fourth placements between We Love Miko and TWCC Esports Game 1. It's down to the line here.
Yep, and we're seeing a bit of an aggressive push coming in on the top side. It is going to be Akai and attack team alongside with Alco, trying to cut the wave as quickly as possible and then just apply some pressure, allow the Paquito to probably invade towards the orange buff. Not a lot of responses coming out from TWCC thus far, but it's going to be a Chol going up against that Beatrix at the bottom lane. I think Beatrix will be able to gobble up the Chol anytime, every time.
Yeah, it seems like it, although the troll has pressured Beatrix quite into the tower. So it looks like We Love Miko is really making use of that little bit of early game that they have to put on, push them deeper on the side of TWCC Esports.
Yeah, and the Bowman scales as well, even better if you ask me against a Paquito. So Paquito might have a bit of trouble. I think with the added execute will allow him to get the additional damage, just try to end Yashiro, but without that flicker, right, there's no very good setup of the double combo, which means that you're definitely going to have to use one of the dash skills to dash in and limits that amount of damage. But we're looking at a bit of a aggression coming in from the bottom lane, from the side of We Love Miko. I'm not too sure why the carry is actually following him, but I feel like the We Love Miko should start to path over to the turtle because the enemy Aulus is already there, already setting up for the turtle.
Yep, it's gonna come up in just under 10 seconds here. Mikey a little bit out. Aulus laying down that ultimate, slowing down Mikey. Not able to go anywhere. He will fall as first blood. We Love Miko, despite all that aggression, is giving up the first kill to TWCC Esports.
Yeah, and now carry. I gotta respect this. We love Miko, right? The fact that carry tries to take this turtle even after all that has happened. Man, I'm not even daring enough to do something like that. As We Love Miko slowly gains back the turtle pressure, you can see Ash is already on the side, cutting the wave, forcing a bit of a response coming out from TWCC Esports, trying to match that clear. But this is gonna be a trap for Ash.
TWCC Esports, I think they've played to this draft really comfortably, right? They're kind of using comfort picks here all around. We've seen the Kufra, Beatrix, and Cyclops, and they play around that draft to put out the damage, and that steal coming in from Aulus over here gets them ahead, and now they're pressuring on with the damage. Alco gets revenge kill onto Aulus for getting that turtle over here. Yashiro makes it out with just a bit of help, and Cyclops here nowhere to go. They're racking it up to 2 for 2, but TWCC with that turtle steal.
Yep, TWCC just walks in. Aulus just picks it up from We Love Miko's noses. Man, that was so good coming out from TWCC, but they'll lose a few members, and of course, you know, allowing Alco to just snowball, right? You give that one kill over to the side of Alco. Yashiro has one kill at the same time, but Ikwan did a lot trying to slow down the momentum of We Love Miko, trying to knock the tempo out of their combos because of their bouncing ball.
Yeah, so far the two teams are, I mean, still even despite the kills and the objective Freaky on the bottom side trying to dish out the last bits of damage to Ash, but he's healing pretty well, hiding in the bushes, and now the trading blows. Here is Cyclops for the backup, enough to get Ash for the day. Mikey in the mid lane in some trouble, being chunked down by the members of TWCC Esports, ducks down under his tower to safety. It will be all for the day as they both disengage.
Yep, and we can see a bit of pressure coming down, happening at the bottom side from We Love Miko. We'll be able to chunk down the turret all the way to half health, mind you. It's also carried that swallowed all that juicy energy that kind of equalizes this gold lead a little bit. But TWCC Esports, they're all over We Love Miko's side of the jungle. Just, you know, Cyclops hiding in the bush. Aulus is also there, but We Love Miko is responding as well. It's going to be a bit of a contest for the side of the purple buff.
Yep, next skirmish here, Mikey already down. Circling Eagle used to stun out Aulus here and it immediately gets clobbered by him. Wheel of Miko is pressing on. The next target is Yashiro. Not enough damage being put out as he's the next to fall, but TWCC trying to turn around this fight and get something out of it. But Wheel of Miko able to turn around and make their way to safety.
Yeah, and Miko has provided so much, peel for Vanix, right? And even though it's TWCC's one who tries to do that invade, Freaky looking very low, uses the ultimate of the bombs, trying to zone out Ash, but Ash is unfazed. The Aulus is playing extremely far behind, but at least he picks up that kill. I mean, TWCC Esports, they've got the tools to knock out We Love Miko's tempo, but it feels like TWCC's aggression slowly come to a pause.
Yeah, I mean, they're up in terms of the kills, but in terms of gold, they're still a little bit down. And now to add to that, Wheel of Miko's gotten the turtle. Vanix actually the one being picked that up. So Vanix is already a hit. I mean, like, farming really well, although it's only 1 kill, but at level 9 at this point.
Yep, level 9, it's not a good sign, especially if you're an Aulus, right? You want to be the one ahead in the levels, and that's where is your comfort zone. But judging from how, TWCC Esports can scale, but hold on again, ultimate coming in as Freaky casts the ultimate.
Nowhere for Cyclops to go, but they do manage to get a kill onto Mikey, so they even that out across the board. They've invested a lot to take him down, and now Way of the Dragon used onto Aulus, dead under the tower. Freaky tries to make it out from the fight, but flicker in by Ash will be able to finish him up as Iquan has to run away with tails between his legs.
Yeah, the mummy grow tails a little bit, right? I think, just I was like,
just like the straps of his, mummy
yeah, the
outfit.
bandage, right?
Yeah.
But here we go, Yashiro will find himself in a death realm right here. We Love Miko picks it up without a problem at all, just gank pawn. I feel like TWCC Esports is slowly losing the initiative as well. They had a solid early game, but slowly but surely, We Love Miko is slowly climbing on their necks. Turtle will be spawning for another 34 seconds. The members of TWCC Esports could try to contest for it, but I don't think they are ready because, Alco is in the enemy jungle right now.
Yep, another kill to We Love Miko as they manage to get the Cyclops. Mikey meeting Iquan in the bushes face to face, but I don't think they're just like trading blows at this point.
Yep.
Not gonna convert into any kill, but they're setting themselves up for the turtle that's going to be spawning in just under 5 seconds. We Love Miko is in a great position to get that. Kufa trying to get in with the Tyrant's Rage here. Hits, but has to back away because there was no follow-up on his side.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I get it. At the very least, the Bethilda will be able to drag Vanix all the way out. That could spell disaster over the side of We Love Miko, right? They've fought so hard all the way to get this lead, and then they're just gonna get zoned out by just one Cyclops damage. But I mean, we gotta take a look at the late game because I'm excited to see how the Aulus will be able to fare in the late game. But oh.
Miko down in the depths of TWCC Esports will be taken out, but it looks like Miko's still positioning themselves to fight a little. They're stripping the farm off of TWCC at this point, and Aulus now caught in a bad positioning, but they managed to get Vanix, who was just in their range, so it ends up being a total 2-for-1. We Love Miko still looks like they have the upper hand though at this point.
Yep, TWCC finally regaining some momentum that they're looking for. It is going to be the Cyclops trying to steal the purple buff away, but TWCC Esports, I feel like they've got their crosshairs on the turret. Instead, Aquax Tokyo is making it work, just taking a look at the output of the damage. So mobile to catch TWCC Esports apart.
Yeah, and they're using the lockdowns to their advantage. I mean, yeah, circling eagles into the Way of the Dragon and the knockout strike. Like, where do you have to go exactly? But Elko now is taking some damage. Freaky putting out enough to be able to fend them off. They're contesting this blue buff in the jungle though. Iquan using Tyrant's Revenge here to stun them out against the wall. And now they're just circling eagle trying to stun out Iquan as well. They managed to get the kill on him. That's one. And it looks like Miko is pretty content with that. Under 30 seconds, the next turtle is going to spawn. They kind of have the better positioning at this moment.
Yep, we love Miko. Looking at the items, you've got key items going into Alco as well as Ash. BODs for Ash already. War Axe, in fact, taking the item, the weapon of Aulus away for himself. And Aulus, yeah, still unable to become that crazy late game Aulus that we see. But I mean, give him time. He's going to grow into a bigger size. I hope, like a Barats.
Well, physically, maybe not. I don't know if he grows into a bigger size, but hopefully
No,
he
he
does
doesn't.
enough to.
It's the X that
fun-
grows into a bigger size.
Yeah, the X is the most important part. It's not Aulus himself.
Aww.
But
But
the
I mean,
Lord
he's
is,
cute, right?
Yeah, he is. Actually, he looks pretty scary. You know, if you look at like the art and his face, pretty menacing.
Yeah, and then the question comes into play is like whether he's a cat or a lion.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I actually can't tell.
Yeah.
While we were talking about Aulus though, We Love Miko actually manages to take down the Lord without any contest from TWCC. So Aulus, cat or lion, now he has to kind of hold up and defend himself.
Yeah, he's definitely has to cower a little bit, trying to feed off the scraps that, you know, We Love Miko is giving him back, not allowing him to pick up any XP. He's not doing very well in terms of the kill score, KDA as well, because We Love Miko, there's so much stun, so much engage opportunities that can do. TWCC, they had to rely on Ikwan to set it up for them, but they're going to get melted down because Vanix has already scaled at level 14 already. It's going to do a lot of light wheel damage. Even Ikwan with a lot of health is not going to hold up against the onslaught, right?
Yeah, Bennett's Rage is being used, but not much they can do to defend it. Hurricane Dance pushes the Aulus all the way in the depths of We Love Miko, and now they're just trying to pick up the straps and escape, but there's nowhere for them to go. Yashiro already taken down, and now it's 2 for 2 actually between the two teams, but they get the objectives, they get the turrets along with it.
We can see how Vanix just shreds that tank that has the bouncing ball apart, right? But maybe this could be the equalizer they're looking for, but Vanix dashing it around will be able to escape from the snapping jaws of TWCC Esports.
Yeah, makes it out alive at the moment, but I agree, you can just see the amount of damage that Vanix puts out in shredding through that. And the difficulty with TWCC is they don't have the same kinds of lockdown that We Love Miko has. Like, yes,
Yep.
you have the softer ones like the slows, and they are very devastating slows. I mean, like 70% on Aulus's ultimate, I think, and that might be tough, but it's not as tough as being locked down by like punches to your face.
Yeah, and Alco could just throw it out nitty-willingly, right? It's not really, it's on super low cooldowns as well, because TWCC Esports, I think they rely a lot on their ultimates. You need the ultimate of the Aulus, but speaking of
Hurricane
ultimates,
Dance pushes Ikwan to the wall. He's pinned, nowhere to go, and again the tank shredder has gotten the better of him. There's the front line of TWCC Esports gone, so We Love Miko has the chance to take this mid inhibitor down. They're pushing in for a little bit more, decides the best of it, turns their sights down to the bottom inhibitor turret. They might decide to take this one with them along as well.
yeah, and TWCC Esports on full defensive mode right now. Aulus wasn't even given any form, any way to basically scale, just one level away, one level shy to hit that, you know, power spike, I would say. But it is Cyclops hard locks down, but not enough damage coming out from the Beatrix to end his life. It's just all about this team fight. It's now or never. TWCC cannot afford to lose anyone else. We Love Miko will be able to take this call uncontested.
Yep, they've already cracked the base wide open. Ash taking down that last tower on the bottom side with the help of the creep waves. So now all 3 creep waves you can see are just pushed to the top of TWCC Esports. They might need the Lord to close this one out a little bit safer. It's coming in 36 seconds, and we can see Vanix making his way down just to put himself in position to get this one.
Yep, looking at the items, I feel like they're all almost fully built from the side of We Love Miko, except for, you know, the tanks slowly starting to kick off with the second last item. But TWCC Esports, you can see Aulus struggling to collate. I think he's going to go for the Malefic Raw instead. Not too sure what the attack speed dagger was there for, but I mean, TWCC Esports is constantly starved out of XP, starved out of gold. In fact, it's the Beatrix that had the highest net worth in the side of TWCC Esports. He's going to be very crucial in delivering out the damage.
Yep, Benix is already starting up the Lord here on the top side. TWC Esports, they're just defending at this point, but they don't have as much farm to be able to get themselves back. I feel like they need to deliver a miracle of sorts in order to make this work. Ash now on the bottom side, 1 versus 3, and he still manages to take down Cyclops all by himself. The rest of We Love Miko is here, circling Eagle, stuns out Allus, and again he's taken down. They press onto the rest of the members. Freaky, half health, trying to make his way out. Bauman with the ultimate. It doesn't feel like they're doing any damage at all to the members of We Love Miko.
Yeah, and of course with the launch marching down from the side of We Love Miko, TWCC Esports has to defend with only 2 members in their pockets. Alco x Tokyo just dishing it down for the last kill with the Lord finally cleaving on top of the core as game number 1 goes into We Love Miko.
Yeah, We Love Miko looking really strong coming out of that tiring game. Actually, they still managed to take this one up to themselves. So props to them. TWCC has the chance to make it work in the next game, but we'll see how that one goes.
Yeah, and if you take a step back, I feel like both these 2 teams does have what they require, but you can see the Wombo combo start to eke out from the Mathilda and the Archive, right? Or any tanks alongside with the Mathilda. You bring in a tank to CC to gap close. It's already scary to have an assassin that could gap close, but imagine a tank could gap close so quickly, right? Alongside with the Mathilda. Yes, I know Mikey does have a jump on its own. Ikwan also have a jump on its own, but imagine you're able to jump twice alongside with the Circling Eagle. Makes it so easy for We Love Miko to set it up. Now, looking at TWCC Esports, I think they put too much eggs into the Owlers basket. It did not pop off. So had it been, the YSS or even the Ling, because they've already set it up so nicely with the Kufra and even with the Cyclops to lock it down, right? It just feels like it's the odd gear out of the box, right? It's like this third gear that is stuck in between that forces those 2 gears unable to work.
Yeah,
sorry, I'm an engineer.
Coming from an engineer, I think that's what you make the most sense of, right? It doesn't appear the same to other people, but you can use those analogies.
Exactly. It's like, all the images out there, you have these 3 gears like that. By right, that's not supposed to work. That's supposed to just stop right there, right? It's just okay, not like that, but it's like this. Like
all right.
the triangle gear like that attaches itself. It's not supposed to work, but I mean, it's a design concept, so I'll just let it slide.
Clearly, it's not some engineer who made that icon. Clearly, didn't have an engineer's input. But I think coming back to the game, I think you're right. I mean, Allus, yes, he is after all a new hero, so I feel like people underestimate the importance of comfort pick sometimes. Like, yes, you might want to favor a meta pick over a comfort pick, but at the end of the day, you need to be comfortable enough and confident enough to use something. Granted that Allus hasn't been out for too long, it might have just been a matter of not being familiar with him, so there could be better picks out there for them to go into as well.
I also feel like with the Windtalker build going in, it's a little bit wonky. It's like you're not too sure what you want to do because I think they're building the Owlers like a Roger. If I would prefer the Owlers to be slightly tankier, maybe follow the build of a Paquito, with the Blade of Hephaestus. You go in with a War Axe. Basically,
Your team
he builds his own weapon, mind you, and then just will be able to walk on in. But it wasn't the case. So let's take a look at game number 2. Not too sure what TWCC Esports have in the bag. I feel like if there are some hidden strats hidden in their sleeve somewhere, it's time to pull it out.
Definitely time to pull it out. This is the make or break game because they have to win this one if they still want a shot at winning that 3rd place for themselves. We Love Miko going to take out the X-Borg and TWCC removing the Jawhead. I would like to see a bit more hard CC and lockdowns on their side though.
Yeah, you want hard CCs and hard lockdowns? Get a Eudora. I don't know. I'm just advertising a Eudora. I'm kind of surprised we don't really see a Eudora all throughout this match because, I mean, it's so easy to use a Eudora to great success and hide in bush and just pick someone off so quickly. I think Eudora could come into play, but I mean, unpopular opinion right here. We Love Miko will be banning away the Paquito. That was a bit annoying when to TWCC Esports, so they've identified that the Paquito was very strong. However, they're gonna give away the Phobius to TWCC Esports.
That's true, but TWCC
what's this?
actually opts to go for a Masha. I mean,
What is this?
with all the different picks out there, you know, Phobius and all, I'm a bit surprised that this is the first pick.
What is this? This is like a meta 1 year ago, man. Where the Masha split pushing like a madman on the side lanes, or even a Masha tank which was used in Game No. 1 of MPL. I think it was Azura X who used the Masha to try to deny the farm. And Grok and Clint as well.
I'm confused. Am I in 2021? Help me out here, Jay.
It feels like a 2020 matchup, right? So Grok could also, mind you, there was a period of time where the Grok was also brought into like the jungle role to just roam around, just to rotate. And now if TWCC is showing the card of the T-Girl, whoever that We Love Miko wants to play in as the core has to be careful. So with the Grok there, I think it's a good way to kind of zone off or just block people from entering your jungle. I think that's the game plan right here. But if the Badang being hovered right here, okay, let's not talk about hovers, right? Let's take a look at TWCC Esports. They pick up the Hayabusa as well because they know they're gonna be able to scale to the late game. That's where they will shine, because TWCC Esports will force the Marsha as well as the Tigreal to, you know, delay We Love Miko as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I like that they do have a little more knockdown at this point. They have the Tigreal with the Sacred Hammer as well as the Implosion. That's going to help them out a lot. So maybe they need a bit more team fighting potential as well. Don't know about We Love Miko, but I guess with one game up their sleeves, they do have some space to play around with their drafts here.
Yeah, banning away the Cyclops was a little bit questionable. There's so many things that you could ban away. Like even the Farsa. Banning away the Farsa is also good. Even the Heave, I feel like banning away the Lunox is also good because you will be able to shred the Grok that tries to come over towards you. But it's TWCC Esports banning away the Barats, and now it's up to We Love Miko. Who would they pick? They haven't picked an actual core yet. The Clint may go into the core, or may go into the side lanes as well. We Love Miko has been rotating their members around. Kickspring now back in the action. Mikey nowhere to be found. Nana will be picked up right here, ladies and gentlemen. Now you will see the power of Nana.
Now we will see the power.
I'm not being sarcastic, like... alright? I'm not being sarcastic.
I know.
I've got to put a disclaimer out there.
I always do a double. I hesitate because, you know, sometimes Nana is used as like a troll kind of hero, either a pick or a ban. But yeah, I mean, if you look at it, to be fair, Nana has a lot in her kit. I mean, her passive lets her get away with a lot of things. She has that polymorph CC that can be very, very useful as well. So yeah, you're right. I mean, we can see the power of Nana. It's still not to be underestimated.
It's not a troll pick, especially if you're facing like a Hayabusa, right? Someone that tries to dash into you, or even a Masha or even a Tigreal, right? That is something that will impact in terms of that combo. Okay, if you're going for a Haya, you're trolling. But I feel like a Ling would do just nice here if they're hovering in the round, but the Grandeur works as well. But it's still on the early game side of things. The only late game insurance that they have is, I don't want to mention it, but the Nana and so also that Clint. TWCC Esports, however, they picked up a Beatrix. They also picked up a Hayabusa alongside with them that could also scale in the mid-late game. That's where they get a little bit more dangerous, but we have to see. It's all about the execution, ladies and gentlemen. The Valera is a big no button to the Grok as well as the Cho, so you've got a decent spread of abilities that could stun, a decent spread of, you know, CCs, decent spread of damage all across the board. So we've got to see how this turn out.
Yep, this is game 2 between TWCC Esports and We Love Miko. Fighting for the third place here, the two teams, and it's a lot on the line for TWCC Esports because this will be their make or break game. We Love Miko has some space to play with, so we'll see how they pull off this one.
Masha is not really invading as I would expect it, but you know the fact that she could just regen all the health that he could actually have, then walk back in the team, walk back in the fight in full health, and there we go. Just Vanix is the one. Oh, Vanix was the core in the previous few games, but is Vanix going to be on the ground duty right here, just hurricaning around? There you have it. It's just so annoying to deal with. And We Love Miko has just successfully delayed TWCC for at least 1 minute right now.
Yeah, and they need like 3 people here just to fend him off. Vanix does fall trying to chase that kill down, but he's just created so much space and time for his teammates.
Yeah, if you notice how We Love Miko has no sense of privacy as well, just invading, hard invading TWCC side of the jungle. Not even Masha will be able to actually face them. Not even 2 health bars will be able to protect you from the damage that the Granger will be able to output, especially in the early game.
Yeah, I think this Granger is really gonna help them in terms of the. I mean, like we've seen We Love Miko with, I think it was the carry in the last round, and that was like a late game kind of thing, but I think this Granger is signaling that they're more comfortable now to play in the early to mid, so they're kind of letting that late game go, and they're living up to it. They just got getting another pick off onto Yashiro here.
Yep, and it's all because of the tank, right? That's the funny part. Death by tank.
Or the
Death
Nana.
by a wall. Or the Nana, that's right. And it's just... It's just tilting to face a matchup like We Love Miko, whereas KX Spring has all the time in the world to just farm, right? TWCC Esports focusing on Vanix, focusing on, you know, people invading on the other side of the map.
Yeah, we're seeing Miko in the midst of everyone though, trying to use the polymorph, getting caught out with, hoping the passive is gonna get him away. Here's Ash for the backup. He might actually be able to wave off the dragon, saves the day as he picks off Masha.
Man, I would say a lot. My brain goes actively creative right now. I'm just thinking about all the fanfiction that we could write about the Nana and the Cho, but...
That is insane. That was insane. TWCC Esports though picks up the turtle as well as kill onto Ash and Vanix here. There are 3 to 4 kills at this point with the objective, so I think they're also pulling their weight here.
The Granger should win, it's actually winning in the early game, and that should be expected. But once the Hayabusa picks up the crucial items, but he's gonna walk into a very empty jungle just waiting for the purple buff to spawn. Masha, in my opinion, is not really doing what I expected a Masha would be able to do, but it is gonna be free easy pickings for Ash just to push this all the way in.
Yep, on the top side, Yashiro going down once again. I think the Valir hasn't had a great time in this game so far. We Love Miko just not giving them the space at all with this Grog and all the rotations all around. But Alco on the top side in some trouble. Looks like Hayabusa will be able to pick up the kill here. That's 2 now so far.
Yeah, the goal leads still in the favor of We Love Miko though. Vanix has been instrumental in delaying TWCC Esports, but that pickoff from by the Hayabusa on top of Alco X Tokyo could actually help equalize the lead just a little bit. In the meantime, I feel like it is a clean game happening at the top side because you can see the burst damage coming out from that clean, but it's gonna be Freaky that's the one that picks it up. Kind of surprising.
Yeah, I think KX Springs did. They did hold that fight for a while, but ultimately went to Freaky there. And Freaky actually has 2 kills at this point. Not sure if they were... No, KX Springs only died once. But on the bottom side, a knock-up onto the Hayabusa, having to use this all to escape. But the damage is enough to take him down. The Grok actually being the one to secure the kill. It's 2-for-1 at this point. And We Love Miko, they want more. They get 1 more in terms of Yashiro. It's 3 kills for them. Now they can just take the turtle for free.
Yeah, I feel like TWCC Esports kind of broke a little bit. Bottom side gone, and then immediately it's easy picking for the side of We Love Miko to go straight to the turtle. Freaky, I don't know. Freaky was very sneaky, right? I don't know why that rhymed, but KS Springs just walks into a brush with Freaky with the ultimate and forced to retreat all the way in. And so it's just so sneaky coming out from TWCC Esports.
Yeah, KX Springs actually even burned the flicker to try to escape, but right now it looks like he's losing out on this duel here. So it's We Love Miko, yes, they kind of have the gold lead here, but it's not like TWCC Esports is letting up.
Yep, and with the turtle in the hands of Miko does provide him some shields, and the Depth Sonata went wide a little bit for the past two. Freaky, I don't know why he activates the ultimate, but I mean, if it zones people out, it zones people out. Meantime, KX Springs is at the top side, pushing down diligently for the turret in the favor of We Love Miko.
Yeah, I think it's important for Springs to get that turret. I mean, the distraction that his teammates created, because he's been losing in his lane, so that creates a lot of space for him to be able to go back. And off the top of that, he's also going to get a kill onto Yashiro, but Hayabusa picks up one onto Venix here, evening out the trade as We Love Miko tries to aggress on the mid-tier turret.
Yep, we'll be able to take that down almost immediately, opening that map dominance in the favor of We Love Miko. Now Hayabusa might find a bit of problem trying to farm in his own jungle already, because especially with the orange buff being taken away by We Love Miko, forced to limp all the way to the purple buff, will get spotted out by the side of We Love Miko once again. Feels like this sneaky assassin, nowhere is safe for him to farm.
Yep, the Death Rhapsody and Death Sonata enough to pick up Freaky, and a double kill for Mikos. The Nana is working out for them here, and they get to the tier 2 turret as well. We Love Miko is really capitalizing on this lead to accelerate their progress in this game.
Yeah, behold the power of the Nana.
Double kill, easy peasy.
Yeah, man. Like one big ultimate that gives a stun, a polymorph, one big boomerang in your face, the same width as my ultimate. What else do you need from this one little Nana?
That's fair, and you top it up with like the damage from Death Sonata or like Granger in general, right? So I guess that's enough to finish them off. And for they pick up a turtle, and on the side of Team WCC Esports, now they're trying to chase down Vanix, coming in for the counter aggression, manages to get Iguan, but it doesn't look like they'll aggress any further. KX Springs a little out of position, flickering in, picked up by the Hayabusa. I was gonna say, We Love Miko did a great job in like taking out the farm from Hayabusa, but they're giving the kills to him, so he's still racked up, like evening himself up in terms of experience and levels.
Yeah, but I mean, comparing the level for Alco X Tokyo, he's already level 11. His Retribution is going to do a lot more damage if they want to battle it out in the Retribution. And other than that, it's like KX Spring just face checking all the time. It's like what the wise men always say, you never face check a bush if you're a marksman.
Yeah, I mean, we've
What's
seen
to
that,
live
right? KX Springs from, I think, that game where he was Beatrix, out of position, trying to flank, and just getting caught out. And that's what cost them a lot of the fights. So hopefully they don't repeat that in this game as well.
But it's okay, because I think We Love Miko managed to push TWCC Esports all the way into the base. Look at the top side and the mid lane. I think KX Spring has successfully provided so much pushing power. It doesn't really matter of how inefficient in terms of his pathing wise. I think his teammates are all the way in here, just making the dream work coming out from We Love Miko. Whereas on the other side, same could not be said over to the Masha. Masha is desperately trying to split push. I think he's manages to push that turret all the way down. This is basically the split push meta that used to be very prominent in 2020. However, I think We Love Miko, they could just do whatever things they want because they've got all the control they need in TWCC Esports side of it.
Yep, and now in the jungle, another fight. The Grok barrier able to zone them out while Hayabusa gets picked off once again. We Love Miko, now they have the advantage to aggress on that, but the turtle is up. No, actually the Lord now is up as the objective, so they could actually turn their sights to that.
Or they could probably push the bottom lane all the way in and then take the Lord, because with the Luminous Lord, you get more damage for the Lord gets a little bit tankier, and since We Love Miko does have a lot of long range spells or abilities, and even long range poke, right? That's something that We Love Miko can actually seek to abuse. You can see how KX Spring just landing down the pain over to Iguan from the other side of the wall, as I think it was Granger who soloed the Lord as well.
So I guess you could do both. You don't have to choose between the Lord and the turrets. Why not just do both?
Yeah, I think We Love Miko a little bit greedy right there, but here we go. Bit of aggression coming out from We Love Miko.
Iguan already down. I think it was from the Death Sonata. They take the mid lane inhibitor along with that Vanix. All going too deep here into the base, and Freaky manages to finish him off. The top tier is what they're looking to defend now. Spring's making it out with just a little bit of health, but the rest of his teammates are still fighting on the bottom side. They managed to take down Hayabusa. They're going in for damage on the core with the help of the Lord. They might actually be able to take this game, and they do with a few last hits that just game 2 quickly to Wheeler.
With one last swing of the mighty axe, it's not even a luminous lord, Wheeler Miko will emerge victor for this series, cementing the place as the third place. Congratulations over to Wheeler Miko, TWCC Esports. They pick up a very good fight, but I fear it's not enough because, you know, Hayabusa was constantly being pushed all the way out of his jungle, and then you also have, you know, Vanix as the Grok. It's just so annoying to deal with, especially when he does a lot of his nutty numbers in his kit, especially his first skill. He's immune to CC as well, no matter how you stun lock him, and even the Velair coming in, trying to push the Grok away, but then he forgot, oh, the Grok is actually, immune to CC all the time.
Yeah,
not all the time, when he's channeling the first skill. My bad.
Yeah, that Grok really made a lot of difference, especially in the early game, right? Because you saw that 1 versus 3 in the jungle and somehow still managing to zone all of them out and almost getting a kill on his own. So even from the early game was already putting a lot of pressure onto TWCC Esports. So it was difficult. I think props to Wheeler Miko for being able to do that, but also to TWCC Esports for putting up a great fight.
Yep, and of course, going in will be the next match will be Extinction going up against Bounty Hunter. So, you know, I was actually looking through the name list of Bounty Hunter, and I think I kind of said it in match number 1. They seem very familiar, so I think I am citing Bounty Hunter for this one. Yes, I am biased. I'm gonna have to admit it on stream, but I would love to see how Extinction break Bounty Hunter. We shall soon find out in the next coming match, which will be the grand finals for Char Esports Festival 2021. With that said, don't go away.
I need you in my life, but I feel like you and me got this chemistry. One look at you and my heart explodes. Just let me be the one you keep. I'll be right here through the hot and cold. But I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no. Hey, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be sure, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be sure, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. Just come over. Won't you come closer? Yeah, just come over. Oh, hey. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be sure, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be sure, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. Another night on my own in a lonely city. Thought I'd cry when you left, but it hasn't hit me. No, I know that you'll be with her, but it doesn't even hurt, 'cause I like it better when my bed's empty. Ooh, I'm not even thinking about you. Got too many fun things I can do. I don't need your help, 'cause I know how to treat myself. I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah, light some candles and pop the champagne, 'cause I'm worth it. Ooh, gonna make me feel good, 'cause I know I deserve it. I'ma wear the dress you like, only for myself tonight. Hope you had a good look the last time. Yeah. Ooh, got so many fun things I can do. I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah, deleted our pictures. I'm not gonna miss you now. I'm putting myself first. But I'm keeping your sweater, 'cause I wear it better, and I look so good that it hurts. I don't need your help. I can treat my I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah.
So you say you got a new one. I know that you're trying to believe that you can fake a whole scenario just to make me jealous. Your shadow keeps stalking, and we should stop talking, but we got that special something. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know. Oh, I'ma be clear now. Patience is really not my key, but if you play your cards right, I might just think about it twice. Yeah. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. We can go easy, but you should let me know. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind, trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind, trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360?
You're drinking with your friends, strangers to tables apart. I never told you this. I think you might have been the one. Can we start again? 'Cause I need you. I need a redo. 'Cause I need you. I need a redo. Can we start again? Go back to the night I saw you drinking with your friends, strangers to tables apart. I never told you this. I think you might have been the one. Can we start again? 'Cause I need you. I need a redo. I need you. I need a redo.
I don't know what I must have been smoking. I haven't got a clue. But there you were before my eyes, like a goddess, and I asked if you could be mine. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. Keep on shining like you do. Oh my God, you are so beautiful, so beautiful. You're a diamond, I am but a stone. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, they don't tell lies. My eyes, I'm gazing
this chemistry. One look at you and my heart explodes. Just let me be the one you keep. I'll be right here through the hot and cold. But I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no. Hey, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No Another night on my own in a lonely city. Thought I'd cry when you left, but it hasn't hit me. No, I know that you'll be with her, but it doesn't even hurt, 'cause I like it better when my bed's empty. Ooh, I'm not even thinking about you. Got too many fun things I can do. I don't need your help, 'cause I know how to treat myself. I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah, light some candles and pop the champagne, 'cause I'm worth it. Ooh, gonna make me feel good, 'cause I know I deserve it. I'ma wear the dress you like, only for myself tonight. Hope you had a good look the last time. Yeah. Ooh, got so many fun things I can do. I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah, deleted our pictures. I'm not gonna miss you now. I'm putting myself first. But I'm keeping your sweater, 'cause I wear it better, and I look so good that it hurts. I don't need your help. I can treat my I can treat myself. I can treat myself. So I'm going all out. Love myself better. Nothing can bring me down. Oh, I can treat myself. Yeah.
So you say you got a new one. I know that you're trying to believe that you can fake a whole scenario just to make me jealous. Your shadow keeps stalking, and we should stop talking. But we got that special something. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know. Oh, I will be clear now. Patience is really not my key, but if you play your cards right, I might just think about it twice. Yeah. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Char Esports Festival 2021. This is Scrubby Cheeks, and here with me is Jace once again. Thank you so much to our organizer, Char Tapu Association Singapore, and we're supported by Singapore Esports Association for bringing all of this together for some fantastic Mobile Legends games.
Yep. So coming up next is definitely the grand finals. Extinction going up against Bounty Hunter, and of course up for grabs is the $500 worth in Capital Land vouchers and diamonds. First runner-up, on the other hand, will get $300 in Capital Land vouchers and diamonds. Technically speaking, those people those teams that are battling it for this current match, they're already winners in their own right. But I mean, this is the time for more, and not only just that. And like I said all the time, it's also about the bragging rights. And thankfully, there's a little bit of a short break, so it's a very long day for these players. So it's up to who will be able to last the longest, who has the most stamina. Based on my calculations, technically speaking, Bounty Hunter and Extinction does have a little bit of short break in between. I believe it's Bounty Hunter that has the longest break because they were waiting for the conclusion of We Love Miko and Extinction because of that 37 minutes game.
Yeah, so hopefully that break has given them, some time to rest the fingers, the hands, and also just the mind to relax a little bit, and they'll come back even stronger. This is a make or break game because it's the grand finals, like you said. I mean, they're battling between about $200 difference, which is a lot if you think about it. Battle emotes, we all know, are the most important thing here. So it could be the difference between more emotes and none.
Yep, that's right. But I mean, judging from the information that we've got thus far, Bounty Hunter very structured when they are executing their draft, especially in game number 1 against Hydra. So when won against Hydra in a convincing manner, like a 2-0, whereas on the other side, Extinction a little bit wonky in game number 1 against We Love Miko, unable to end it. However, they do have the macro mindset to try to end the game for while taking advantage of We Love Miko's, tunnel visioning on top of that Lord. So something that we should take a look out for. Extinction is nothing to be scoffed at, but like I said, Bounty Hunters, your name seems very familiar that I've seen you in other tournaments. So that also means that they are not very foreign for competing in these sort of tournaments.
Yeah, and that helps you in many ways, right? Both technically as well as your nerves when you're going into a tournament. But we're ready now for the first game, jumping right into the draft between Extinction and Bounty Hunter. First ban is going to be the Phobias once again.
Yeah, Phobias should be taken off the board. Bounty Hunter I think they can ban, they should ban off Paquito because Extinction does have first pick. Not gonna give the Paquito over to the other side. Now Extinction, they could ban an X-Borg, but Bounty Hunter instead banning away the Roger. I feel like they've got prior information. Prioritizing Roger may lead to a lane pickup by the side of Bounty Hunter as well. So Extinction, instead, they're going to be banning away the Mathilda. Now Bounty Hunter could be in a pickle, right? We talk about the drafting wars. Here it is. Do they go and ban away the X-Borg, or do they leave both of them open? Because they do have 2 picks, so it's up to Extinction to pick up either one, whether it is the X-Borg or the Paquito.
Yep, it's down to the last few seconds here. I think especially in the grand finals, it's important, but looks like it will be the Popo and Koopa ban out instead, which leaves a lot of these heroes like the Paquito on the table up for grabs.
Yeah, I think Extinction prioritizing the Mathilda because of the wombo combo that we've seen thus far, with the Mathilda being able to drag a tank along all the way side for the right. You bring a Tigreal along, that'll be so good. So Extinction will prioritize the X-Borg instead. Bounty Hunter can go for Paquito all day, any day. There we go. And also, maybe to set the tone, maybe a Tigreal or some sort of Kufra as well, because, judging from Bounty Hunter banning away the Phobias got taken off the board, so it's easy pickings for any assassins that Bounty Hunter decides to pick up.
Yeah, surprisingly though, their second is going to be Ruby, and paired up with a Jawhead as well, so an equally strong kind of frontline aggression with the Ejector, able to set up the kills, and to top it off, a lot of CC coming from the Ruby. I'm offended as well.
Your team is banning.
Bounty Hunter though going to respond with the Farsa.
Ooh, a bit of a, I would say, a show of confidence. I wouldn't, any day, every day, I wouldn't pick a Farsa into a draft, especially against a Jawhead or an X-Borg, right? Extinction will be banning away the Ling. I would hope, it feels like Bounty Hunter was setting it all the way up for that Ling, because this Hayabusa could go into the gold lane, right? So over to the other side of Bounty Hunter, what they can snap pick up right now could be a Lancelot or even a YSS, someone that could actually fight in the jungle on its own, has decent mobility as well. or they could step pick a tank
Your
first.
team is picking.
Yeah, Akai has been pretty popular today. I think with the Hurricane Dance and just that pinning to the wall, you know, it has been extremely brutal in helping to lock down some of these opponents. It looks like Extinction though will come up with a carry to respond to that. So it's kind of like late game-ish draft here that they have going on.
Now, I really like what Extinction is hovering over. The Kedita sounds like a very good idea. In fact, it's a better idea as compared to the Loi that they hover back and forth. Because once Bounty Hunter goes to the Feather Airstrike, look, you've got I'm Offended, Last Insanity, Unstoppable Force, even the Kedita's ultimate as well. These are the things that you have to look out for. So Bounty Hunter, the positioning of FMM needs to be impeccable. And there's also a bit of a counter synergy. If you want to talk about Bounty Hunter's draft, you have the Akai that's desperately trying to push people out. And also you have a Farsa with the Feather Airstrike. It takes conditions to land the Hurricane Dance onto the wall. And then, you know, Farsa could follow it all the way up with the Feather Airstrike.
Yeah, and conversely, I guess that Akai could help with, you know, peeling off the Farsa for a little bit, and as well as the Paquito, but it really depends. I mean, you still can't forget about, you know, Jawhead and Kadita with the iframe that's able to dodge a little bit and put out that damage, so it still could be a little dangerous for, I think, the Farsa here.
Yep, hopping into the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Bounty Hunter spawning in the blue side, going in for a slightly late game draft, strong in the mid lane, a mid game because of Lightball with the Kadita, and looking to upset the Extinction's fight thus far. But speaking about Extinction over the other side of the Owl, it is Extinction going to be in a red team with a Paquito doing great work against Vaults early on in the game already, looking to eke out all this aggression.
Yeah, so they picked the X-Board over the Paquito and as a result let it through. So now this is something that they would have to be confident to deal with. And I think Xian on the Paquito, familiar name, so probably cannot let up their game as well.
Yep, a bit of a lot of smart missiles eke out, being tossed out by Milky God. Kenji still needs a little bit farm, so it's not really at prime time. It's going to be Hayabusa that picks up the first blood at level 3 already, alongside not even requiring the execution as well. So Extinction got off with a very strong start.
Yeah, right. Now, it does look strong, and I mean, like you said, right, you are looking forward to Extinction coming on top of this game and being able to really flex that. So they're proving that correct. I think it's up to Bounty Hunter really to prove themselves in this game, and it's not going to be easy with this late game draft. We see S now going really deep in the jungle, taking some aggression, but making it safely out.
Yeah, what I'm really worried about is Kenji, right? Only barely hitting level 3. FMM has already gotten level 4 since yesterday. Yong as well, already at level 4. Something interesting to note that is Extinction sent the Farsa to the side lanes and put the Hayabusa in the mid lane. That takes a lot of confidence for that to pull it off. Whereas a bit of aggression happening at the top side, where's XL forced to use wings by wings and have to fly all the way out.
The turtle is up on the bottom side, and we can see Extinction slowly making their way down to this objective. They want to create some space for them to be able to contest this. And I think Akai now starting the aggression onto Milky God, easily taking him down, and that gives them the space to get this turtle.
Oh, sorry, it's a bit of a swap. It's red side Bounty Hunter, it's Extinction blue side. Bounty Hunter is the one with the aggressive. Yeah, I was like, wait, hold on a second, a bit of a switcheroo happening. Apologies on that. But, I mean, with Xian and the Paquito that's doing great work against the X-Borg, so Extinction have to be a bit careful. In terms of the storyline-wise, it's still the same, right? Because the Hayabusa is just so crazy. Had the pick-off in the early game that helped in escalate in terms of the gold lead, but Extinction now playing on the bad foot. They need to make this Kadita work, else whereas XL will be able to unleash the damage from the Feather Airstrike.
Yeah, and I mean, Kadita tried to go in for a little bit there, but I'm not sure. Milky God kind of has big shoes to fill in the sense that he has to be able to set up and heal enough for Kadita to go in as well. And I think that's what they're trying to do here. But look, this Kadita in a bit of trouble. Hayabusa getting into the backline. That's what it makes it difficult for Lightbulb.
Yeah, even using the Shadow Q preemptively, it shows how much confidence FMM is on this assassin. Whereas a bit of gang happening on the top side, Mickey forced to use the flicker away. So no flicker hook from the side of Extinction.
Mountain Shocker popped, giving them some vision. They can see that Extinction is rotating up top here, so not much going to break out on the bottom side. We see just Paquito, Cien on the Paquito going really far, proxying the wave and just putting all out pressure onto Mikey, Vault on the export.
Yeah, and Cien right here, right, just did a lot of work at the bottom lane. With almost full combo, I think it should be able to make quick workings against this export. However, Yong is already in there with just one KS, I would say, going in. But Yong will lose his life. But that's a very bad timing for Bounty Hunter because, you know, the turtle is up. You need that retribution. And Extinction may take opportunity of this.
Yeah, but FMM is here though, so it's preventing them from closing in on the turtle here. The Kenji is in position, but might soon be out as S looks to set something up, dives in and pins him to the wall. Immediately, Kenji gets obliterated. Milky God is alone here, now backed up by Vault, enough to fend them off for the moment. But Bounty Hunter, now once again, they are in a position. Yontama is back to take the turtle.
Yep, and Bounty Hunter's already got a very good position, very good head start in this turtle. There's no way that Extinction will be able to make its way all at the turtle pit or whatsoever. But you want to talk about lane matchup as well. I like how the Hayabusa was sent to try to bully the Kadita as much as possible. If it's a Farsa, I feel like the Kadita will be the one that emerges victor. I really love this lane swap, right? Even using the Shadow Kill, just a wave clear and pop all the way back.
Yeah, and you can see that as a result, Lightbulb hasn't been as effective right now. Pinned right under the turret. S is just going all the way, but that's worked against him as Kenji puts him in the dirt, and it will be a 2-for-1 trade. Bounty Hunter getting one more kill on top of that. But still, that's insane. He just went right into the turret to try to get the kill.
Yep, a bit greedy coming out from S, right? Like
really greedy.
Yeah, Yontama is in the area as well, but I think FMM does if FMM was to hold on to the Shadow Kill, it might have worked. I think there's a bit of a miscomm happening right there, but Bounty Hunter not letting up the pressure, looking at Mikey, looking very delicious right there. Wing by Wings was also used. S once again.
Nothing much that he can do is blink and he's long gone for the world. Mikey immediately disappears. And on the bottom side, they're trying to do a tit for tat here, picking up CN 3 versus 1. They might get the turret. Yeah, I think definitely will get the bottom side turret as well. And they're just mirroring each other at this point.
Yep, trading to objectives right now, but Bounty Hunter still in the lead, clearing top side and the bottom side of Extinction with more on board. The turtle will be spawning in 26 seconds or 25 seconds, but there we go. Kadita ceased to exist, busted down by the tag team of the Mage and an Assassin.
Yeah, I think Feathered Airstrike plus the Shadow Kill for good measure. It was almost like a battle between the two teammates for who's gonna get the credit. But ultimately, Kadita falling down, and Bounty Hunter might get the next objective that's gonna spawn here because of the space that they've created for themselves. Both the mid turret and the top turret are down.
Yeah, there's no such thing as too much overkill, right? Using two ultimates just to secure Lightbulb. Lightbulb can be very sneaky. Once again, Mikey might find himself in a bit of trouble. Three people coming in.
Gets S into the tower, but the Feathered Airstrike is enough to zone them out. Actually used to put out the damage, but just off the mark, doesn't get them quite. And Bounty Hunter goes the long way just to push them back into their inhibitors.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Top side will fall by the side of Extinction. The turtle once again secured safely in the hands of Bounty Hunter. I feel like Extinction might have a bit of problem trying to deal with this Hayabusa. This Hayabusa has been scaling out of control. The execute has... I mean, that first blood going into Hayabusa has allowed him to just scale and rack up the items that are required. It's just something that, you know, Extinction failed to answer. The carry might need more time. I think that's what Extinction is hoping, but Bounty Hunter though, they're already way too ahead for carry to even catch up.
Yeah, this is textbook. If you look at the kills across the board, Yontama has 4, Hayabusa has 3. That's exactly where they need the kills to be. Whereas XL is just here for the zone and the area of damage with the feathered airstrike. So it doesn't really need the kills. I mean, could help with the damage, but now they're in exactly the position they want to be. Extinction is gonna have a hard time coming back.
Yeah, especially, you know, how do you break a siege coming up from where it's XL? You do have, Extinction does have something that's actually kind of confusing, is that Extinction does have all the toolkits, the tools in their toolbox, but none of them is able to kind of like deny where is XL, because it seems like where is XL wasn't the star of the show anymore. It's more to set it up for the rest of the team of bounty hunters, but there we go.
Hurricane Dance being popped for the CC. Kenji will be the first to go, and Yontama picks himself a double on Milky God. Vault's in some trouble here. Will be taken down by Where is XL. That's 3 kills for Bounty Hunter as they take this mid-tier turret for free.
Blue team turret has been
Yep,
destroyed.
literally what you said, right? Textbook, mechanical, bounty hunter, unrelenting in terms of the pressure, extinction, constantly pushed all the way back. Not even any tools from this toolbox will be able to stop the onslaught coming up from bounty hunter. Take a look at that. Not even the Jawhead will be able to survive from that.
There's so much damage being put out now, where it's XL raining those shots down, and all this time, Yontama just solos the Lord on his own. That's another objective. You said unrelenting, they are, and the pursuit is only going to get stronger.
Yeah, this time it's not Carry is the one leading on the pursuit with the Naruto run right now. Bounty Hunter, I feel like the Carry took too long to scale, and Bounty Hunter is just manages to secure so much lead for them. And kudos also to S, right? Setting it up all the time for the side of Bounty Hunter to be able to, you know, try to find those pickoffs that is required for Bounty Hunter to scale. I mean, if FMM doesn't really have the archive to set it up for the Hurricane Dance or the quarter pounder stun, yeah, I think the FMM would not be able to be in this position right now.
They
Here we go.
find them in the bushes here, and immediately S coming in with the Hurricane Dance. This is the mark though, he's in trouble. Kenji picks him up for free. Milky God gets obliterated as well, deleted. It's going to be Yontama with another kill. 3 people down at this point. Bounty Hunter, they're coming up top, still aggressing, and decide to back off a little just to get the mid lane turret. But like you said, S is just going down with the Hurricane Dance. 7 airstrike being put out the damage. They don't need it because they finish off the core in a quick fashion.
Yeah, congratulations over to the side of Bounty Hunters, right? So methodical, so textbook like what you described early on just now, May. And I think just now, what happened is Extinction picked a very bad fight, and they're going in one by one. And there's strength in the numbers for the side of Extinction. You have Lost Insanity, Unstoppable Force, so many tools in the toolbox. They just need to pick one, but I feel they didn't really have the time to do so, because it's either Hurricane Dance just pinning someone down, it's either, you know, Paquito find the knockout punches, and then, you know, FMN just walking around forcing them to expand on the CC. And don't forget, there's another thing that I would like to highlight is where's XL on the far side picked up a Purify rather than a Flame Shot instead, because he knows he's gonna walk on in to a lot of trouble. And it turns out it's a good insurance, but I don't think he needed it. There's not a single time that where is XL got caught out. So kudos to his positioning earlier in game number 1.
Yep, and like I said, I mean, as with the Hurricane Dance, just he knows who he's going for. So on the side of Extinction, it's just so difficult because you're trying to fend for yourself. You can't really find an opening because you just need to survive at that point. So props to Bounty Hunter, very convincing win.
Yeah, and Kadita constantly getting picked off here. And I would say if they were to change up the roles slightly a little bit, if the Farsa goes to mid lane, I think that's a problem because all eyes will be on Farsa, right? But it is Hayabusa who absorb all the spotlight, not only just in a good way, but also in a bad way, because everyone will try to fight the Hayabusa in the mid lane, and Hayabusa being a little bit more mobile, is able to just rotate into the enemy jungle, kill someone, walk all the way back into lane, bully the Kadita once again, and then rinse and repeat. That's basically the mantra coming out from the side of Bounty Hunters.
Yep, so I think the question now, Jace, is what changes in the bans, if any? I mean, you have so many things to deal with in the last game, but at the same time, you can't let up the picks, the bans that you let through.
Your team
I
is
think
banning.
what Extinction should not ban. It's
Your
more
team
of
is banning.
anything. I would say more like it shouldn't be anything about the bans anymore. It should be about whether Extinction is comfortable with this draft. Like Kenji has shown the cards of him being able to use the Harley to okay success. The Kaja I think was slipped all the way past. That could be beneficial, especially if you want to shut down one person that's doing a lot of damage. Let's say for example if it's a higher
Your
booster.
team is
So
banning.
good, right? Now, Bounty Hunter will miss the one ban for some weird reason, but it's okay. Bounty Hunter banned away the Roger, still hinting for that higher booster. Now, Extinction banning away the Phobius might kick
Always on the
himself
way.
in the gut,
Your
but
team
Bounty
is
Hunter is the
picking.
first pick, so Extinction is not going to give the Phobius all the way to there. Paquito is open, Xborg is open, everything is open for Bounty Hunter. It's now Bounty Hunter's turn to pick and choose.
Bumblebee reporting for duty.
Your team is
Looks like
picking.
it will be Xborg instead of the Paquito, so Extinction actually has the opportunity to take that one for themselves. I mean, only 2 bans is difficult to decide what they want to leave on the table, but I do hope that they have a little bit more of that
Your
early
team
game,
is
right?
picking.
Perhaps a Popo and Koopa to help them because the carry didn't make it through to the late game.
Yeah, it's kind of sad that you don't see a late game carry, right? It's just such a
Payback
waste opportunity.
time.
But here we go. Bounty Hunter will stick to your gun just a little bit. Will pick up the Farsa for themselves. Extinction, yeah, even though they've got everything to deal with the Farsa, it doesn't seem to work. The execution wasn't there. On paper, it's good.
Your
It's
team
kind of
is
nice though.
picking.
But Bounty Hunter, I feel like they're going back to the same exact draft. If it works and Extinction doesn't really have an answer to it, why don't we just go back with the same draft?
Yeah, I guess they say if it's not broken, don't fix it. They pick up the Xborg, but other than that, it's pretty much the same. But Extinction though, they're also running the same Ruby on their side.
team is
mixing it
banning.
up with a Cho now.
Yeah, and I like
Your
this
team is
Popo and
banning.
Koopa being helpful in terms of Bounty Hunter, in terms of Extinction, right? You
Your
do have the
team is
traps. I
picking.
feel like Milky God was working wonders with Popo and Koopa, so I'm very excited to see that going back into the hands. It was banned away by Bounty Hunters, mind you, in game number 1, but Extinction taking away the Link and Bounty Hunter taking away the Selena. I remember this is one period of time. Everyone's playing like Selena and Popo and Koopa. You gotta have either one of them, but I mean, Bounty Hunter just doesn't want to face a trap tag team duo that roams
team
around the
is
map,
picking.
setting traps all over the place, like dropping flowers as you walk on by, you know, that sort of thing.
It's like convenient, right? Here's a trap. Here's a trap. Why not?
You got a trap. It's like Oprah Winfrey form of trap, right? You get a trap, everyone gets a trap. So basically, Bounty Hunter just had to put a stop to that. But Extinction picks up the Lunox. Not too sure what to feel about this Lunox, but I mean, remember what I said. Extinction has to go for the comfort
Your
picks.
team
Maybe
is
this
picking.
is the one. Now, Bounty Hunter, revealing his
I've been
draft right
waiting for
now,
too long.
but still a little bit flexible. Yontama with the export could go into the jungle, could go into side lanes. A higher booster could say the same as well. It is still a Kenji carry though. We need
I
to see
don't
how long
know.
this would last.
Yeah, I don't know about that pick. I don't know. I would have preferred if they were to do something a little bit more stable, a little bit more early to mid game as well.
I think they do have the early to mid game answer in the Cho and Lunox, but that Cho and Lunox must be the bridge to allow carry to scale. But if you take a look on the enemy side, you don't really have tank shredders, right? You have Johead, yeah, he's built slightly tanky a little bit. You also have Yontama with the Firaga Arbor, a bit tanky. I think Kenji is relying on this comfort pick that Extinction relies on right now.
Yeah, it could be. We'll see how this plays out. This could be game point between Bounty Hunter and Extinction. This is the grand final here, ladies and gentlemen. So a lot on the board. It's up to Extinction to prove themselves. I do hope that they can pull themselves late enough for Kenji to scale up, because that looks like the card that they need to play in this game.
Yeah, I think the card is Milky God with the Popo and Koopa. I think that's something that they're very comfortable with. Milky God played out its minds. It's a long-range, non-committal stun that they could rely upon, and then everyone just pick up the one guy. You have Cho as well. You also have Lunox that could burst a single target very quickly. You can see how Extinction is like forming this "thou shall not pass" around its jungle as the Jawhead just tries to peek, try to look for kinks in the armor of Extinction Straw.
Yep, on the top side here. Just a little brawl between where is XL and Mikey. Not expecting anything less of these two off-laners, but S is here for the backup, just in case Mikey oversteps a little bit.
Yep, and right now Extinction just need to get to level 4 as quickly as possible. Like, for example, Lightbob and Mikey, they have their power spikes at level 4, but Bounty Hunter, same could be said as well. Feather Airstrike, Last Sanity, Unstoppable Force, heck, Bounty Hunter, they scale faster as compared to Extinction in terms of the levels, and even items as well. You don't really need a lot of items for all these except for the higher beam.
And the two teams are setting themselves up for this turtle here. I think they're fighting at this point to be able to scale to level 4. We do have Vaults and Cien actually falling as the first blood, and Kenji picking up that one for himself.
Yep, and I don't know. Extinction should pull the trigger to try to take this turtle as quickly as possible. Give him all the support right now. So I don't really like how Extinction is pathing, but Bounty Hunter right now started to gain a bit of map control in terms of the turtle all the way back. Lightbob
has to pop the Brilliance to try to get away from the Feathered Airstrike here. They do get the turtle though, so Bounty Hunter has an edge here. They're quite even still in terms of the gold, so Extinction is keeping up with them for now.
Yep, and in terms of the turtle, I think it is. I really miss who took the turtle earlier just now, fortunately, because I was thinking about, you know, Hayabusa engaging on top of carry in this orange buff. It's kind of greedy, but it's worth it, right?
Yeah, I think it was Bounty Hunter that got, yeah, there we go,
Yep.
Yon Tama with the buff here. So they did get that edge, but somehow they're not really converting it into anything else as well. As I think with the ejector tried to get, but only got Cooper instead. So Milky God, I would say this has been working out quite well for him.
Yeah, technically speaking, Pokemon Koopa is a okay count. It's a pseudo counter against a Jawhead, because if the Jawhead's a little bit incorrect when it's aiming, might actually throw the wolf instead. Now Cien might find himself in a little bit of trouble.
Yep, pulled into Vault and Kenji, but they're not able to close out the kill just yet. They try to make their way around up top, but Cien and Yon Tama seem to be quite safe. On the other hand, where is XL picking up Mikey and Lightbulb on the top side here, and they're probably gonna lose the turret along with this as well.
Yeah, absorbing so much energy, that's pushing the Bounty Hunter's gold lead quite well. The turtle will be spawning in 25 seconds. It is up to Cien to secure that position, but it is going to be Yon Tama that doesn't really have the last sanity anymore because of the Firaga armor getting taken down. But Milky God still got killed at the end, so Bounty Hunter picks up that gold and walks all the way back to the turtle.
Yeah, right now they're at 2-ish K gold lead between the two teams. It's not terribly fatal yet, but it is a good lead that Bounty Hunter can use to start pulling themselves ahead of. The next objective is up on the bottom. Bounty Hunter, it looks like they will go ahead to start that up first.
Yes, Carry's still farming around the orange buff, cannot actually fight. Oh, Mikey find himself a bit of shadow kill as well. Well, nice kick.
Oh, the flicker manages to get him away from where is XL here. And I think he's gonna lazy back quite safely, managed to make it out alive. But on the bottom side, they did get, I think Yon Tama once again picked up the turtle for himself. Cien on the bottom getting aggressed on by 3 people and still manages to make it out with a flicker.
Actually, Cien, you know, as a Pokito, you do have a lot of dashes in the kit, so it's definitely a very slippery Pokito. Extinction requires a lot more stun, which I don't think they have. They have only got 2 lockdowns, especially a hook, but it's a little bit... it's a huge resource, right? But here we go, Feather Airstrike.
Yeah, putting the damage onto Light Bulb, but of course, being Lunox manages to get out with the Brilliant Beam pop, and now Extinction has to defend this, but Bounty Hunter's going all out, manages to bring the damage onto Mikey. They're looking for Milky God now, but where is XL deciding not to aggress further with the Shadow Kill? They're happy with this tier 1 turret in the middle.
Yes, as Bolts just dances around with the side as well. Xian charges all the way up, using his skills to gain his health all the way back to full because of the Festival of Blood. Bloodlust X is definitely something that Extinction should not underestimate right now. But here we go, a bit of a fight happening at the bottom side.
Enough to put out the damage onto Vaults, and he has to flicker away, letting this turret go. Light Bulb is here for backup, but it's not enough as he gets stunned out instead. Yong, Tama, and Xian will be able to finish him off. It's 1-for-1 trade as S gets down in the middle, but I would take the Light Bulb kill over S any day.
Yep, that's right. And, well, right after Bounty Hunter picked up the bottom heroes that's guarding it, they'll be able to push this all the way in. Bounty Hunter doing the same at the top side, just Hayabusa guarding it against Cho. I feel like if Hayabusa were to leave, the Cho will definitely pull the trigger to push it all the way in. Now, the turtle has spawned once again. Bounty Hunter already there, already ahead of Extinction in terms of the map rotations. Kenji still nowhere near. The turtle decides to push in the bottom side instead.
I don't think they're able to fight this one at all. I mean, in terms of the gold, yeah, they might be just 2-ish gold apart, but then again, they have the turrets down, so they have the space to be able to take objectives safely, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. And Extinction just doesn't quite have an answer at this point.
Yep, there is not really much any form of answers because Yontama could go into the last insanity very well, just scare everyone away, and you can see how S is setting it up so nicely, coming in with a very nice flank. Not even Milky God will be able to stop him in his tracks, and I think Extinction just doesn't have enough lockdowns.
Yep, depending on Vault, who is the one stunned out in his turret, will fall to the Feathered Airstrike. It's 3 people against 1, nowhere for him to go. Extinction's repeating that on the top side. They managed to pick up where is XL, so they mirror the same kind of damage across the map, but I don't think it's enough to pull them forward.
Yep, they're really trading objectives right now. They are the one that is ahead in this objective fight, and now denying Extinction away from the purple buff is not the worst thing that a carry does might not need. Like, here we go, Feather Airstrike going out.
Just at the edge of the Feathered Airstrike, they managed to get Kenji, Mikey, and Milky God off of that fight. Vault just nearly flickering out to safety. Light Bulb as well. Look at Yontama's HP! Light Bulb managing to shut him down, but he has the immortality to protect himself. That's another mid-turret down for Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, Extinction's getting torn apart by Bounty Hunters bit by bit. Right, kill one hero, kill the members of Extinction, take one turret. Kill another one on the other side, takes the turret. Just slowly dissecting Extinction apart.
Yeah, and when you do that, right, you chip away slowly at the objective. It's very hard to fight back as well. As now with the ejector on the Milky God, landing it on the Popo, but still there's not enough follow-up to be able to claim his life at this point, although the more important objective is up on the bottom side. The Lord, ladies and gentlemen, is up for grabs. Bounty Hunter is poised to take this one.
Yeah, I think it's just Extinction's side of the draft. I think the only way they could actually bring this back is by split pushing and backdooring as quickly as possible. The Lord has been taken down by Bounty Hunter once again. That Farsa sets up this no man's zone, deletes Milky God from the map. Right now, the Lord is marching down the bottom side, and right now, usually we see a Farsa on the other end, you know, defending from the sieges. It is now Bounty Hunter bringing this artillery strike against Extinction Demise.
They have the Lord, they have the Feathered Airstrike, they have the Last Insanity. It's like just all the damage coming out at you at the same time. And I think on the side of Extinction, they're counting on like Light Bulb to be able to make that defense.
Yeah, I don't think the Light Bulb will be able to make any defense. It doesn't really have a stable amount of AoE clear. You have, remember what we said, Lunox has a very strong like single burst target. You can see how Bounty Hunters just collapses Extinction side of the bottom side, but here we go.
Ash having to flicker out, just making it out alive with a little bit of HP left as Bounty Hunter tries to get the mid turret here. I'm offended, gets them into the depths of the turret, but not enough to clear them out. They do shut down Yontama and protect the inhibitor turret to see another day, but it looks like they won't get anything more from this fight.
Yeah, Divine Glaive is exactly what Lightbulb needs, right? I believe members on the side of Bounty Hunter is starting to build out magic resist. Lightbulb is the only one that is stable enough, and also in terms of the kit will be able to burst anyone that he desires. However, Bounty Hunter, they're juggling these damages against Extinction. Here we go again. It's just so good how Bounty Hunter collapsed on top of Extinction.
Unstoppable force and the ejector used onto Milky got FMM makes quick work of him, and that airstrike just misses the mark. Actually, no, picks up Mikey in the zone of damage. It will be down to the 3 members of Extinction that try to fight this out. Lightbulb is already at half HP. I think this mid turret isn't going to stand for very long as they try to clear out the base and crack it open.
Yeah, once again, Feather Airstrike is used as an artillery strike, pushing Extinction all the way back to base, trying to refresh. One tap, but Yontama will make sure that Extinction's mid lane turret fall. The main bastion right now is at the top side, and I think Extinction is struggling to put out any form of defense, especially from a long range. Most of Extinction's side of the draft is relying on dives, relies on long, close range pickups as well with the Cho to slip on by. It's something that Extinction doesn't really have the answer once again that Bounty Hunter is throwing at them.
Yeah, and Bounty Hunter, they have abilities to be able to get themselves out of the fight as well. I mean, maybe Yontama doesn't, but he also has like the extra life there, right? In terms of the armor and the immortality. And it makes it a little bit more slippery in that sense, and I think Extinction just hasn't been able to catch up to that.
Yeah, and I think I don't know how the Extinction can actually go all the way back. Carrie took too long to scale, and by the time when she can actually consistently deliver the damage, I fear it may be a little bit too late. But here we go again.
Way of the Dragon going deep used on Cien, but now it gives a space for FMM to take the kill, and they're going now. Milky got the next target, make that 2 kills. They're trying to move into the base. There's 1 inhibitor turret left, but I don't know if they will be able to keep that standing as Bounty Hunter takes that down quickly. Stunned out is Lightbulb. Here is S trying to aggressively in there. They actually get Lightbulb in the midst of his base, prevent him from healing up, and now Bolt gets injected into the midst of everyone. Knocks out just a little bit of health, but it will be S. Bolt gets Cien in that fight, and they have to disengage for now between the 2 teams. Not enough firepower to end this just yet.
Yeah, you can see how FMM just flickered just a little bit while mid-animation, right? It's so close. Extinction is so close to breaking, and now Kenji is on pursuit. Winter Trunkin was activated by the side of Kenji as well. Light Wheels will find where it's Excel, and now will get stunned out. Extinction desperately needs this Lord right now in order to turn this around. They have no time anymore. Yontama is getting pushed away by the side of Extinction, and now it's all about this Lord, whether Yontama will be able to steal it away or S will be able to steal that away.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they will be able to. So Extinction, finally a glimmer of hope for them to come back a little into this game. A much needed Lord that they can start using to push down, at least chip away at some of Bounty Hunter's defenses.
Yeah, Extinction need probably more than just this Lord, right? They need a constant stream of Lord to push all the way down. Just taking a look at Bounty Hunter's defenses. Only 1 turret down at the bottom lane, and that's also where the Lord has chosen to march all the way down. Now it's Extinction's side of the job to try to split, try to push, try to split it up. But I feel like Extinction needs more firepower, right? They need everyone to try to fight it out, because we saw how Extinction was able to try to defend against Bounty Hunter, and that's because everyone is fighting together.
Yeah, and they managed to get a pick off. I think they probably was it S who went down first, and then without that strong front line, they started to run through the members of Bounty Hunter and somehow could pick them off. So once again, getting the target onto FMM, I'm offended, and now the damage is raining down, but is it enough to get him wing by wing? Gets him out to safety. Instead, they pick up Milky God on the side of Extinction. Bounty Hunter protecting their damage dealer and doing more, taking 2 members down. Ejector onto Xian. Kenji manages to pick him up. It will be a 1-for-2 trade between the two teams. They just trade off at this point.
Yeah, I think Extinction should have continue on the pursuit. You can see how Bounty Hunter is trying to flank from the side. It got scouted out by Lightbob, of course, with the cost of their health. But here we go. You allow Kenji to just pick up this mega kill and then rotate out of control. I don't know, man. They need to try to push some turrets, but they're constantly going back to defend from the super minion that's marching out of Bounty Hunter's side of the core. So Extinction, they probably lost their small little window, and every pickoff right now that Extinction can pick up is a good thing against Bounty Hunter.
Yep, the win is really hanging in the balance now for Extinction. They have to defend but make it work, and Bounty Hunter is pressing on at this point. They do manage to pop the immortality of Where is XL and take the kill along with it, so that's a good, that's looking a little bit up for Extinction. They just need to keep this momentum up to be able to slowly take down Bounty Hunter.
Yep, Extinction, any pickups right now, like I said, will send Bounty Hunter all the way to death timer around like 40 seconds right now. But same could be said over to side of Extinction. They cannot afford to lose anyone. You can see how Extinction spreading themselves all the way out thinly once again. I don't know. I think they just need to try to push this all the way in. Maybe just a not say a pincer movement, but like a sharp point knife, just penetrating the defense of a Bounty Hunter, which is so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, I guess that's what happens when Kenji, you get the carry, farms up, enough into the late game and starts shredding through your defenses. On the other hand, Bounty Hunter doesn't have that same kind of hero that scaled so much into the late game. I mean, they have Yontama, but there's a limit to how much damage you can put out with Last Insanity. So at this point, it's Bounty Hunter's game to lose.
Yeah, right now it's Extinction equalizing the gold lead, but can you imagine the Extinction pushing down turrets? That's gonna push the gold lead a little bit ahead, but we're slowly starting to reach that 60k gold where both teams should have most of their items fully completed right now. But there we go, it's just a matter of time up to both of these two teams. Bounty Hunter struggling to end this game, looking for any weak spots from the side of Extinction, but I feel like it's Extinction point of view to try to pick off members of Bounty Hunter as they try to split push.
Yep, the next Lord is up on the bottom though, and we can see Bounty Hunter already starting to leash that Yontama, making some work of it. But Lightbout picks up FMM, that's the damage, and they're zoning down. Bounty Hunter might not be able to close this one out, and this gives a huge opportunity for Extinction. But Yen is trying to come in for the flank, but a little bit too deep into everyone else. Ejector onto Milky God. They're trying to be able to finish him off. He is pretty squishy as Popo pops the immortality, manages to get out somehow, and the rest of Extinction are here to back him up. They're just both disengaged from this fight.
Yeah, both Bounty Hunter finding it very hard. I think Whereas XL tried to split push, but he met up with Mikey, so we'll be able to defend. Extinction was able to defend that split push successfully, but Bounty Hunter, I think they tried to start the Lord, but they don't really have a marksman with enough pushing power to burst down the Lord as quickly as possible or deal sufficient DPS. But if you notice how Extinction, they're trying to wrap it around against Bounty Hunter, whereas it's a 1v1 and the top side against between Hayabusa, the Whereas XL and Mikey.
Let's see if they can run this the second time around. Extinction is the one who's starting to leash the Lord here. They do have Farsa who's back in the game. He can take out the Feathered Airstrike in order to zone them out and make quick work of the Lord, or at least prevent Extinction from taking the Lord. So we'll see who comes out on top of this fight, but right now you can just feel like the tension mounting at this objective.
It's like the calm before the storm. Both these two teams trying to set it up. Touch and go, they're not going to fully commit. As is actually trying to spot. It is going to be Bounty Hunter pulling the Lord over to their extra activators and disengages.
But not enough as an FMM is found, and immediately he's put in a body bag as the rest of the members of Extinction are here. Here is the tank shredder ready to get 4 people on the side of Bounty Hunter only. Where is XL left? I don't know what he can do. He'll probably keep pushing at that point, but that gives Extinction the Lord over here.
Yeah, Kenji has started to become that critical carry that's actually just shredding through whatever Bounty Hunter is throwing at them with Extinction, you know, constantly denying out the feather airstrike, which is desperately needed. And where's XL? I think I have to ask the question.
Where is XL? Where is XL? Wait, I'm offended, and it's just
Blue team turret has been
clobbered.
destroyed.
I didn't even see him spawn for the second time, and he just disappeared.
Yeah, now the Lord will be marching. Remember what I said, Extinction needs as much an army of Lords, and this is the second one coming out from Extinction's core. It was all up to, you know, Vaults setting it up so well, denying FMM needs parties Farstar, and then suddenly Bounty Hunter is lackluster in terms of the damage, and now Extinction looking to collapse on bottom side, X throwing the Wolf away instead, as Lightbound picks it by another kill.
Lord is coming down on the bottom side, and together with the rest of Extinction, they need another pickoff in order to close this. They need to look for FMM, because every time they've gotten FMM, they manage to close up the fight, so he needs to be careful of his positioning here. On the top side, Mikey also pushing down the creep wave, so now it's going to be a 3-way siege into the base. Feathered airstrike tries to make work of some defense here, but it will be Extinction who's coming down on the bottom. They're putting out the damage. Look at Mikey just coming real deep onto them. FMM already taken out. The damage is gone. Extinction is looking to steal the deal. They're chunking down at the core, and looks like they will be able to, but Bounty Hunter is just fighting back, but it will not be enough as they take the game.
Victory!
Oh my god, that was such nail biting when you see, you know, the X-Boy charging up the last Insanity, Extinction, they're just sticking to the guns. They're okay, alright, this is do or die. We die together or we manage to win, right? So they're just pushing all their firepower on top of the core, and they managed to take it down even before Yong was able to cast that channel, the last Insanity. So GG, well played over the Extinction for like 5 minutes straight. They were hanging by a hair, right? Stealing away 2 Lords from Bounty Hunter's noses, and then staging a comeback for the side of Extinction. But I mean, it all boils down to the draft, right? Extinction, they pick a marksman that's a lot of pushing power. Bounty Hunters, at a period of time, find it very hard to crack. I think there's a period of time where Bounty Hunters managed to, you know, try to end Extinction, but Extinction is like, nope. Put up a solid defense. The hook was so good that denies that Farstar away from that feather airstrike. Finally using that spanner on top of that nut that is such a nuisance over to the side of Extinction.
Yeah, so really kudos to them. I think they knew their win condition. Just let Kenji on the carry skill up and take the game, and they did exactly that. So it's going to be a third game that we're going into now between the two teams.
Yeah, so going into game number 3, I think Bounty Hunters, maybe the X-Board core was, I would say, kind of cool. Like, it was bespoke for a little while, but then after that, it's like, okay, the X-Board core doesn't really work out, because the last Insanity requires a lot of positioning to set up. Usually an X-Board requires the flicker to position the last Insanity to just, like, just destroy everyone. So we're not going to go into short break. I believe game number 3 is definitely both these two teams are looking out for, and I feel like our players as well, they're really setting it up. Yes, it's stressful for Bounty Hunters as well. They lost one game that they should have won. Extinction, almost like literally the turrets were extinct for a period of time.
Yeah, I guess they were
for a long
missing that
time.
that just marksman, right? Like the late game that
Yeah.
we've always talked about. I mean, in the past games as well.
Mhm.
So hopefully, in this game, they recognize that and can adjust a little to just provide that insurance and help to close out. It's closing out a game. It seems like natural, but it's actually like a feat to achieve.
No, I feel like early game's a lot easy. You just take the hero and then you just kill the objective, and then after that you can see how bounty hunters like headless chicken running around the map, not too sure what to do, just walking around, hopefully extinction, skirmishing, picking up, hopeful to pick off extinction one by one, and then just like they've got nothing else to do. Like seriously, clear extinction jungle, check. Clear turrets, check. Constantly push out minions, check. And then there's nothing left to do. But then after that, extinction finally, that wonderful full hook that Baltz set it up for the team was so good. And once that Farsa was got denied, this is not a Farsa in game number 2. It's not the same people that playing the Farsa, right? So FMM, I think the game number 2's Farsa's positioning was better, but this one is just constantly a little bit too aggressive, always, in range of the hook.
Yeah, and I'm a little surprised. I think the first time they picked Ruby wasn't that effective, but this game, I'm a Fender on point, especially towards the end of the game. Like they knew exactly who to focus on, and they just went straight into it. So I think that's also kind of what won them the game. You take out the damage dealing Farsa, and you let your carry just shred through like the front lines, the back lines, basically everyone of the other team, and help you win the game.
I feel like the reason why Bounty Extinction was having a lot of trouble in the early to the mid game, well, technically a portion of the late game, is because Bounty Hunters managed to pick up Extinction one by one. There's no one that's actually protecting that carry, but once carry starts to rack up the kills, start to rack up the gold lead, if you noticed, a period of time, both these two teams are almost on par in terms of the gold lead, in terms of the gold score, and you put that amount of net worth into carry, that carry is a crazy monster with the light wheels. There's no way of running. The carry will just outrun you and outdash you. She's also kind of slippery to be able to dodge away from the last insanity. So that's what Extinction got in the book. So game number 3, I think it's too close for comfort for Extinction to pull out the carry. I know both of us have doubts about it, but hey, it worked in game number 2. Hopefully it works in game number 3.
Yeah, I'm curious as to how Bounty Hunter will look to adjust their strategy. I mean, you could find a counter to carry, but I guess the other thing they could do is just to adjust for if they can close out the game early, then they wouldn't need to deal with carry like they did in game number 1.
That's right. Yeah, I think just what Bounty Hunters need to bring along is a marksman or someone that could actually reliably clear or push down turrets, because that was what, not only just turrets, right, even the core, because Bounty Hunters was having a bit of difficulty to just end up the game trying to kill off the core of the side of Extinction, but they don't really have enough firepower. Xborg not known to take down turrets very well. He relies a lot on the minions, and being able to burn through the minions very quickly means that he's able to mass out this pool of minions just walking down the lane. So that's how the Xbox was able to wave clear, but to get this turret push. But it is up to game number 3. I think banning away the carry could be a possibility coming out from Bounty Hunters, and forcing Extinction. I think thus far we've only seen Kenji play the Harley as well as the carry, so we need to see. Banning away comfort pick is something that Bounty Hunters could try to do.
Your team is banning.
But looks like it will be the Phobias again, though. I guess it's more important to nail down these picks that are clearly
Your
going
team
to be
is
difficult to deal
banning.
with, as opposed to something that you can adjust a little bit of your game plan to be able to counter. So it will be Roger taken off as well on the side of Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, and I got a feeling Extinction will first pick
Your
the
team
Ruby.
is banning.
Bounty Hunter, though, I don't think they need to ban the Paquito. I think they could ban away. I think the carry should be up for bans, because, letting Kenji to scale is one thing, just in case if they make a mistake, allowing Kenji to go all the way. But it removes
Your
something
team
that they're
is
comfortable
picking.
with. But other things that, Extinction is comfortable with is also the Popo and Koopa. Milky God
Yeah.
is extremely comfortable on the Popo and Koopa. So good idea for Bounty Hunter to ban that away.
Yeah, I like that line of
Your
thinking
team
actually. I
is
mean, in
picking.
game 1 they banned out the Popo and Koopa, and in game 2 that's also what kind of set them up the early game as well. So we'll see how Extinction adjusts the strategy to this, but you're right, Chase on the first pick being Ruby for Extinction.
Yep. Why? I don't think Bounty Hunter should go back into that Barca pick once again. Export if Bounty Hunter were to pick it,
Your
they're
team
definitely
is
gonna have to
picking.
bring it to the side lanes instead. Now with Bounty Hunter picking up Lunox, means small iframes as well. Single burst damage will be able to burst down Ruby if even though Ruby does have a lot of what's that called, the life steal, it doesn't really matter if you're constantly getting shredded by burst, magic damage, and now Extinction. I feel they need to secure that carry. If it goes through in the second phase, Bounty Hunter could
Your
come
team
back
is
and
picking.
ban that carry away, but instead, Extinction picks up the Selena and the Rafaela.
Your team is banning.
Selena, I guess they only depended on the Ruby the last game for the setup, so this is kind of like adding on to that. Now they have the Abyssal Arrows and the Abyssal Traps, which, like you mentioned, right, kind of functions the same way as Popo and Koopa with the traps as
Yep.
well. So I guess that's quite a good replacement. Rafaela we're seeing for the first
Your
time
team
today.
is banning.
Yeah, Rafaela provides division as well, especially if you cast your first skill, will be able to check the bushes safely. It does have a lot, allows the team to move very quickly all together, so that's something that I think Extinction's game plan is. But Bounty Hunter banning away the carry, like I
Yep.
said, Extinction, they did not snap pick the carry, they decided
Your
to ban it
team is
away.
picking.
The archive will be taken away by S. It was a nuisance in game number 1, so Bounty Hunter already picked up a lane. A Kufra will be good for the side of Bounty Hunter, else Extinction will pick it up for themselves to counter this lane. Note, there's also the Lunox could jump in, and the bouncing ball will be there to provide some magic resist to survive that burst.
We haven't quite seen the Link
Your
too
team
much in
is
this
picking.
game, and I think could easily be a lot of trouble in the late game if they allow that to scale as well. Angela being picked up by Bounty Hunter. Extinction's looking for some kind of damage here. I mean, they have the setups, they are really in place, they have that sustain coming from the Rafaela, but they need the damage.
Bruno fits that bill, and got a bit of a dash
Grants
thing
you
as
in
well
your team is
that will
picking.
be able, and also that football, the ultimate will be able to kick the link away, so that's something that I think the Bruno would be a better choice, but however they're gonna go straight back into the Hayabusa instead. So in a sense, it kind of pseudo counters the Ling a little bit. Ling jumps on top of you with the steel Temples of Blades. All you have to do is go into Shadowfall before Yontama finishes the rotation of the damage. But here we go, Bounty Hunter.
You should be
Remember I
ashamed
said
for
lack of
trusting
tanks.
yourself.
Yeah.
They're gonna double down on using the Angela to provide the sustainability, and also I think that was a Eudora, right?
It was a Eudora. I think Eudora with the Angela, that's gonna make for I think it's gonna be pretty annoying to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of Extinction, anyone that tries to like dive upon them, Eudora is there to stun. You also have the Angela to provide the sustain, the shields, and also you have the Lunox to follow up with the burst. So that's a good tag team, right? With the Lunox and the Eudora. You stun someone, it means that it's a lot easier for the Lunox to land all those crucial darkening shots.
5 seconds till the enemy
Yep, and
reaches
we're
the
now.
zone.
This is gonna make the last game between Extinction and Bounty Hunter here. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. The game of reckoning, if you will, that's going to determine who walks away from this tournament as the grand finals and champion.
Yep, and I like the pairing of Bounty Hunter right now, putting the Lunox all the way to the top side, because Alice is a passive laner, and once, Xian hits that level 4, he's gonna burst down the Alice. Not even Blood O will be able to save the Alice at all, unless Mikey put the Blood O in a lot of minions. That's where you get a lot of the sustain. But on the other side, Bounty Hunter, you can see how they're trying to push Extinction all the way out, but ooh, Flicker was used so quick early on.
Yep, as having to get away from that one. Maybe used to playing tanky front lines for the past few games, going a bit aggressive there, but manages still to get away from the fight. On the top side, Mikey and Xian exchanging blows. Like you said, Mikey pushed all the way to the turret. It's going to be a tough one for him in this early game, so Lightbulb and Milky God are here for the backup.
Yeah, and I think they're a little bit too early for the party. They're already... Oh no, I thought the Alice actually decided to recall all the way back, but not a lot of pickups coming, but instead Bounty Hunter will respond on their own.
Oh, look at the damage coming from S onto Lightbulb, having to run away from that one. First Blood will go to Ling on Yontama on the Ling onto both. Somehow manages to get a double kill to top that off. It's 3-2 Bounty Hunter. That's 4 kills to 0 at this point. Now he can take the turtle.
Yeah, it's like what I said, right? Underrated heroes like Eudora and even Anana, they work wonders. You can see how FMM is so easy. Just flicker, stun, and then, you know, just shock them to death. That's basically what the FMM has to do. Whereas Extinction, the Selena would need to rely upon on landing those crucial arrows. So what are the chances? You're not air. You cannot land those arrows 80% all the time. And I think that's why Bounty Hunter opted for the Eudora instead, and it's working wonders.
You get to close the fights quickly, right? I mean, Eudora, you just land your skills and someone is gonna die. If they don't, you have Yontama on the link to be able to take them off. Whereas it's gonna take more time for Extinction to be able to kill someone. On the top though, having to pop the brilliant Xian trying to close out the kill here will get Mikey. Lightbulb not being able to do much to be able to save his teammate. And that's another kill for Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, the Angela shield coming in at the very last moment, and the light, the brightening Illuminance ulti as well is the one that allow the Lunox will be able to, you know, survive that as well, and also pick up a kill if I'm not mistaken. And Yontama coming in to try to hunt people down, hungry for the kills. They're hungry for this lead. They're trying to repeat that.
In the mid lane though, Lightbulb shutting down FMM. I think Angela was there but not quite able to help out. So on the bottom, no, we're actually at the top with Xian and Mikey once again. Poor Mikey has kind of been just like oppressed, you know, like deep in his tower, and then now you have Yontama with that additional pressure. It's again Extinction's game to prove once again whether or not they can make it into the late game for Mikey to scale up is a question.
Yeah, and I think, you know, it's too passive for an Alice, especially if you're going to face up a Lunox. If I were Extinction, I might call for an early lane swap because I would fare better against another passive laner, which is an Xborg, and now Yontama is gonna hammer down on top of Mikey, not even allowing him to collect any form of orbs, any form of scaling that he require. So that's something that Bounty Hunter has successfully done in the early game.
Yeah, they didn't even need the turtle, I think. Well, they're going for another one at this point, the bottom side. But just look at Yontama and FMM, right? 3 and 4 kills. They're having a great time just farming, but Extinction is playing on their hind legs, just defending and not being able to get out at all from their turrets.
Yeah, and it's all about the Link's positioning, right? Like jumping in at the right place at the right time. Extinction is allowing Bounty Hunter to pick up, Yontama to pick up all the purple buffs. I think that is something that Extinction failed to recognize, and oh, that's done.
Milky God trying to escape to safety, but Yontama with the mobility and the dive will be enough, and that's 3 members here just pressuring down the tier 2 side of Extinction. Kenji manages to pick up a consolation for himself, but he does need to quickly scale up and like get some kills into this game.
I think right now it's also very hard for Genji to pick up any form of kills, because if you take a look, do you ultimate Xian? Do you try to fight FMM? Do you try to also ultimate where is XL?
I think he
Yeah,
just
so-
tried to
Team
put it
hero
onto
has been
Xian. He
slain.
had
Oh.
to use the brilliance to try to get away, but manages to close the gap. So another one for Kenji in this fight.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Yep. And here we go again. Mid lane turret is gone. Extinction doesn't have any turrets left in existence. On the top side, Bounty Hunter still looking for more. Trying to push that gold lead ahead, but it is, like I said, ooh.
Here's Kenji with the shadow kill, trying to get FMM, but taking a lot of damage instead. And Yong here with the cleanup manages to seal the deal. I think Kenji had the right idea there, but it was
Yep.
a bit just not enough damage as well for him to clean them up.
I think it's also unfortunate that Yontama is like, okay,
I'm
here's
here.
easy. I'm here. Give
Don't
it to
worry.
me.
Yeah, I got it, guys. I got it, and then he just like flies over like he's doing now to the third, I think, turtle of the game.
Bounty Hunter just had that map dominance and just abusing it all the way out. Mikey is the one getting all the way oppressed,
team has slain
leaving
the
that
turtle.
Lunox to basically assist other lanes as well. And here we go again. Just Mikey doesn't really dare to collect its blood orbs. It's so required. But in the bottom side, but
Find Mikey in the bush as though takes half of his health, but here is the Tempest of Blades. You blink and he's gone. The rest of Extinction is here to help out a bit, but Kenji immediately just taken off the map, and now Milky got going to the safety of the turret. Not gonna be enough, and it's 3 kills for Bounty Hunter. They're looking for more vaults. Just one more hit will do the trick, but he's stunned out and can't close out the
Blue
kill.
team turret has
Still,
been
Bounty
destroyed.
Hunter gets on top of that.
man, if Yontama is like 1 pixel, just 1 pixel away when he gets stunned, he
Yeah.
might not be under turret range, and that would be extremely hilarious. But Angela is the one that makes sure that remembers about Bounty Hunter's aggression, and basically S kept them alive. You can see how Yontama is super aggressive, even FMM as well.
Milky got being slobbered in the mid lane. Nowhere he can go. Extinction here to fight back, but here's Yontama with the Tempest of Blades just diving the turret as he pleases. Doesn't get any more kills, but enough for Extinction to back off from that. And he'll settle for the turret on the bottom side. Vault is here to defend it though.
Yep, and I believe that was an I'm offended being used as well because I heard the
Sight.
sound of it. I don't know, but I mean, there's nothing much I feel that Extinction could do right now. The only way they could do is to try to stall the game, allow Mikey to scale, but he's kind of behind. I think it takes around like 6 minutes or maybe even 10 minutes for Mikey to be in tip-top shape. But it's all about, you know, even though Lightbelt has set it up with the stuns and arrows, Ash is always there to heal everyone all the way back up. And don't forget, mid lane is a 3-man, is a 4-man almost, walking all the way down because Xian is not really required at the top side anymore. And it just allows Bounty Hunter to do whatever they want. Oh, this might be a good pickup.
And stunned out, Mikey immediately goes in for the kill, but instead he's the one being picked up by FMM. Just 1 hit short. Here's Kenji for the backup. Uses the shadow kill to seal the deal, and it's Yontama now on the pursuit. He doesn't get any more out of that fight, so it looks like they were cleanly disengaged. Finally, Extinction getting something out.
Yeah, I mean, Extinction has been playing on the back foot all throughout. The defense, as long as Extinction keeps the inner inhibitor turrets alive as possible. Yeah, I know, as long as possible and as alive as possible, right? I think there may be a chance for Extinction to actually take this game, but, you know, if Kenji going in around where is Excel, popping the last Insanity.
Yeah, still okay. Manages to escape from this. I don't think Kenji will press, and it's not great if they drop a member now because that's gonna give the
Yep.
other team an opportunity to get the Lord. So both teams are being pretty careful across the board, but Bounty Hunter sees that they have the opportunity to start it up first.
Yeah, and I feel like Bounty Hunter, since Bounty Hunter's at the Lord, I feel Mikey had a missed opportunity to try to push down the bottom lane. But I mean, if anyone from Extinction dares to rotate on their own, you will have a flying assassin flying straight into your face.
Yeah.
So that's something that Yontama is successfully was able to do successfully against Extinction. Just take a look at the level lead, right? Level 14 against Extinction, most of them on average around level 11 only.
I think the idea was there, right, in the beginning. Like, you have so much lockdown power with the Ruby, the Selena, and then you have Milky God, who can help to provide that sustain and a little bit of CC as well. But then you come in with Bounty Hunter, with the Ling, the mobility, Xian with a little bit more iframe, they're slippery. And then you top it off with Angela. And that kind of like just set Extinction strategy back.
Yep, and here we go. The stun will land on top of Milky God as Extinction landing poised for the defense. The Lord has been taken down to the top side, but here's another team fight.
Team hero has
Yeah,
been
Kenji going
located.
deep, manages to pick up S quickly, but here's Bounty Hunter fighting back. They get, Kenji actually getting a triple kill off of that, make that a maniac, somehow manages to turn that around. Yontama gets there's 3 down on the side of Extinction. They fend off and live to see another day, but Extinction, they still need more than that in order to get into this game.
Yep, and as the 2 assassins try to duke it all the way out. Oh my goodness. I was about to declare it as an unofficial savage, right? But I mean, Mikey finally picked up the Winter Trunkin is already starting to scale. I think Bounty Hunter needs to be very careful with Mikey right now. For too long, Mikey was oppressed, and now he's like renewed with vigor after resting all the way up,
Just
locked
wait
up
for
in
me.
locked up in the cupboard under the staircase. That sort of idea. And start casting Expelliarmus to win the fights. Get a reference? No.
No. Wait, what?
Oh
I missed
no.
that.
Yep. Anyways, but I mean, Mikey is starting to scale, right? So Bounty Hunter, they cannot afford to group up, because if they start to group up, Alice will be able to just absorb all the HP all the way in and just sustain. Don't forget, once Extinction does have the Winter Trunkin already being built for Mikey. Milky God as well with the heals will be able to allow Extinction to reposition very well. But now, I feel like Bounty Hunter find themselves in the same position game number 2 as well. They have the lead, but they can't end it.
Yep. I feel like the lead seems to be greater than the previous game. I think 9 to 19 is quite huge, but you're right, Extinction, this is familiar territory. They're on their back legs, but Mikey is like that card that they're keeping, right? And the moment he scales up, it's going to be a lot more damage to Bounty Hunter. They're gonna have to be careful.
Yep, and I think it's another waiting game right now. Any picking up that Bounty Hunter will be able to pick up is great, but here we go.
Tempest of Blade is being laid down, trying to chase down the members of Extinction. The first to go is Milky God once again, followed by Light Bulb. They managed to get 2 off of that fight. Bounty Hunter will strip more farm from them, preventing Mikey, just slowing him down a little bit from scaling further. But yeah, like we said, familiar territory for Extinction, but I think there's a caveat to that because they cannot be dropping kills like that.
Yeah, and it's just, FFM with stun, there's no way that Extinction will be able to get out of there alive. Not even Milky God's assist in terms of speeding everyone up to get out of the way will be able to stop Bounty Hunter, who is so focused on trying to put them down in death timer and then gaining a bit of the advantage. But, as we said, Kenji and the side of Yontama both already hit level 15, but it is Bounty Hunter with the Lord right now. So I think Extinction, they just have to brace for impact and just do whatever they do best.
This is also like an advantage of picking the last, right? I mean, sure, you give up the early part of it, but then sometimes you surprise your opponents with like a strategy. It seems like Extinction didn't see this Eudora and Angela coming in towards the end of the game, so they kind of don't have an answer to that.
I think they're starting to do, because even if you stun Mikey with the Eudora, right, Mikey is still able to absorb health with the ultimate, and the Angela is the only one that I think Extinction might find annoying. I think they have to start building in NODs or even like anything that could anti-heal, but Extinction, yeah, looking very squishy. The only pseudo tank is Mikey, but here it comes. The Lord will be marching down the bottom side. Bounty Hunter seeing collapse on all 3 lanes.
Last Insanity being popped, going right into the fray of Extinction. Haven't managed. Yep, and the tower is going to go down. They're aiming for the mid one next. And now the base is cracked open on the side of Extinction. Bounty Hunter just crashing into the room of the crystal. They're trying to put out the damage. Mikey teleporting into everyone, dealing as much damage as he can with the blood or using with the truncheon to delay his death. But Bounty Hunter, they're managing to make work of the core. They do enough damage. And ladies and gentlemen, the grand final, the champion will be Bounty Hunter.
Yep, congratulations over to Bounty Hunters. They, at the very least, they look a little bit shaky for a while because they probably felt a bit of deja vu going in against Extinction. They're kind of worried. I mean, I was also kind of worried for them as well because Extinction, they are known to bounce all the way back and they bounce very hard. So congratulations also to Extinction for making thus far. But of course, Bounty Hunter is the one that picked up the champion. Ladies and gentlemen, this is fun, right? I mean, there was good form of counterplay from both these two teams. Both these two teams know what they're supposed to do. But unfortunately, I think it's the Eudora that really sets the game all the way up for the side of Bounty Hunters.
Yep, and the really smart bands, right? Taking out familiar picks like Popo and Cooper from Milky God, forcing them into something else that they might not be as comfortable with. So I think all around just know how to play, what to play, and doing it well. Very well deserved by Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, and once Mikey picks up the Winter Truncheon, I think that was a bit of a glimmer of hope going into the side of Extinction. You saw like there's also a Maniac going into Kenji, and it's not because Kenji is actually doing it. It's actually, you know, the Alice that really spewed for that assassin. But of course, once again, congratulations, as you can see the graphics on the screen. To Bounty Hunters once again. Extinction coming up first runner-up, and We Love Miko in second runner-up.
Yep, congratulations to all three teams. They might have lost this game, but still made it to first runner-up for Extinction. So great work. It's been a long day for all the players, and to be able to walk away with prizes like this, I think is the cherry on top of the cake.
Yep, and of course, I believe we also have the winners for the Tetris that will also be around, be announced soon. And there you go. Congratulations to open category Kendrick. Wow, interesting name right there. I was like about to read it as Kendrick, but Kendrick, congratulations for winning the champion for the open categories. First runner-up is DJ Burger 1653, and second runner-up is Pintech. Of course, even the seniors hop in on the fun as well. MK.
Wow, that's a mouthful.
That's such a mouthful. First runner-up, Firefox, named after one of the, I bet the preferred web browser, and there's also Superior 058707. Congratulations to these winners as well. And of course, this actually happened alongside with the MLBB for the Char Yong Esports Festival 2021. So thank you very much to the organizers once again, Char Yong Dabu Association Singapore. And of course, this is supported by Singapore Esports Association. And we also have a QR code for you to scan to fill up a quick survey, because feedback is always very grateful.
Yeah, and of course, thank you so much for being with us here today. So, I mean, we want feedback's always good, right? We want to know how we've done, and if you've been here with us the entire day, it would be great to know your experience.
Our jokes too bad?
or the puns that you intend or don't intend.
Oh no. I feel like I'm guilty for all the bad puns, right?
They're pretty good. You hit the nail sometimes, don't worry.
Thank you.
But we'll see
Sometimes.
in the survey form, so whether or not your puns make the mark. So do scan the QR code to fill up that survey.
Right. Yeah, so that's it for Char Yong Esports Festival 2021. This has been a fun ride for the casters as well, and of course for the players. And I'm very glad to see like familiar faces also in this tournament. We've also seen good strategies coming out. We also seen like decent plays. Some of them I would say, almost barely made it into the MPL, which is also kind of running today from the side of Singapore. Of course, with that said, thank you very much for joining us. My name is Jay, joining me right here at Scrubby Cheeks. We're very happy that you joined us for the ride. Thank you, and take care.